Close your eyes. Listen to the soft, steady rain falling outside your window. And let these true scary stories pull you into the deepest, most unsettling sleep you've ever had. Tonight, you're not just hearing random tales. These are real horror stories, allegedly experienced by real people in real places around the world. The kind of terrifying encounters that happened in the dead of night, in empty houses, deep in forgotten forests, or right in their own bedrooms. Stories so chilling, they've haunted the people who lived them for years. And now, under the soothing veil of gentle rain sounds and a completely black screen, they're here to guide you straight into sleep. If you love falling asleep to true scary stories, if you crave that perfect mix of spine-tingling fear and total relaxation, if you want real paranormal encounters, disturbing stalker experiences, skinwalker legends, and unexplained terrors whispered softly over calming rain, then this is exactly where you need to be. These are the stories that get millions of views, because nothing helps you drift off faster than knowing something unseen might still be out. They're watching, waiting, so get comfortable. Let the rain wash away the day. Turn off the lights. And whatever you do, don't pause if you hear something strange. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications, because every week, we bring you more true scary stories for sleep with rain sounds that will keep you coming back night after night. And in the comments, tell me, what country are you falling asleep to this from tonight? Now, let the first story begin. Asterisk asterisk. The Vanishing Trail, a true horror story from the forests of Sweden asterisk. Asterisk. Let the gentle rain tap against your window as you settle in deeper under the covers. The steady rhythm washing away the noise of the day, pulling you slowly toward sleep. Tonight's story is one of those allegedly true paranormal encounters that happen deep in the remote wilderness. The kind of real-life horror that leaves even seasoned hikers questioning everything they thought they knew about the world. This one comes from the vast, ancient forests of northern Sweden, where the trees stretch endlessly under gray skies, and locals have whispered warnings for generations about trails that don't always let you leave. His name was Eric, a 32-year-old outdoor enthusiast from Stockholm who'd grown up exploring Sweden's national parks. He wasn't reckless, far from it. Eric was the type who planned every trip meticulously. Top-of-the-line gear, offline maps, emergency beacons, and he always told someone his exact route and expected return time. In late September, with the autumn colors at their peak, fiery reds and golds painting the birch trees against the dark pines, Eric decided on a solo multi-day hike through Sarek National Park, one of Europe's last true wilderness areas. No marked trails in parts of it, just raw nature, rugged mountains, glacial rivers, and forests so dense that sunlight barely reaches the ground in places. He parked his car at the remote trailhead near Kikjok, a tiny village in Lapland, and texted his sister, heading into Sarek for 5 to 6 days. Back by next Friday. Signal will drop soon. Love you. Then he shouldered his heavy pack. Tent, sleeping bag, food for a week, bear spray. Though brown bears in Sweden are usually shy, a satellite communicator for emergencies, and his camera to capture the stunning vistas. The first day was perfect. Crisp air, no mosquitoes left from summer, and the trail winding through valleys dotted with reindeer. He camped that night by a crystal-clear stream, the northern lights faintly dancing overhead as he drifted off to the sound of rushing water. Day 2 brought him deeper into the park. The marked paths faded, giving way to animal tracks and his own navigation skills. He crossed a roaring river on a rickety bridge, climbed a ridge for panoramic views, and felt that profound peace only solitude in nature can bring. No other hikers. Sarek is vast and unforgiving. Most people go with guides or in groups. Eric loved that isolation. He journaled in his notebook that evening, feeling alive out here. No distractions, just me and the land. But on day 3, things started to feel off. The weather held cool and dry, but Eric noticed the forest growing quieter. No bird calls, no rustling squirrels, just the crunch of his boots on the mossy ground and his own breathing. He chalked it up to the time of year, animals preparing for winter. He pushed on, aiming for a high plateau where he'd planned to camp with views of the Rapidalan Delta, one of Sweden's most beautiful spots. As afternoon turned to evening, he realized he was off course. His GPS showed him near where he should be, but the landscape didn't match his map. The trees seemed thicker, older, massive pines with trunks wider than he could hug, covered in lichen that hung like ghostly veils. He backtracked, but the path he'd come from looked unfamiliar. Compass must be acting up, he muttered, recalibrating it. He set up camp early that night, in a small clearing, building a fire to ward off the dropping temperatures. As he sat eating his freeze-dried meal, he heard it for the first time. A distant whistle, like someone mimicking a bird, but off-key, unnatural. He shone his headlamp into the darkness. Nothing. Probably the wind through the branches, he told himself. Sleep came fitfully. In the middle of the night, he woke to footsteps circling his tent. Slow, deliberate crunches on the dry leaves. Bears don't circle like that. They charge or avoid. Eric grabbed his bear spray and yelled, "Hey, get out of here!" The footsteps stopped. Silence returned, heavier than before. He lay awake until dawn, heart racing, convincing himself it was a curious fox or moose. Morning brought fog, thick, rolling in from the valleys like a living thing. Visibility down to 20 meters. Eric packed up and tried to orient himself toward the plateau, but the forest seemed to shift. He'd walk in what he thought was a straight line, only to emerge in places he'd sworn he'd already passed. The same twisted birch tree with a distinctive scar, the same boulder covered in reindeer moss. Hours passed like this, looping, disorienting. His GPS battery was fine, but the signal flickered erratically, even though Sarek has spots with coverage. By midday, hunger and frustration set in. He rationed his snacks, drank from a stream after filtering. Then the whispers started. Faint at first, carried on the fog. Swedish words, but distorted like an old recording played backward. His name, Iriak, drawn out, mocking. He froze, spinning around. No one. The fog muffled everything, making sounds come from everywhere and nowhere. He pressed on faster, almost running in places, branches whipping his face. That night, he couldn't find a clearing. Forced to pitch his tent in a dense thicket, the trees pressing close like sentinels. The whistling returned, closer now. Multiple tones harmonizing unnaturally. Then laughter, childlike, but wrong, echoing through the trunks. Eric activated his satellite beacon for the first time, sending a non-emergency check-in to his sister. Slightly off trail, all good. Might be out a day late. But deep down, doubt crept in. Day 4 blurred into a nightmare of repetition. The same loops, the same landmarks appearing again and again. His food dwindled. He foraged for berries, but even those seemed scarce. The whispers grew bolder, forming sentences. Stay with us. Don't leave, in a mix of Swedish and something older, guttural like Sami folklore tongues. Eric had read about the Stalo, mythical giants in Lapland legends who lured travelers, but dismissed them as stories for tourists. Exhaustion led to hallucinations, or so he thought. Shadows moving between trees, tall figures just at the edge of vision, elongated, thin, blending with the trunks. One time he swore he saw eyes glowing faintly in the fog, watching. He fired his bear spray into the air, screaming profanities, but it only echoed back mockingly. On what he guessed was day 5. His watch had died, phone battery conserved for emergencies. The rain started. Not gentle like tonight's ambience, but a cold, relentless downpour that turned the ground to mud and filled streams to bursting. Eric was soaked, hypothermic shivers setting in despite his layers. He stumbled into a ravine he didn't remember, slipping down a slope into icy water up to his waist. Panic surged as he clawed his way out, pack heavier with water. That evening, huddled in his tent as rain hammered the fly, the activity peaked, scratching on the fabric, long nails dragging slowly around. Then voices right outside. Join us. The forest keeps what it takes, Eric sobbed quietly, clutching his knife. He sent an emergency signal on the beacon. Lost in Sarek. Need rescue. Rescue teams mobilized quickly. Sweden's mountain rescue is world-class. Helicopters searched, ground teams scoured known trails. But days passed with no sign. Eric's car sat untouched at the trailhead. His sister flew up, joining the search, sharing his planned route. Meanwhile, inside the forest, Eric's ordeal continued. Time lost meaning. He wandered in endless circles, the forest alive with presences. Figures paced him from afar, not human, not animal. Tall, shadowy, with antler-like branches sprouting from heads in his fevered glimpses. Whispers told stories of old semi-herders who'd vanished, miners from centuries past, hikers never found. The land claiming souls to guard its secrets. He rationed his last energy bar, drank rainwater, hallucinating feasts and warm fires. One morning, though light barely penetrated, he found offerings, berries piled neatly on a rock, fresh but with a strange, metallic taste. He ate them anyway, survival overriding fear. Weeks blurred in his mind, though rescue logs show he was missing for 9 days. On the 10th, a ground team found him staggering out near Ritsum, miles from where he should have been, emaciated, bearded, eyes wild. He collapsed into their arms, muttering about the guardians and the endless woods. Eric survived, physically. Hypothermia, dehydration, malnutrition, treated in hospital. But mentally, he never hiked again. Therapists diagnosed extreme disorientation from exposure, perhaps a rare case of forest madness reported in remote areas. But Eric insists it was more. The forest didn't want him to leave. Something ancient there toys with intruders, looping paths, whispering madness until you surrender. Locals in Lapland nod knowingly when his story circulates. Sarek is beautiful, they say, but respect it. Some places remember the old ways, the spirits of the land. Don't go alone. And if you hear whistling in the fog, turn back before it's too late. As the rain outside softens, carrying you deeper into sleep. Remember, these true scary wilderness stories remind us how small we are against nature's mysteries. Or whatever waits in the dark. If this chilling real paranormal hiking encounter gave you the perfect mix of fear and relaxation, like the video, subscribe for more true scary stories with gentle rain sounds every week. And comment below, what country are you drifting off from tonight? Stay safe out there. The woods are always listening. The endless forest trail. This happened in Canada. It was a crisp autumn day in the vast wilderness of British Columbia, Canada, when Alex decided to go on a solo hiking trip. He'd been planning it for months, a challenging trail through the dense Canadian Rockies, known for its stunning views and remote beauty. Alex was an experienced hiker, always prepared with his gear, map, and emergency beacon. He parked his truck at the trailhead early in the morning, snapped a quick photo for his social media, and set off into the forest, excited for the peace and solitude. The trail started off beautifully. Towering evergreens blocked out most of the sunlight, creating a cool, shadowy path lined with moss-covered rocks and fallen leaves that crunched under his boots. Birds chirped overhead, and occasionally he'd spot a deer darting through the underbrush. Hours passed as he climbed higher, the air growing thinner and colder. By midday, he reached a scenic overlook and stopped for lunch, feeling accomplished. But as the afternoon wore on, something felt off. The trail markers, those bright orange blazes on trees that guide hikers, started becoming sparse. Alex checked his map. He should have been nearing a loop that would bring him back toward the trailhead by evening. Instead, the path seemed to narrow and twist in ways that didn't match his GPS. He shrugged it off at first. Trails can shift with weather or overgrowth, and kept going. By late afternoon, the sun was dipping low, casting long, eerie shadows that danced like fingers across the ground. Alex realized he hadn't seen another soul all day, which wasn't unusual for this remote area, but now it felt isolating. His phone had no signal deep in the mountains as he was. He picked up the pace, but the trail just continued. No familiar landmarks, no signs of turning back. As dusk fell, panic started to creep in. The forest grew darker, the trees closing in like walls. He heard rustling in the bush. Probably animals, he told himself, bears or moose common in these parts. But then came the whispers. Faint at first, like wind through leaves, but they formed words. His name, Alex, carried on the breeze. He froze, heart pounding. No one knew he was out here except a friend back home, and he told no one his exact route. He shone his flashlight ahead, but the beam cut through endless trees. No end in sight. He turned around to backtrack, but the path behind him looked identical. No footprints to follow, as if the forest had erased his trail. Hours turned into a nightmare loop. He'd walk for what felt like miles, only to recognize an oddly shaped rock or twisted branch he'd passed before. The whispers grew louder, mocking him, telling him he'd never leave. Exhaustion set in as night fully descended. Temperatures plummeted in the Canadian wilderness, and Alex huddled under a makeshift shelter of branches, shivering uncontrollably. He rationed his water, praying for morning. But when dawn broke, the forest looked the same. No clearing, no trailhead. Days blurred together. He rationed food, drank from streams, but the loop continued. Whispers turned to laughter, shadows moved on their own. Rescue teams later found his truck, but searches turned up nothing. Weeks passed. Then, miraculously, Alex stumbled out of the woods miles from where he entered, emaciated and delirious. He swore the forest had trapped him in an endless cycle, something supernatural holding him there. Rangers dismissed it as disorientation from dehydration, but Alex never hiked alone again. To this day, that trail in British Columbia remains avoided by locals, whispered about as a place where the woods don't let you go. The Watcher in the Outback. This happened in Australia, deep in the red deserts of the Australian outback, where the land stretches endlessly under a relentless sun. Sarah and her boyfriend Tom embarked on a road trip adventure. They were young, in love, and craving the thrill of exploring remote areas far from civilization. Renting a 4x4 in Alice Springs, they stocked up on supplies and headed into the vast nothingness, planning to camp under the stars for a few nights. The first day was magical. Endless horizons, kangaroos bounding across the dirt tracks, the heat shimmering off the ground. They set up camp that evening near an ancient rock formation, building a fire and sharing stories as the Milky Way exploded overhead in a sky unpolluted by city lights. But on the second night, things changed. As they lay in their tent, Sarah woke to a strange sound, scratching, like nails on fabric, circling the tent. Tom grabbed a flashlight and unzipped the flap, shining it out into the darkness. Nothing. Just the vast emptiness. Probably a dingo, he said, trying to sound calm. They went back to sleep, but Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next morning, they found footprints around the camp, human-like, but bare and too large. Circling the tent multiple times. No animals make prints like that. Uneasy, they packed up and drove further into the outback, hoping to outrun whatever it was. That night, at a new campsite, it happened again. Scratching closer this time. Then, a low growl that wasn't animal, almost human. Tom yelled out, brandishing a knife, but silence answered. In the morning, more prints, and their spare tire slashed. Panic rising, they decided to head back toward civilization. But the roads in the outback are tricky, dirt tracks that fork and fade. Their GPS glitched, signal lost. Hours of driving led them in circles, fuel running low. As night fell again, they were forced to camp once more. This time the Watcher revealed itself. From the darkness beyond the firelight, eyes glowed, too high off the ground for an animal. A tall, shadowy figure stood motionless at the edge of the light, watching. Sarah screamed. Tom threw rocks, but it didn't move, just stared. They barricaded in the vehicle, engines running for light. All night, tapping on the windows, breaths fogging the glass. Whispers in a language neither understood. At dawn, the figure was gone, but so was their sense of safety. They finally found a main road, flagged down help. Locals spoke of ancient spirits in the outback, beings that toy with travelers, leading them astray or worse. Sarah and Tom made it out alive, but they never returned to Australia. Some places, they say, are watched by things that don't want you to leave. The Whispering Shadows of the Black Forest, a true horror story from Germany. Let the gentle rain continue to fall softly outside, its rhythmic patter lulling you deeper into that perfect state between wakefulness and sleep, where the line between reality and nightmare blurs just enough to send a shiver down your spine. Tonight, S story is one of the longest and most deeply unsettling true paranormal encounters ever shared, an allegedly real horror experience that unfolded over weeks in the ancient, mist-shrouded depths of the Black Forest in Germany. This is the kind of story that doesn't just scare you for a moment. It lingers. It makes you question every dark woodland you've ever walked through, every unexplained sound in the night, every shadow that seemed to move on its own. So settle in, let the rain carry you away, and allow this chilling tale from Germany's most haunted wilderness to pull you under. Her name was Lena, a 28-year-old photographer and nature lover from Berlin. She had always been drawn to the mysterious, the atmospheric, the places where light and shadow danced in eternal struggle. The Black Forest, Schwarzwald, had called to her for years. With its rolling hills blanketed in impossibly dense evergreen trees, its deep ravines, hidden waterfalls, and centuries-old folklore of witches, werewolves, and restless spirits, it was the perfect subject for her next photo series. Lena wasn't impulsive. She researched thoroughly. She booked a small, isolated cabin deep in the forest near the town of Bayersbronn for an entire month in late October. when the autumn fog would be thickest and the tourist crowds gone. She told her friends and family her plan, shared her location on a shared map app, packed professional camera gear, warm clothing, enough food to last weeks with resupply trips to nearby villages, and even a personal locator beacon just in case. The drive into the forest was magical. Narrow, winding roads cut through walls of dark pines, the canopies so thick that even in daylight it felt like perpetual twilight. Mist clung to the ground like a living blanket. Lena arrived at the cabin in the late afternoon. A sturdy wooden structure built in the traditional style, with a steep roof, small windows, and a stone fireplace. It sat alone at the end of a dirt track, surrounded on all sides by trees that seemed to lean inward, as if listening. The owner, an elderly local man, had warned her with a serious expression. "The forest is beautiful, Fraulein, but it remembers everything. Respect it." "Don't wander too far after dark?" Lena smiled politely, thanked him, and dismissed it as old superstition. The first few days were pure bliss. Lena hiked nearby trails during the day, capturing breathtaking images. Sunlight piercing through fog like golden spears, mushrooms glowing red and white on moss-covered logs, ancient oaks twisted into impossible shapes. She edited photos in the evenings by firelight, sipping hot tea, listening to the wind howl gently through the branches. The isolation was exactly what she craved. No notifications, no city noise, just the crackle of logs and occasional hoot of an owl. But on the fourth night, something shifted. Lena woke around 3 a.m. to silence, unnatural silence. No wind, no animals, no rain, just nothing. Then, faintly, a whisper. It came from outside the cabin window, soft as breath on glass. Words in German, but too quiet to make out. She sat up, heart pounding, and turned on her headlamp. The beam cut through the darkness to the window. Nothing but fog and trees. She checked the doors, locked, looked out every window, empty forest, and eventually convinced herself it was the house settling or a dream. She went back to sleep, but uneasily. The next day, while on a longer hike deeper into the forest than she'd gone before, Lena noticed the paths becoming less defined. Official trails gave way to animal tracks, then to nothing but thick undergrowth. She relied on her GPS and compass, marking trees with small pieces of biodegradable tape. The forest grew darker here, the trees older and taller, their trunks blackened with age, hence the name Schwarzwald. She found a beautiful clearing with a small stream, and spent hours photographing dew-covered spiderwebs that sparkled like diamonds in rare shafts of light. As evening approached, she turned back, or tried to. The way home didn't look right. Her marked trees were there, but the path twisted in ways it hadn't before. She followed her tape faithfully, yet after an hour of walking, she emerged in a completely different part of the forest, a ravine she'd never seen. Her GPS showed her moving in circles. Battery was fine, signal weak but present. A flicker of unease settled in her stomach, but Lena was experienced. She knew disorientation could happen in dense woods. She camped that night in the ravine. She always carried emergency gear, building a small fire and texting a friend via spotty signal. Got turned around a bit today, all good, staying out overnight for shots at dawn. That night, the whispers returned. Louder, closer, multiple voices now, overlapping, coming from all directions around her tent. Women's voices, children's, old men, all speaking in old-fashioned German. Words like bleib, stay, verirrt, lost, komm zu uns, come to us. Lena recorded on her phone, heart racing, shining her light outside, nothing, just trees and fog. She played the recording back later, and heard only wind. No voices, she barely slept. The following days blurred into a slow descent into dread. Every hike led to the same pattern. She'd venture out for photos, follow her marks, yet end up in unfamiliar places. Landmarks repeated impossibly. The same gnarled root system. The same fallen log covered in the exact pattern of fungi, hours apart. Her GPS track showed loops that defied logic. Food in the cabin began to spoil faster than it should, milk turning sour overnight, even in the cool air. Objects moved. Her camera tripod found in a different room. Her journal opened to pages she hadn't written on, blank, but with faint indentations as if someone had pressed hard with a pen. The whispers escalated. No longer just at night. During the day now, faint but constant, like background conversation just out of earshot. Lena started answering them, shouting into the woods. "Who's there? Show yourself." Only echoes replied, distorted, mocking. One afternoon, deep in the forest, she saw movement. A figure between trees. Tall, thin, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, face obscured by shadow. She raised her camera, zoomed, but when she clicked the shutter, the figure was gone. The photo showed only empty forest. By the end of the first week, Lena tried to leave. She packed her car and drove down the dirt track toward the main road. But after 20 minutes, the track looped back to her cabin. She tried again, different direction, same result. Roads that should lead out curved impossibly back. Her car's odometer showed miles driven, but she was always returned to the same spot. Phone signal vanished completely beyond a certain radius. She activated her locator beacon with a non-emergency message. Having navigation issues, might need assistance in a few days. Nights became unbearable. The whispers were inside the cabin now. Coming from walls, from under the floorboards, from the chimney. They told stories, fragmented tales of people who de-entered the forest centuries ago and never left. A woodcutter betrayed by his wife. A young girl lost during a storm in 1892. Soldiers from wars long forgotten. All pleading, warning, inviting. Lena slept with every light on, fireplace roaring, music playing loudly. But the voices cut through everything. She began seeing them more clearly. Shadows at the edge of vision that solidified when she didn't look directly. Pale faces in the windows at night, pressed against glass, eyes wide and sad. Hands reaching from under the bed when she woke suddenly. One morning, she found footprints in the frost outside. Small, bare feet circling the cabin completely, stopping at each window. Desperation led her to drastic measures. She burned sage she'd brought for atmosphere, recited prayers she half remembered from childhood, even left offerings of bread and milk on the porch like an old folklore. For one night, silence. Blessed silence. But the next, the voices returned angrier. You cannot banish what owns this place. Week 2 dissolved into survival mode. Lena's food ran low. Resupply impossible with the looping roads. She foraged mushrooms and berries, but many she found were types she didn't recognize. Strangely colored, glowing faintly in the dark. She ate them anyway when hunger overrode caution. Hallucinations began. The trees moving when there was no wind, branches forming faces that whispered directly into her ear. She photographed obsessively, hoping evidence would prove she wasn't losing her mind. Reviewing images later revealed horrors, orbs of light where none had been, faint silhouettes standing behind her in self-portraits, faces in the bark of trees that stared back with human eyes. One particularly foggy afternoon, Lena followed what she thought was a new path and stumbled upon ruins. An old stone cottage, collapsed, overgrown. Inside, remnants of life, rusted pots, a child's shoe from another era, and most chillingly, a journal. Leather-bound, pages brittle. Written in old German script, it told a similar story. A family who came to live in the forest in 1923, slowly trapped by looping paths, tormented by voices of the lost, until the entries stopped mid-sentence. That night, the entities showed themselves fully for the first time. Lena woke to every light in the cabin flickering. Shadows detached from walls, forming human shapes, translucent, sorrowful. A woman in a long dress, hair covering her face, a child holding a broken doll, an old man with a woodsman's axe embedded in his back. They didn't attack, they begged, help us leave. Join us. Free us. Their cold touch brushed her skin as she screamed and swung a flashlight through them. They dissipated like smoke, but the temperature plummeted to freezing inside the cabin. Lena's mental state fractured. She wrote frantic notes to herself. This is real, not imagination. The forest keeps souls. It wants mine. She attempted to burn the cabin down to escape, but the fire wouldn't catch beyond the hearth. She tried cutting a straight line through the trees with a hatchet. After hours of chopping, she emerged back at the cabin. By week 3, rescue efforts were underway. Friends hadn't heard from her in too long. Police and forest rangers searched, found her car, the cabin, empty. Doors unlocked, fire cold, food half-eaten. Her camera memory cards full of increasingly disturbing images. Photos of figures that hadn't been there when she took them. Shots of herself sleeping with shadowy hands reaching toward her throat. Search parties scoured the area, calling her name, using drones, dogs, nothing. The Black Forest swallowed her whole. But on the 28th day, almost exactly a month after arrival, Lena stumbled out. Not near her cabin, but on a main road near Freiburg. Over 100 kilometers away, barefoot, clothed in rags, emaciated, hair wild, eyes hollow. She collapsed in front of a passing motorist who called emergency services. In hospital, Lena slowly recovered physically. Doctors diagnosed extreme exposure, malnutrition, possible psychosis from isolation. But her story never changed. She described the looping forest, the whispering dead, the ruins, the offerings. Most chilling, the final night before escape. The entities gathered in force, dozens, and spoke as one. You listen, you saw us. Take our story out. Or we keep you forever. In that moment, a path appeared, straight, clear, leading out. She ran until her lungs burned, until she reached the road. Lena never returned to photography. She lives quietly now, far from any forest. Locals in the Black Forest still speak of her case with hushed tones. Rangers avoid certain areas. Old-timers say the Schwarzwald has always claimed those who linger too long, feeding on their presence, trapping souls to ease the loneliness of the ancient dead. And sometimes on foggy autumn nights, hikers report hearing whispers in Old German, calling a new name. As the rain outside fades to a whisper itself, carrying you fully into sleep now. Let this true scary story from Germany's Black Forest remind you. Some places are more than they seem. Some forests remember every soul that ever entered, and not all leave. Sweet dreams, pleasant nightmares. And whatever you do, if you ever visit the Schwarzwald, don't follow the voices. If this incredibly long, chilling, real paranormal encounter helped you drift off perfectly, like the video, subscribe for more extended true scary stories with gentle rain sounds every week. Comment your country below. Where are you falling asleep to this tonight? Stay safe, the shadows might be listening. The haunted apartment in Tokyo. This happened in Japan. In the bustling heart of Tokyo, Japan, where neon lights clash with ancient traditions. Mia moved into a cheap apartment in an old building. She was an expat teacher, excited for her new life in the city that never sleeps. The rent was suspiciously low for such a central location, but she brushed it off. Probably just an old place needing updates. From the first night, strange things happened. Cold spots in rooms, even in summer heat. Doors creaking open on their own. Mia laughed it off as settling into a new culture. But then came the sounds, soft crying from the walls, like a woman in distress. At night, she'd wake to the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of her futon, the mattress dipping under invisible weight. She'd turn on the light, nothing there. One evening, researching local history, Mia learned her building had a dark past. Decades ago, a young woman had taken her life in that very apartment, heartbroken and alone. Locals avoided the place, calling it cursed. The activity escalated. Objects moved, her keys flung across the room. In the mirror, fleeting glimpses of a pale face with long black hair covering it, sad eyes peering through strands. The worst night. Mia woke paralyzed, a heavy pressure on her chest. The woman from the mirror stood at the foot of her bed, dripping wet as if from a bath, reaching out. Mia couldn't scream, couldn't move. Only when she whispered apologies for intruding, for not knowing, did it stop. She fled the apartment the next day, breaking her lease. In Japan, such haunted places are common, tied to restless spirits seeking peace. Mia returned home, but the sadness of that entity follows her in dreams. The shadow in the Scottish Highlands. This happened in the United Kingdom. In the misty moors of the Scottish Highlands, UK, a group of friends, 4 university students, rented a remote cottage for a weekend getaway. Seeking escape from city life in Edinburgh, they drove deep into the rugged landscape where ancient castles ruin and legends of ghosts abound. The cottage was charming but isolated, surrounded by fog-shrouded hills and sheep-dotted fields. They arrived at dusk, unpacking and starting a fire in the hearth. That first night, as they shared drinks and ghost stories, one friend joked about Highland spirits. But then, a knock at the door. 3 sharp raps. No one there when they checked. Wind, they said. Activity built over the weekend. Footsteps upstairs when all were downstairs. Whispers in Gaelic, an ancient language none understood. Cold breaths on necks. On the final night, storm raging outside, the power went out. In the candlelight, shadows stretched unnaturally. One friend saw it first, a tall dark figure in the corner, featureless, absorbing light. It moved toward them, the air growing icy. Objects flew, books, lamps. Screams echoed as they barricaded in a room. The shadow pounded on the door, whispering promises of eternal cold. Dawn broke. It vanished. They fled, learning later the cottage sat on old burial grounds, disturbed by construction. Highland ghosts don't forgive intrusions. The endless staircase in the Alps, a true horror story from Switzerland. Let the gentle rain keep falling softly, steadily, wrapping you in its calming embrace as you sink deeper into the comfort of your bed. The black screen hiding the world outside, leaving only my voice and this allegedly true paranormal story to guide you towards sleep. Tonight, we're heading high into the Swiss Alps, a place of breathtaking beauty, crystal-clear lakes, and snow-capped peaks that touch the sky. But beneath that postcard perfection lies something ancient, something that doesn't like to be disturbed. This is one of the longest, most detailed, true scary stories ever shared. A real-life encounter that lasted weeks, involved multiple people, and left permanent scars on everyone who lived through it. If you love extended true horror stories with slow-building dread, unexplained disappearances, paranormal staircases in the mountains, and entities that shouldn't exist, this is the one that will stay with you long after the rain stops. His name was Julian, a 35-year-old mountain guide and search and rescue volunteer from Interlaken, Switzerland. He knew the Alps better than most. Born and raised in the shadow of the Jungfrau, Eiger, and Monunch, he'd climbed nearly every major route, guided tourists through glaciers, and helped recover bodies from avalanches more times than he cared to remember. Julian wasn't afraid of the mountains. He respected them, understood their moods, and always prepared for the worst. In early November, just as the first heavy snows were dusting the higher elevations, Julian received a strange request from an old university friend named Clara. Clara was a historian specializing in medieval alpine folklore. She'd been researching a legend that had obsessed scholars for decades: the Endless Staircase. A mythical stone stairway said to appear in remote valleys during certain atmospheric conditions, leading upward into the mist, but never coming down anywhere. Old shepherd tales from the 1600s described it as a path used by lost souls, or sometimes by something that lured climbers higher and higher until they vanished. Most experts dismissed it as superstition, a way to explain disappearances in treacherous terrain. But Clara had found something new. A 19th-century journal from a priest in Lauterbrunnen who claimed to have seen it himself in 1873, complete with rough sketches and coordinates. She wanted Julian to guide her and two colleagues, Marcus, a geologist, and Sophie, a photographer, to the exact location described in the journal. It was off any official trail, high in a rarely visited side valley between Wingen and Mürren, accessible only by a strenuous multi-day hike involving steep scree fields and exposed ridges. The plan was simple: 4 days in, investigate the site, document anything unusual, 4 days out. They'd carry full winter gear even though snow was light at lower elevations: satellite phones, emergency beacons, ropes, ice axes, everything professionals would take. They set out on a crisp morning, the air sharp with the promise of winter. The first 2 days were textbook alpine hiking, winding through large forests turning golden, crossing roaring streams on log bridges, climbing higher until the trees thinned and gave way to open meadows dotted with ibex. They camped in established bivouac spots, shared wine around a small fire, laughed about old university stories. Julian felt good. The team was fit, prepared, and in high spirits. On day 3, they left the marked trails entirely. Julian led them up a narrow gorge the journal called Teufelsschlucht, Devil's Gorge. The walls closed in, the sky reduced to a sliver overhead. The path became a scramble over boulders, slick with spray from waterfalls. By late afternoon, they reached the coordinates: a wide, bowl-shaped cirque surrounded by sheer cliffs with a small tarn, mountain lake reflecting the gray sky. No staircase, just rock scree and patches of early snow. They set up camp near the lake. Sophie took hundreds of photos, Marcus chipped at rock samples, Clara pored over her journal translations. As dusk fell, a thick fog rolled in from the west, sudden and complete, swallowing the cliffs until visibility dropped to a few meters. They retreated to their tents early, the temperature plummeting fast. That night, Julian woke to a sound he couldn't place. Not wind, not rockfall. A rhythmic, deliberate tapping, like stone on stone. He unzipped his tent and shone his headlamp into the fog. Nothing. The sound stopped the moment the light cut through the mist. He checked on the others. Everyone was asleep. He told himself it was ice cracking in the lake and went back to bed. Morning brought no relief. The fog hadn't lifted. In fact, it seemed thicker, heavier, muffling all sound. They packed up to explore the cirque more thoroughly. Julian took compass bearings, marking their camp with bright flags. They fanned out in pairs, calling to each other every few minutes. It was Sophie who found it first. She radioed the group, voice trembling with excitement. "You need to see this. Now." They converged on her position near the northern wall of the cirque. There, half buried in scree and partially hidden by an overhang of rock, was a staircase. Not natural. Perfectly carved stone steps, wide enough for 2 people abreast, spiraling upward into the cliff face. The stone was dark granite, weathered but clearly man-made, or something made. The edges were too precise, the risers too uniform. And strangest of all, no moss, no lichen, no snow accumulation despite the cold. As if it had appeared overnight. Clara was ecstatic. This matched the priest's sketch exactly. Marcus ran his hands over the stone, muttering about impossible geology. Granite like this didn't occur naturally in that formation. Julian felt the first twinge of unease. Something about the staircase felt wrong. It drew the eye upward into the fog, promising something just beyond sight. They debated. Clara wanted to climb it. Marcus was curious from a scientific standpoint. Sophie wanted photos from every angle. Julian, the professional, said no. The fog was too thick. They had no idea where it led, and the stone looked slick with condensation. They agreed to document it thoroughly and return the next day with better visibility. That night, the tapping returned. Louder. Closer. Rhythmic. Like footsteps descending stairs that weren't there. Everyone heard it this time. They gathered in one tent, headlamps on, listening as the sound circled the camp slowly. Then stopped directly outside Julian's tent. No footprints in the morning. Just smooth snow. Day 5. The fog still hadn't lifted. If anything, it pressed closer, cold and damp against the skin. Against Julian's better judgment, they voted to ascend the staircase. Just a short distance, roped together, with strict turn-back rules. They left camp intact with a note and GPS marker in case something happened. The steps were perfect for climbing, not too steep, wide enough to place both feet. They spiraled upward in a gentle curve, disappearing into fog after 20 meters. The stone remained unnaturally clean. No debris, no ice, just endless upward steps. They climbed for hours. At first, it felt good, steady progress upward, the exercise warming them against the chill. But after what should have been hundreds of meters of elevation gain, the cliffs around them never changed. The same rock face, the same overhangs, the same fog. Their altimeters showed steady climb. But the landscape didn't match. Julian called a halt. They should have emerged above the cirque by now, with views down into the Lauterbrunnen Valley. Instead, the staircase just continued, curving gently left into infinite mist. They turned back, or tried to. The steps downward looked identical to the ones upward. No distinguishing marks, no flags they'd tied, nothing. They descended carefully for an hour, and emerged back at the same spot where the staircase began. Camp visible below untouched. Their upward tracks were gone, as if erased. Panic began to set in. They tried again, faster this time, almost running down. Same result. The staircase looped. No matter how far they descended, they returned to the beginning. They retreated to camp, shaken. Satellite phone had no signal. Impossible at that elevation. Emergency beacon sent a weak all okay ping, but nothing more. That night, the tapping became footsteps. Multiple sets. Pacing above them on stairs that shouldn't exist. Voices joined them. Faint at first, then clearer. Swiss-German from centuries past. Names called that none of them recognized. Pleas for help. Warnings to leave. Sophie couldn't sleep. She kept photographing the staircase from camp. Long exposures capturing things. Orbs of light ascending in perfect lines. Shadowy figures standing on steps that were empty to the naked eye. Day 6. Food running low. They attempted the staircase again, this time leaving a trail of bright survey tape every 10 steps. They climbed for hours, tape unspooling behind them. The fog never thinned. The steps never ended. When exhaustion forced them to turn back, the tape led them in endless circles. Knots they hadn't tied, loops that brought them past the same section multiple times. When they finally stumbled back to the start, every piece of tape was gone. Not cut, not fallen. Simply vanished. That night, Clara broke. She confessed she'd been hearing her deceased mother's voice calling from the stairs since day 4. Marcus admitted seeing figures that looked like missing climbers he'd helped search for years ago. Julian, ever the rational one, began to crack when he recognized one of the voices. His father, who died in an avalanche when Julian was 12, calling his childhood nickname. They made a desperate plan. Burn everything non-essential for warmth, attempt one final push upward at dawn, hoping to break through whatever illusion or phenomenon was trapping them. Dawn never came. The fog simply stayed. No sunlight penetrated. Their watches showed morning, but the light remained perpetual gray twilight. Time began to feel elastic. Meals blurred together. Sleep came in fits, haunted by footsteps overhead. On what they guessed was day 8, Sophie disappeared. She'd stepped out to photograph the staircase at dawn. They found her camera on the bottom step, still recording video. The footage showed her walking up 10 steps, turning to wave, then continuing upward alone. Her rope partners swore she'd been tied in. The video continued for hours, empty stairs spiraling in the fog. No sign of Sophie. Her rope lay neatly coiled at the base, ends cleanly cut by something impossibly sharp. The remaining 3 lost all rationality. Marcus tried to chisel the staircase apart with his ice axe. Sparks flew, but the stone remained unmarked. Clara began ascending alone, answering calls only she could hear. Julian had to physically restrain her, dragging her back to camp. The voices grew constant. Dozens now. Hundreds. An entire chorus of the missing, calling from above, telling stories of how they'd climbed and never stopped. Some voices were recent. Hikers reported missing in the last decade. Others ancient, speaking dialects long dead. Julian made a final desperate attempt. He climbed alone, higher than ever before, screaming challenges into the fog. After what felt like days of continuous ascent, legs burning, lungs heaving, he noticed something new. The steps were changing, becoming narrower, rougher, older. Moss appeared, then ice. Snow accumulated. The air grew thinner, colder. He emerged. Suddenly, violently, into blinding sunlight above the fog layer. He stood on a high col he didn't recognize with panoramic views of unfamiliar peaks. His GPS finally acquired signal, showing him over 30 kilometers from their entry point, in a completely different valley system, impossible in the time he'd climbed. He activated emergency rescue. Helicopters found him hypothermic and delirious, but alive. Search teams scoured the original cirque for weeks. They found the camp, abandoned, food stores untouched, tents collapsed by snow. Sophie's camera. Clara's journal opened to a final entry. They're waiting for us. It's beautiful up there. I'm going home, but no staircase. The stone steps had vanished as completely as they'd appeared. Rock faces showed no sign of carving. Geological surveys found nothing anomalous. Julian recovered physically in hospital. He never guided again. Lives quietly now in Zurich, far from mountains. But every November, he receives anonymous postcards. Always the same image. A stone staircase spiraling into alpine fog. No message. No postmark. Just the photo. Swiss authorities quietly closed the case. Lost in whiteout conditions. But search and rescue teams in the Bernese Oberland still whisper about it. They avoid certain valleys in heavy fog. And sometimes on still November nights, climbers high on ridges report hearing rhythmic footsteps, ascending stairs that aren't there, calling new names. As the rain outside finally softens to the gentlest drizzle, carrying you completely into the deepest sleep now, remember this true scary story from the Swiss Alps. Some paths aren't meant to be found. Some staircases only go one way. Sweet dreams, or whatever waits at the top. If this extended true horror story with gentle rain sounds helped you fall asleep perfectly, like the video, subscribe for more long-form true scary stories every week. And tell me in the comments, what country are you drifting off from tonight? Stay safe out there. And whatever you do, if you ever see stone steps appearing in the mountains, turn back before you take the first one. The Silent Village Beneath the Fjords, a true horror story from Norway. Let the gentle rain keep whispering against your window. Its endless rhythm pulling you further into that perfect, heavy-limbed relaxation where the real world starts to fade. And stories like this one can slip quietly into your mind. Tonight, this allegedly true paranormal encounter comes from the remote western fjords of Norway, a land of sheer cliffs plunging into ink-black water, Tiny villages clinging to impossible slopes, and long dark winters where the sun barely rises for months. This is one of the longest, most immersive, true scary stories ever shared. A slow, suffocating descent into isolation and dread that spanned an entire winter, involved an entire community, and left questions no one has ever been able to answer. If you love extended real horror stories with missing people, abandoned villages, strange lights in the fog, ancient Norse folklore coming alive, and a silence so complete it drives people mad, let this one carry you all the way into sleep. Her name was Ingrid, a 31-year-old marine biologist from Oslo who specialized in deep water ecosystems. In late October, she accepted a 6-month research contract with a small university outpost studying bioluminescence in the cold fjord waters near a remote village called Vijafjorden. The village was tiny, barely 40 permanent residents, nestled at the end of a narrow fjord branch reachable only by a once-daily ferry or a daily ferry, or a mestally permanent residence, nestled at the end of a narrow fjord branch reachable only by a once-daily ferry or a treacherous mountain pass that closed with the first heavy snow. The research station was an old converted fishing warehouse on the water's edge, shared with 2 other scientists. Lars, a quiet oceanographer in his 50s, and Ira, a young Sami PhD student researching traditional knowledge of the sea. Ingrid arrived on a gray afternoon as the ferry cut through water, so still it looked like black glass. The village greeted her with polite nods and little else. Wooden houses painted traditional red and white clustered along the shoreline, fishing boats bobbing gently, mountains rising straight up on every side like walls. No road out once winter hit. The locals spoke a thick dialect, kept to themselves, and seemed to watch newcomers with cautious eyes. The village elder, an old fisherman named Tor, warned her on her first day. The fjord gives and takes. Respect the silence, and it will let you stay. The first few weeks were productive. Ingrid spent days on the research boat collecting samples from depths where sunlight never reached, documenting glowing plankton and deep-sea creatures that looked like they belonged in another world. Nights were spent in the lab analyzing data, the 3 scientists sharing meals and stories under the warm glow of lamps while wind howled outside. The aurora borealis danced most evenings, green and purple curtains across the sky, and the isolation felt peaceful, almost magical. But in mid-November, the silence began. It started subtly. One morning, the usual sounds of the village were absent. No gulls crying overhead. No distant rumble of boat engines. No voices carrying across the water. Ingrid stepped outside the station and felt it immediately. A muffling, oppressive quiet that pressed against her eardrums. She walked to the small harbor. Empty. Not a single boat moving. Houses dark, though it was well past dawn. She knocked on Tor's door, no answer. Checked the tiny shop. Locked. Lights off. The entire village seemed to be holding its breath. Lars and Ira noticed it too. They radioed the mainland university, signal weak but working, and were told a cold front had moved in. Perhaps everyone was staying indoors. But something felt wrong. That night, no lights appeared in any village windows. No smoke from chimneys. The aurora danced, but the village remained black. The next day, they walked the entire settlement together, 40 houses. Every door unlocked, a Norwegian custom in remote areas, but every home empty. Beds made, meals half-eaten on tables, food now cold and congealing. Coats hanging by doors as if owners had just stepped out. Boats tied neatly at docks, nets mended and ready. One house had a radio still playing faintly, an old folk song, but no one inside. Personal items everywhere. Reading glasses on open books, coffee cups with lipstick marks, children's toys scattered mid-play. But no people. No bodies. No signs of struggle or haste. Just absence. They searched the surrounding hills, calling names until their voices grew hoarse. Nothing. The ferry didn't come, schedule said it should have, but the dock remained empty. The mountain pass was already snow-blocked. Their satellite phone got occasional signal, enough to report the situation. Authorities promised a helicopter when weather cleared, days away at best. That night, the silence deepened. Not just absence of sound, an active, hungry quiet that seemed to swallow noise. Their own voices sounded muffled, footsteps deadened on snow. Ira, whose Sami family came from further north, grew visibly frightened. She spoke of old stories, the Underland, a parallel realm beneath the fjords where the hidden folk, Huldra, Draugr, ancient dead, sometimes pulled entire communities when offended. They take the living to keep the silence, she whispered. Ingrid and Lars tried to remain rational. Mass evacuation? Illness? Some gas leak causing hallucinations? But no evidence supported any theory. On the third night, the lights appeared. From the research station window, Ingrid saw them first. Faint blue-green glows moving slowly underwater in the fjord. Not bioluminescence, too organized, too purposeful. Lines of light rising from the depths, forming patterns like processions. They surfaced briefly, pale humanoid shapes that seemed to walk on the water before sinking again. Ira refused to look, covering her ears and praying in Sami. The next morning, footprints appeared in the fresh snow leading from every house to the water's edge, and stopping abruptly at the shoreline. Bare feet. All sizes, men, women, children, perfectly preserved as if made moments before. But they hadn't been there the day before. Days blurred into a frozen nightmare. The three scientists barricaded in the station, taking shifts watching the village. Food supplies were good for months, generator fuel sufficient. But the silence was eroding them. Conversations grew strained. Sleep brought dreams of deep water and pale hands pulling downward. One weekend, Lars began hearing voices. Not in his head, he insisted, but carried on the wind. Old Norwegian, calling his childhood name. He found his own footprints leading to the water one morning, though he swore he hadn't left the building. Ira started leaving offerings outside. Milk, bread, tobacco, like her grandmother taught for appeasing land spirits. The offerings vanished by morning, plates clean. Ingrid documented everything obsessively. Photos, audio recordings, journal entries. She noticed patterns. The underwater lights appeared only on nights with aurora activity. The footprints always faced the water, never returning. And strangest, the village clocks had all stopped at different times, but when compared, formed a sequence. Times of deaths recorded in old church records from the 1800s, when the village suffered a mysterious epidemic. 2 weeks isolated. The helicopter still couldn't fly. Worst winter storms in decades. Satellite images showed the village blanketed in snow. No movement. Authorities began to worry about the research team too. Then Ira disappeared. They found her coat neatly folded on the dock, boots beside it. Footprints, her size, leading to the water and stopping. Her final journal entry, written in shaking handwriting. They're calling me home. The silence is beautiful. I have to join them. Lars and Ingrid were alone now. Lars deteriorated rapidly. He began speaking to empty rooms, responding to questions no one asked. One night, Ingrid woke to find him gone. Searched frantically, found him standing at the water's edge in sub-zero temperatures, barefoot, staring into the black depths. She dragged him back, but he fought her, babbling about going where it's quiet forever. Ingrid barricaded herself in the lab, weapons nearby, though against what? She didn't know. She sent desperate satellite messages. Something took the entire village. It's coming for us. Send help now. The lights grew bolder. Now visible even during twilight hours. Pale figures walking the village streets at the edge of vision. When looked at directly, gone. But in peripheral view, clear as day. Children playing silently in snow. Women hanging laundry that moved without wind. Men mending nets that weren't there. Ingrid began seeing her own reflection behaving strangely. In windows, mirrors, the reflection would linger after she turned away. Smile when she didn't. Wave goodbye. On the 28th day of silence, Christmas Eve, the aurora exploded overhead in the most intense display ever recorded in the region. The underwater lights rose in a massive procession. Hundreds of glowing figures ascending, walking across the surface toward the village. Ingrid watched from the station window, frozen in terror and awe. They moved with purpose, entering houses, emerging with nothing, just walking through. Then they turned toward the research station. She ran. Locked every door, turned off all lights, hid in the deepest storage room among sample tanks. The silence became absolute, her own heartbeat thunderous in her ears. Hours passed, or days. Time lost meaning. When rescue finally arrived, a military helicopter breaking through clearing skies on January 2nd, they found the station empty. Doors unlocked. Generators still running. Food on the table, freshly prepared but untouched. Ingrid's camera memory cards full of footage. The procession of lights, pale figures walking, close-ups of faces that looked almost familiar. Her final video entry, Timestamp 3:14 a.m., Christmas morning. Ingrid whispering to the camera, eyes wide and calm. They're not taking us against our will. They're offering peace, true silence. No more pain, no more noise. The village chose it. Ira chose it. Lars chose it. I understand now. The fjord keeps its own. It always has. The footage ends with her walking toward the door, coat in hand, smiling peacefully. No body was ever found. No footprints leading away. Norwegian authorities classified it as mass disappearance due to extreme weather and possible carbon monoxide poisoning causing collective delusion. The village remains abandoned to this day, a restricted zone. The research station was dismantled. But ferry captains who pass the fjord in winter report strange things. Lights beneath the water on aurora nights. Figures standing silently on the shore, watching boats go by. And sometimes in the deepest silence between waves, voices carried on the wind, singing old Norwegian lullabies in perfect harmony. Locals from nearby villages won't speak of Vijafjorden. They just say the fjord was always hungry for quiet. And sometimes it takes what it needs to stay that way. As the rain outside finally eases into the softest whisper, let this true scary story from Norway's silent fjords carry you all the way into the deepest, most peaceful sleep you've ever known. Sweet dreams, pleasant silence. And whatever you do, if you ever visit a remote fjord village in winter and notice the world growing too quiet, listen carefully to what the water is saying. If this long, haunting real horror story with gentle rain sounds helped you drift off perfectly, like the video, subscribe for more extended true scary stories every week. And comment below, what country are you falling asleep to tonight? Stay warm, stay safe, and remember, some silences are meant to be kept. The Vanishing Lighthouse of Cape Reinga, a true horror story from New Zealand ****. Let the gentle rain continue its endless, soothing fall against your window, wrapping you in a cocoon of calm as the world outside grows quieter and quieter, pulling you deeper into that perfect state where sleep feels inevitable. Tonight's allegedly true paranormal story takes us to the very edge of New Zealand, to the wild, windswept northern tip of the North Island, where the Tasman Sea and the Pacific Ocean collide in perpetual turmoil, and the ancient Mbori believe the spirits of the dead depart the world along a sacred path. This is one of the longest, most deeply immersive true scary stories ever shared. A haunting that unfolded over months, involved multiple witnesses, search parties, official investigations, and an ancient lighthouse that refuses to stay empty. Let this one carry you all the way into the deepest sleep. His name was Tama, a 38-year-old lighthouse keeper of Mbori and Pike, European descent. Assigned to the Cape Reinga lighthouse in early autumn. The lighthouse had been automated since the 1980s, but due to increasing reports of malfunctioning equipment, strange radio interference, and concerns from local Iwai tribes about cultural disrespect, the Maritime Authority decided to post a live-in keeper for the first time in decades. Tama was chosen because of his experience with remote coastal stations, his maritime qualifications, and importantly, his Wakapapa genealogy, connecting him to the local Ingiai Kuri Iwai. The elders hoped a keeper with ties to the land would bring balance. Cape Reinga, or Te Raringa Wairua, the leaping-off place of spirits, is one of the most spiritually significant sites in New Zealand. A lone lighthouse stands on a narrow peninsula, surrounded on three sides by raging seas, with sheer cliffs dropping hundreds of meters to crashing waves. An ancient Poatukawa tree, said to be over 800 years old, clings to the rocks below, its roots the final path for spirits descending to the underworld. Mbori tradition holds that no one should eat or stay overnight at the cape, for fear of disturbing the departing souls. Tama knew the stories. He'd grown up hearing them from his kuya, grandmother. But he was practical, modern, and proud to take the posting. The lighthouse itself was a sturdy concrete tower, freshly painted white with a red lantern room, attached to a small keeper's cottage with solar power, satellite internet, and a powerful radio. He arrived by helicopter, the only reliable access in rough weather, with supplies for 3 months and a schedule of weekly check-ins. The first few weeks were peaceful. Tama maintained the light, logged weather data, repaired minor electronics, and spent evenings watching the sunset where the two oceans met in a visible line of churning water. He felt the mana, spiritual power of the place, a deep, ancient energy, but nothing threatening. At night, the beams swept across the sea in perfect rhythm, guiding ships far offshore. He even began recording short videos for his family back in Auckland. Day 12 at the edge of the world. All good. The spirits are quiet tonight. But in late April, as winter approached and storms grew more frequent, the anomalies began. It started with the light itself. One night, during a fierce gale, Tama woke to find the beam off. Impossible. The system had triple redundancy. He rushed to the tower, rain lashing sideways, and found everything functioning normally, yet the light was dark. He manually restarted the rotation, and it came back on. The log showed no failure. He chalked it up to a glitch. The next anomaly was sound, or rather the lack of it. During lulls between storms, the cape fell into unnatural silence. No waves crashing, though he could see them raging. No wind, though it tore at his jacket. Just a bubble of quiet around the lighthouse, as if the world had been muted. In those moments, he heard singing. Faint, ethereal waiata, merry songs, carried from the direction of the Pohutukawa tree far below. He reported none of this in his official logs. But in his personal journal, heard Karanga tonight, clear as day. No one here but me. By May, visitors, rare hikers on the Cape Ranga walkway, began reporting strange experiences. A group of tourists told Tama they seen a woman in traditional Mbori cloak standing on the cliff edge, staring out to sea. When they approached, she vanished. Another group claimed their compass spun wildly near the lighthouse. Tama smiled politely, blamed magnetic anomalies near the Cape's iron-rich rocks. Then the disappearances started. First was a solo German backpacker, Anna, in her 20s. She'd signed a visitor log at the nearby car park, intending to walk to the lighthouse and back. Rangers found her pack abandoned on the path. Water bottle half full, phone still charged, but no signal. Extensive searches, helicopters, dogs, ground teams found nothing. No footprints leading off trail. No sign of fall from cliffs. Just gone. Tama assisted in the search. That night, he heard the singing again, louder, with Anna's name woven into the melody. 2 weeks later, a local fisherman, Hemi, vanished at sea. His boat was found drifting undamaged 10 miles offshore. Engine running, nets deployed, but empty. No distress call. Hemi was an experienced mariner who knew those waters intimately. Again, Tama helped search. Again, the singing that night included a new voice. The Maritime Authority increased Tama's check-ins to daily. Psych evaluators called via satellite to assess his mental state. He assured them he was fine. But he wasn't. Objects began moving inside the cottage. His coffee mug placed on the opposite side of the table. Books rearranged. One morning he found every photo of his family turned face down. The radio picked up voices, not static but clear Mbori speech from long ago, warning about upsetting the Wairua. He started seeing them. At first, only in peripheral vision, figures standing at the cliff edge, facing the sea. Always facing away. Cloaked in traditional feather cloaks or modern rain gear. When he turned to look directly, gone. But footprints remained in the soft grass, leading to the edge. Then stopping. One stormy night in June, the light failed again. This time, when Tama climbed the tower, he found wet footprints ascending the spiral stairs ahead of him. Bare feet. Fresh. He followed them to the lantern room. Empty. But the glass was fogged with breath marks. Handprints. Faces pressed against it from outside, though the platform was 40 meters above ground. He began sleeping with the radio on, playing music to drown out the singing. But the voices came through the speakers anyway. In July, a full search and rescue team stayed overnight at the Cape for the first time in years, against all cultural advice, to investigate the disappearances. 6 experienced personnel. Police, rangers, a cultural advisor from Ngai Kuri. They set up in the visitor center, planning an early start. At 3:17 a.m., all 6 woke simultaneously to silence. Complete, deafening silence. Then the singing, surrounding the building. They rushed outside with torches, and saw them. Dozens of figures lining the path to the lighthouse. Standing motionless, facing the sea. Some in ancient attire, some in modern hiking gear, including Anna's distinctive red jacket and Hemi's yellow oilskins. The team called out. No response. When they approached, the figures stepped backward, off the cliff. and vanished into mist. The cultural advisor demanded immediate evacuation. The team left at dawn, refusing to stay another hour. After that, no one would relieve Tama. The authority ordered him out by helicopter the next clear day. But the weather closed in, worst winter in decades. Weeks of gales, zero visibility. Tama was alone again. The presence grew bolder, figures now inside the cottage. Standing at the foot of his bed when he woke suddenly. Sitting at his table. Always facing away, never speaking directly. But the singing never stopped. He began talking to them. Apologizing for the intrusion, explaining he was only there to keep the light. Asking what they wanted. One night, the answer came. The radio crackled to life on an emergency frequency. A woman's voice, clear, calm, into Ryombori. And English. The light must stay on. The path must remain open. We need the way home. Tama asked who she was. All of us, the voice replied. The ones who leapt. The ones who fell. The ones taken by sea. The ones lost. We wait for the leap. But the light confuses us now. It shines too bright. We cannot find the route. Tama understood. The modern LED beacon was far more powerful than the old oil lamp. Its beam reached further, disorienting the departing spirits. He tried dimming it. The equipment wouldn't allow. He tried turning it off entirely one night. The response was immediate. Every figure appeared at once. Hundreds, filling the cottage, the tower, the cliffs. Pressing close, cold, silent except for the endless singing, hands reaching. Faces finally turning toward him, eyes empty, mouths open in eternal lament. He restored the light. The figures retreated. But now they watched constantly. August brought the worst storm ever recorded at the Cape. Winds over 200 kilometers per hour. Seas breaking over the lighthouse itself. The beams swept through horizontal rain. Tama's final radio transmission, recorded by coastal stations. They're here. All of them, they want me to join. To guide. I understand now. The keeper isn't for ships. Never was. It's for them. I'm staying, then static. The storm cleared 3 days later. Helicopter arrived. The lighthouse was pristine. Light functioning perfectly. Cottage tidy. Tama's journal on the table. Final entry. I see the path now. The route is clear. I will keep the light right for them. Tell my Wano I love them. I'm going home. No body. No footprints leading away. Just one new set of bare footprints from the cottage door to the cliff edge. Then nothing. The Maritime Authority permanently decommissioned the Cape Ringa lighthouse beam that year. It stands dark now, a monument only. But ships at night still report seeing it. A faint, old-fashioned light sweeping the sea, softer, warmer, guiding not vessels, but something else. And on certain nights, when the two oceans meet in perfect calm, walkers on the Cape path hear singing. Beautiful, mournful, calling new names, including sometimes Tama's, guiding the next keeper home. As the rain outside finally fades to the softest patter, let this true scary story from New Zealand's sacred Cape carry you gently into the deepest, most peaceful sleep. Sweet dreams, safe journeys. And whatever you do, if you ever visit Te Warenga Wairoa and feel the silence deepen, listen for the singing. It might be calling you. If this incredibly long, haunting, real horror story with gentle rain sounds helped you fall asleep perfectly, like the video, subscribe for more extended true scary stories every week. And comment below, what country are you drifting off from tonight? Stay warm, stay safe, and remember, some lights aren't meant for the living. The Mirror House of the Pampas, a true horror story from Argentina. Let the gentle rain keep falling softly, steadily, its calming rhythm blending with the darkness of the black screen as you sink deeper and deeper into complete relaxation. Letting go of everything except my voice, and this allegedly true paranormal story that will guide you all the way into sleep. Tonight we travel to the vast, endless grasslands of Argentina's Pampas, a sea of golden grass stretching to every horizon, dotted with solitary estancias, where gauchos still ride under immense skies and the wind carries whispers from a time before cities. This is one of the longest, most chilling true scary stories ever shared. A haunting that lasted years, claimed multiple lives, involved police investigations, church interventions, and a solitary house made almost entirely of mirrors that was eventually burned to the ground. If you love extended real horror stories with cursed houses, doppelgangers, vanishing families, gaucho folklore, and a presence that watches through reflections, Let this one pull you gently into the deepest, most inescapable sleep. Her name was Valeria, a 34-year-old architect from Buenos Aires who had grown tired of the city's noise and chaos. In early spring, she inherited a distant cousin, S. remote estancia deep in the province of La Pampa, hundreds of hectares of prime grazing land, and at its center a large, unusual house built in the 1920s by an eccentric European immigrant named Esteban Duval. The property had been abandoned for decades, the cattle long since sold off, the house sealed by local authorities after a series of unexplained deaths in the 1980s. Valeria, intrigued by the architectural challenge and seeking solitude to work on her designs, decided to renovate and live there. She arrived by dirt road in a rented 4x4, the pampas stretching flat and endless around her, the sky so vast it felt like being inside a dome. The house appeared suddenly on the horizon, a two-story modernist structure unlike anything in the region. Clean white lines, flat roof, and every exterior wall covered in large, perfectly polished mirrors. From a distance, it looked like a shimmering cube floating above the grass. Up close, it reflected the sky, the plains, the clouds, making the house seem to disappear, blending completely into its surroundings. Locals in the nearest town, 30 kilometers away, warned her not to stay. La Casa de los Espejos, they called it. The mirror house. They said Esteban Duval had gone mad building it, obsessed with reflections, and that no family who lived there afterward ever stayed long. Valeria laughed it off as rural superstition. She loved the concept. A house that became part of the landscape, that multiplied the infinite pampas in every direction. She hired workers from town to clean decades of dust, repair wiring, and restore the interiors. But the workers refused to stay overnight. They arrived at dawn, left at dusk, and spoke little. Inside, the mirrors continued. Not just walls, floors in some rooms polished to a glassy sheen, ceilings in others lined with reflective tiles. Hallways that seemed to stretch forever because mirrors faced mirrors, creating infinite corridors. Doors with mirrored panels. Even bathroom fixtures framed in silver glass. The effect was disorienting, beautiful, and deeply unsettling. Valeria often caught glimpses of movement in her peripheral vision, only to realize it was her own reflection from an unexpected angle. The first month was productive. She set up her studio in the sunniest room, sketching new projects while surrounded by endless reflected sky. She hired a gaucho named Mateo to maintain the land and live in the old foreman's quarters a kilometer away. Mateo was in his 50s, quiet, respectful of tradition. He warned her gently, "The mirrors don't just show what's there, Senora. They show what wants to be seen." Strange things began small. Lights left off would be on when she returned from walks. Furniture shifted slightly. One morning, she found every mirror in the house fogged with breath marks, handprints, faces, as if dozens of people had pressed against the glass from the inside. The house had been locked. No footprints outside. She installed security cameras. The footage showed nothing, no intruders, no animals. But sometimes, in the reflection captured by the camera, figures stood behind her that weren't there in reality. By summer, the heat on the pampas became intense. Endless sun reflected from every surface, turning the house into a furnace of light. Valeria began seeing herself in places she wasn't. She'd walk into a room and see her reflection already there, standing still, watching her enter. When she moved, the reflection moved a fraction later. She tested it, raising her hand suddenly. The reflection hesitated, then copied. She told herself it was optical illusion, heat shimmer, exhaustion. Mateo quit one morning without explanation. He simply saddled his horse and rode away, leaving a note. "It's watching through you now." Valeria was alone. The reflections grew bolder. She began finding herself in mirrors she hadn't approached. She'd be in the kitchen, but see herself upstairs in a bedroom mirror, staring down. She'd turn quickly, no one. But the reflection would smile when she didn't. She stopped looking in mirrors entirely, covering them with sheets. But the house had too many. Some were built into walls, impossible to cover. And the sheets would be removed by morning, neatly folded on the floor. Visitors came rarely. A delivery driver refused to enter, leaving supplies at the gate. A priest from town visited once after hearing rumors. He blessed the house, but left pale, saying he felt watched by 1,000 eyes. That night, every mirror showed the priest standing behind Valeria, though he'd left hours earlier. In autumn, Valeria's family grew worried. She'd stopped answering calls regularly. Her brother Tomas drove out with his wife Carla to check on her. They stayed one night. They never left. Police found their car at the house days later. Doors open, keys in ignition. The house empty. Every mirror uncovered. Security footage showed the three of them walking room to room, arguing, then standing motionless for hours staring into reflections. The final clip, Valeria, Tomas, and Carla standing in the main hallway facing a wall of mirrors. Their reflections stepped forward, and the real people stepped backward into the glass. The footage glitched, then showed only empty rooms. Search parties found nothing. No bodies. No blood. Just endless reflections of empty house. The case made national news. Paranormal investigators arrived. They lasted hours before fleeing, claiming to have seen themselves aging rapidly in mirrors, or dying in violent ways that hadn't happened. One investigator vanished completely during a live stream, seen walking toward a mirror, then simply gone. The stream cut to static. The church got involved. An exorcist from Buenos Aires performed rites over 3 days. He reported hearing hundreds of voices whispering from inside the glass, in Spanish, French, Esteban Duval's language, and an indigenous Mapoche dialect. The voices claimed to be trapped by Duval's obsession with capturing beauty, eternity, the soul itself in reflection. They wanted company. The exorcist left traumatized, refusing to return. Finally, local authorities and the church agreed. The house must be destroyed. They came with bulldozers, fire crews, police escort, but the mirrors resisted. Bulldozers broke down. Fuel lines cut by invisible hands. Fires started but died instantly on mirrored surfaces. Workers saw their reflections attacking them, tools swinging, hands reaching from glass. Several were injured by flying shards that appeared from nowhere. In desperation, they used explosives. The blast leveled the structure. Mirrors shattered into millions of pieces that glittered across the pampas like frost. But the haunting didn't end. Travelers on nearby roads report seeing the house still standing in the distance, shimmering, perfect, only to find empty grassland when they approach. Gauchos riding at night see figures walking the plains, Valeria, Tomas, Carla, and others, always facing away, walking toward where the house was. And strangest of all, in the nearest town, mirrors in homes sometimes fog on windless nights. Handprints appear. Faces pressed against glass from inside. Locals now cover mirrors after dark. They say Esteban Duval didn't build a house. He built a trap. A beautiful, infinite trap for anything with a reflection. And it's still hungry. Years later, satellite images occasionally glitch over that patch of pampas, showing a perfect mirrored cube where only grass should be. No one goes there anymore. As the rain outside finally softens to almost nothing, let this true scary story from Argentina's mirror house carry you completely into the deepest, most restful sleep you've ever known. Sweet dreams, pleasant reflections. And whatever you do if you're ever alone in a house with too many mirrors, don't look too closely. You might not like who's looking back. If this incredibly long, chilling, real horror story with gentle rain sounds helped you drift off perfectly, like the video, subscribe for more extended true scary stories every week. And comment below, what country are you falling asleep to tonight? Stay safe. Stay warm. And remember, some reflections never let go. Asterisk, asterisk. The Buried Church of the Yukon, a true horror story from Canada. Asterisk, asterisk. Let the gentle rain fall endlessly outside. Its soft, rhythmic tapping on your roof or window blending perfectly with the darkness of the black screen, pulling you deeper and deeper into that heavy, irresistible relaxation where worries dissolve and sleep creeps closer with every breath. Tonight's allegedly true paranormal story takes us far north to the vast frozen wilderness of Canada's Yukon Territory, a land of endless forests, raging rivers, towering mountains, and long dark winters, where temperatures drop to levels that can kill in minutes. This is one of the longest, most bone-chilling true scary stories ever shared. A decades-long mystery involving a lost prospector town, a buried church that refuses to stay underground, missing search parties, Inuit and First Nations warnings, ignored, and something ancient that wakes when the ground is disturbed. If you love extended real horror stories with Arctic isolation, cursed historical sites, unexplained disappearances, voices from beneath the ice, and a presence that guards what was never meant to be found, let this one carry you all the way into the deepest, most profound sleep. His name was Ronan, a 41-year-old historical archaeologist from Whitehorse with a passion for Yukon Gold Rush history. In late summer, just before the first snows, he received funding for an expedition to locate the lost town of Canyon City, a once thriving settlement at the headwaters of the Yukon River, abandoned overnight in 1899 during the Klondike Frenzy. Old journals described a sudden exodus. Prospectors fleeing in panic, leaving tools, gold dust, even meals on tables. The official story was landslide or disease. But Ronan had uncovered newer evidence. Letters from a priest mentioning a wooden church built over an older structure, something the local Tlingit and Tajish peoples had warned against disturbing. The site was deep in unmarked wilderness, accessible only by floatplane, then days of bushwhacking and river travel. Ronan assembled a small team. Elena, a geologist specializing in permafrost. Marcus, a documentary filmmaker. Leah, a graduate student in anthropology. And Joe, an experienced First Nations guide from the nearby Carcross Tajish First Nation, who only agreed after long consultations with elders. Joe carried tobacco ties and spoke little, but his warning was clear. The ground there remembers. It doesn't like being woken. They flew in on a calm August morning, the plane landing on a remote lake surrounded by dense spruce and birch turning early gold. From there, they packed rafts and geared down a tributary, fighting rapids and mosquitoes. After 4 grueling days, ground-penetrating radar confirmed it. Regular anomalies beneath centuries of overgrowth, foundations, streets, a large rectangular structure matching the church footprint. They set up camp on a gravel bar above the site. The air smelled of wet earth and pine. That first night, temperatures dropped sharply. Frost formed on tents, and they heard it, faint, distant singing. Church hymns, in English, and what sounded like Latin, carried on the wind from the direction of the buried town. Marcus recorded it. Playback revealed layered voices, men, women, children, but distorted, as if coming through deep water or earth. They began excavating carefully. Within days, they uncovered remnants. Rusted pans, broken bottles, a child's shoe perfectly preserved in permafrost. Then the church foundation, massive timbers still solid after 125 years. Beneath it, something older. Carved stone, not wood. Symbols not Christian, spirals, eyes, figures with antlers. Joe recognized them immediately. Tlingit shamanic markings warning of a place where the membrane between worlds was thin. That night, the singing returned, closer, beneath their feet. The ground vibrated faintly, like a heartbeat. They pressed on. Deeper excavation revealed stairs descending under the church floor, stone steps leading into darkness. Against Joe's strong protests, Ronan insisted on exploring. They rigged lights, ropes, cameras. The stairs went down 30 meters. Impossible in that terrain. The air grew warmer, humid. Walls carved with more symbols, and something new. Handprints in red ochre, thousands of them, overlapping. At the bottom, a chamber. Natural cave enlarged by human hands. In the center, a pool of black water perfectly still. Around it, bones. Not animal, human, arranged in circles, skulls facing inward. And on the far wall, a massive carving. A figure neither human nor animal, with too many limbs, eyes all over its body, mouth open in what looked like song. Joe refused to enter. He stayed topside, burning sweetgrass and praying. That night, the team slept uneasily. Leah woke screaming, claimed something had whispered her name from under her sleeping bag. Marcus's camera, left recording in the chamber, captured hours of darkness, then movement, shadows shifting, the water rippling without wind, and faint reflections in the pool, faces not their own. The next day, everything changed. Elena noticed permafrost melt accelerating unnaturally around the site. Ground sinking. Thermometers showed rising temperatures deep below. They decided to document quickly and seal the chamber. But the singing never stopped now. Constant, day and night. Hymns mixed with something older, guttural chants in a language none recognized. Joe translated fragments, warnings about the watcher below the ice, a being that sang souls to sleep forever. Then Leah disappeared. She'd gone to photograph the chamber alone at dawn. Found only her camera on the stairs, still recording. Footage showed her descending, light steady. Then the beams swinging wildly, her screaming. Something moving fast in the dark, tall, thin, jointed wrong. Then static. Search parties were called. Helicopters, dogs, RCMP, but early snowstorms hit, worst in decades. access cut off. The remaining 4 barricaded in camp. The ground beneath them thrummed constantly now. Frost patterns formed on tent walls. Eyes, mouths, hands reaching. Marcus became obsessed with filming. He descended alone one night with floodlights. His final transmission via radio. It's singing with my voice. It knows my mother's lullaby. It's beautiful. I have to join the choir. He never returned. Camera found later footage of him standing at the pool edge, singing in harmony with invisible voices, then stepping forward into water that shouldn't have been deep enough to swallow him. Elena broke next. She claimed the bones were moving at night, rearranging themselves into new patterns. She began hearing her deceased father calling from below. Ronan and Joe were left. Joe performed ceremonies daily, but the presence grew stronger. Objects vanished. Tools, food, Ronan's journal reappeared in the chamber. The pool water level rose daily, though no inflow. One night, the aurora borealis exploded overhead, brightest in recorded history. The singing reached crescendo. The ground shook. Cracks formed in the permafrost, steaming with unnatural warmth. Ronan, against all reason, descended one final time to seal the chamber with explosives. Joe waited above. Hours passed. Then Joe heard it. Ronan's voice joining the choir. Perfect harmony, Joe fled. He ran through deepening snow, following the river until collapse. Rescued days later by a passing ice road trucker. The site was buried in an avalanche that winter. Officially, the team perished in natural disaster. But searchers in spring found something impossible. The church timbers had resurfaced, perfectly clean, standing upright as if newly built. The stairs exposed again, descending, and around the site, footprints in snow, hundreds, leading down into the earth. None coming up. Locals avoid that stretch of river now. Trappers report hearing hymns on calm nights. Floatplane pilots see lights beneath the ice in winter, arranged in circles. And sometimes, in White Horse bars, old-timers speak of the buried church. They say the gold rush woke something that had been sleeping since the ice retreated 10,000 years ago. Something that sings to lonely souls in the dark. Something that collects voices, and it's still collecting. As the rain outside finally fades to the quietest drizzle, let this true scary story from Canada's frozen Yukon carry you completely into the deepest, most peaceful sleep imaginable. Sweet dreams, silent nights. And whatever you do, if you're ever in the far north and hear singing from beneath the ground, don't answer. It might be learning your voice. The Forgotten Asylum of the Outback, a true horror story from Australia. Let the gentle rain continue its endless, soothing fall, washing away every last trace of tension as you sink deeper into the warmth of your bed. The black screen keeping the world at bay while my voice and this allegedly true paranormal story guide you gently, inescapably toward the deepest sleep you've ever known. Tonight, we journey to the red heart of Australia's vast outback, a place of endless spinifex plains, ancient rock formations, and abandoned settlements swallowed by dust and time. This is one of the longest, most terrifying true scary stories ever shared. A decade-spanning nightmare centered on a forgotten mental asylum built in the remote wilderness during the 1950s, suddenly closed in the late 1970s under circumstances that were never fully explained, and left untouched ever since. What happened within those decaying walls involved patients who were never discharged, staff who disappeared without warning, experimental treatments that pushed the boundaries of the human mind, ancient warnings from local indigenous peoples that were ignored, and something that still lingers in the corridors, waiting for new visitors to arrive. Her name was Riley, a 29-year-old urban explorer from Melbourne, who had spent years traveling the world to document abandoned places. She had a calm, steady way of narrating her adventures, always treating each location with respect, never removing anything, and sharing only the stories the buildings seemed willing to tell. But the Australian outback held a special pull for her. Vast, unforgiving locations where nature had truly taken over. After months of careful research through old archives and declassified records, Riley discovered the location of Warrigal Creek Psychiatric Facility, a remote asylum constructed far from any major town to house patients considered too difficult for city hospitals. It operated quietly for decades before shutting its doors overnight, leaving everything behind as if everyone had simply walked away. Riley put together a small, trusted team for the expedition. Jake, her partner and main cameraman. Mia, a close friend who handled sound recording. and Tom, an experienced outdoorsman who knew the desert well and could handle any emergencies. They planned to spend 3 full nights on site, enough time to thoroughly explore and capture the atmosphere, but short enough to manage with limited supplies. They prepared meticulously: extra water, fuel, food rations, satellite communication devices, emergency beacons, first aid kits, and heavy-duty off-road gear. The drive from Alice Springs took days, the sealed roads giving way to gravel, then to faint tracks, and finally to nothing but open desert navigated by GPS under a sky blazing with stars. The asylum emerged without warning as they crested a low ridge, a sprawling compound of weathered red brick buildings encircled by a sagging fence half buried in sand. There were long ward blocks, an administration center, staff housing, treatment wings, and even a small morgue, all linked by covered walkways now crumbling under the weight of time. The desert had begun its slow reclamation, dunes pressed against doorways, hardy trees pushing through cracked concrete, animals peering from broken windows. Yet the buildings remained surprisingly solid, as if frozen in the moment they were abandoned. They established a secure base camp in an open courtyard area, far enough from the structures to feel safe but close enough for quick access. On the first afternoon, they began with the outer wards. Endless hallways stretched into shadow, paint curling from walls like dead skin. Patient rooms still containing rusted bed frames bolted to the floor, deep scratches etched into plaster. Faded messages from rare previous visitors warned of the dangers of staying too long, especially after dark. That night, around the campfire under an impossibly bright canopy of stars, they heard the first unnatural sound, distant cries echoing from the heart of the main building. Not the wind, not animals, unmistakably human, filled with anguish, rising and falling before cutting off abruptly. Powerful flashlights revealed nothing but empty windows staring back. They told themselves it was the desert playing tricks, the way vast emptiness can distort sound. The second day led them deeper. They discovered the hydrotherapy section with its rows of massive, stained tubs and coiled hoses. Then the treatment rooms. Outdated equipment for shock therapy, leather restraints still attached to chairs, dials frozen in place. In the seclusion wing, padded cells stood with doors hanging loose, walls scarred by decades of desperation. Scattered papers revealed fragments of patient histories, heavy redactions, lists of experimental procedures, REFERENCES to something called environmental integration therapy that attempted to blend local, indigenous healing practices with modern psychiatry. Elders from nearby communities had apparently protested, warning that certain boundaries should never be crossed. As the day wore on, Mia began complaining of intense headaches and hearing faint murmurs she couldn't quite understand. Batteries in the equipment drained far faster than normal inside certain wings. Strange readings appeared on detectors in areas where children had supposedly never been treated. That night, the cries returned, louder, more layered, accompanied by unsettling laughter that didn't sound quite human. Audio recordings captured whispers beneath the noise, names spoken softly, almost familiar. Sleep came in uneasy fragments. Riley woke once to the sight of a motionless figure standing just beyond the firelight, dressed in faded patient clothing, watching silently before vanishing when she reached for her light. On the third day, they located a hidden lower level beneath the morgue, a heavy door leading to stairs that descended into cool, damp darkness. The corridors below were narrower, lined with tiny isolation rooms and viewing slits. At the end lay a large circular chamber with drains set into the floor and unusual markings. Painted on the walls, patterns blending traditional dot art with unfamiliar symbols. In the center stood a single chair surrounded by old wiring and speakers, as if designed for group sessions. Tom grew quiet, recognizing some of the markings as serious warnings from his people's lore. The team pressed on, documenting everything, but tension was rising. Mia's condition worsened dramatically. She began speaking in altered tones, using phrases none of them recognized. Communication devices failed one after another. The emergency beacon sent its signal, but help was days away in such remote country. Then Jake vanished. He had stepped away briefly to fetch equipment from the vehicle. When he didn't return, frantic searches turned up only his camera lying in the dust near one of the children's wards. The last footage showed him walking normally, then pausing as if listening to something off-screen. His expression softened into an unnatural smile before he turned and walked deeper into the building, whispering that he finally understood. Riley and Tom barricaded themselves in camp with Mia, doing their best to keep her calm. As darkness fell, the sounds became overwhelming. Constant cries, laughter, footsteps echoing from every direction. Soft glows appeared in distant windows, moving slowly from room to room. Shapes stood in doorways, watching. Tom attempted traditional cleansing rituals with smoke and song, and for a short time the activity quieted. But near midnight, Mia sat up suddenly, completely calm. She spoke in overlapping voices, patients, doctors, children, recounting how certain treatments had torn open something that should have remained closed. An invitation had been extended during a desperate session in the circular room below. Something ancient and curious had accepted. It didn't destroy minds. It offered relief from pain, absorbing them gently, learning from each new arrival. Those who recovered had simply joined it. Those who disappeared had chosen peace. It was patient, it explained through Mia. It enjoyed being observed, recorded, remembered, and now it wanted fresh perspectives. The wind rose without warning, scattering their camp, extinguishing flames. Riley managed one final clear satellite call, giving coordinates and begging for immediate rescue. Help was promised at first light, but morning never truly arrived for them. When the rescue teams finally reached the site days later, they found only devastation, vehicles intact, camp torn apart, equipment spread across the sand as if by a violent storm. No trace of the four explorers. Only Riley's primary camera remained, carefully positioned on a rock, still running. The final recording showed Riley and Tom sitting back to back through the long night, watching shadows close in from every side. Dozens of figures approached slowly. Patients in worn gowns, staff in faded uniforms, small shapes holding hands, all moving silently, all wearing peaceful expressions. The audio captured whispers in Riley's own calm narration voice, repeating her familiar words, but twisted. We take nothing. We leave everything. The footage ended with the lens filling with pale faces pressed close, smiling, inviting. The buildings were later demolished with controlled charges. The site was cleared and left to the desert winds. Yet travelers still occasionally report glimpsing lights in that empty stretch of outback on moonless nights. And sometimes in quiet moments, people swear they hear distant cries carried on the hot wind. As the rain outside finally eases into the softest whisper, let this true scary story from Australia's forgotten outback asylum carry you completely into the deepest, most restful sleep. Sweet dreams, quiet nights, and whatever you do, if you ever find yourself near an abandoned place that feels too welcoming, keep walking. It might already know you're there. Asterisk asterisk. The Endless Catacombs Beneath Paris. A true horror story from France asterisk asterisk. Let the gentle rain fall softly, endlessly, its steady rhythm against your window, lulling you deeper into complete relaxation. The black screen hiding everything but my voice, and this allegedly true paranormal story that will guide you all the way into the deepest, most inescapable sleep. Tonight, we descend far beneath the glittering streets of Paris, France, into the vast, forbidden network of catacombs that stretches for hundreds of kilometers under the city. A labyrinth of ancient quarries filled with the bones of 6 million souls, where tourists are allowed only a tiny, sanitized section. But the rest remains closed for very good reasons. This is one of the longest, most suffocating true scary stories ever shared. A chilling account that spans decades, involves illegal explorers known as cataphiles, missing persons never found, police patrols that refuse to enter certain tunnels, and something ancient that has guarded the dead for centuries, and does not tolerate the living wandering too far. His name was Lucien, a 32-year-old cataphile from the suburbs of Paris with over 10 years of experience exploring the restricted sections of the catacombs. He wasn't reckless. Far from it. Lucien was part of a respected underground community that mapped forgotten tunnels, documented historical graffiti, and followed strict rules. Never go alone, always leave detailed plans with trusted friends above ground. Carry multiple light sources, mark your route, and never disturb the bones. He had explored nearly every known section south of the Seine, discovered flooded quarries untouched since the 18th century, and even helped police recover lost teenagers on occasion. But Lucien had one obsession, a legendary area known among cataphiles as Les Vides, the Void, a network of tunnels rumored to exist beneath the 13th and 14th arrondissements that no living person had fully mapped. Old quarry inspection reports from the 1800s mentioned corridors that led nowhere and ended in darkness that swallowed sound. Modern cataphiles whispered of patrols hearing footsteps following them in sections that should have been empty. Of voices calling names in perfect French from side passages that weren't to there on the return journey. In early autumn, Lucien finally found a possible entrance. A forgotten service door in the basement of an abandoned hospital scheduled for demolition in the 14th arrondissement. He recruited 3 experienced companions. Camille, a cartographer who created the most accurate underground maps. Victor, a photographer who captured the eerie beauty of the catacombs. And Sabine, a historian specializing in the French Revolution and the mass burials that filled the quarries. They planned a 48-hour expedition, long enough to explore deeply, short enough to carry supplies comfortably. They left detailed route plans, expected return time, and emergency contacts with 2 trusted friends above ground. Each carried 3 headlamps, spare batteries, chalk and permanent markers for route marking, 2 liters of water, high-calorie food, a first aid kit, and a personal locator beacon modified for underground use. They entered at 2 a.m. on a Thursday, when construction noise would mask any sound. The hospital basement was damp and echoing, filled with discarded medical equipment. The service door, rusted but unlocked, opened onto a narrow spiral staircase descending far deeper than regulations allowed. The air grew cooler, heavier, smelling of wet limestone and something older. After 50 meters, the stairs ended in a low quarry tunnel with tool marks from the 1700s still visible on the walls. Lucien marked their entry with a distinctive arrow and date. The first 6 hours were exhilarating. The tunnels were pristine, no modern graffiti, no beer cans from partygoers, no evidence of previous cataphiles. Walls bore faint inscriptions in Latin and Old French from quarry workers, warnings about unstable sections and prayers for safety. They found collapsed passages filled with beautifully preserved fossils in the limestone, ammonites, shells, ancient sea life from when Paris was underwater. Victor photographed everything in high detail. Camille mapped meticulously. They camped in a small chamber with a relatively high ceiling, sharing quiet conversation about the history they were walking through. That night, though time loses meaning underground, they heard the first anomaly. Faint footsteps echoing from a side passage they had already explored and marked as collapsed. The steps were deliberate, unhurried, matching their own pace exactly. They shone powerful lights. Nothing. The footsteps stopped when they did. They wrote it off as acoustic trickery, common in quarries where sound bounces unpredictably. The second day brought deeper tunnels. The ceilings lowered, forcing them to crouch in places. Walls became decorated with bones, not the neat stacks of the official catacombs, but disorganized piles as if hurriedly dumped centuries ago. Skulls stared from niches, tibias and femurs arranged in crude patterns. One chamber contained a complete skeleton seated on a stone bench, hands folded, wearing remnants of a Revolutionary-era coat. Sabine documented it carefully, noting the bullet hole in the skull, likely an execution victim from 1793. As they pushed further, the air changed. It grew warmer, almost humid, despite being far below street level. Their compass began spinning erratically. GPS signals had been lost hours ago, but now even magnetic north refused to settle. Camille's map no longer matched reality. Passages that should have turned left curved right, distances stretched impossibly. They retraced steps carefully, following their own chalk marks, only to emerge in chambers they had never seen before. That night, the footsteps returned, closer, accompanied by soft whispering in French too faint to understand. Lucien recorded audio. Playback revealed layered voices, men, women, children, speaking revolutionary slogans, prayers, pleas for mercy. The whispers always stopped when they played the recording back. On the third day, everything unraveled. Victor woke first, claiming he had dreamed of being buried alive, hearing people walking overhead. He was pale, shaking. Shortly after, Sabine discovered that some of their chalk marks had been altered, arrows reversed, dates changed to 1794. They pressed on, determined to find Leviti and return. They found it. A massive chamber, easily 50 meters across, with a ceiling lost in darkness. The floor was covered in bones arranged in perfect concentric circles around a central point. A stone altar carved with symbols none of them recognized. Spirals, eyes, hands reaching upward. In the center lay a single skull, larger than normal, jaw missing, eye sockets filled with black stone that gleamed weightily in their lights. The whispering became constant here, no longer faint but clear. Names called. Their names. In voices that sounded exactly like their own, calling from deeper tunnels. Camille's map failed completely. Every passage out led back to the circle chamber. They tried 6 different exits, all looped impossibly back within minutes. Batteries began draining rapidly, despite being fresh. Lights flickered. The temperature rose to uncomfortable levels. They set up a defensive camp in the chamber, backs to the altar, lights pointed outward. The footsteps circled constantly now, sometimes running, sometimes dragging. Shadows moved at the edge of vision. Tall figures in tricorn hats, women in blood-stained dresses, children with no faces. Sabine began translating the whispers. They spoke of guardianship, of a pact made during the revolution when plague and terror filled the streets. Bodies dumped too quickly, souls unrested. Something older than the quarries, something that lived in the limestone before humans carved it, had been disturbed. It accepted the dead, kept them, sang to them, but demanded respect from the living. Victor broke first. He walked calmly into a side passage, calling his mother's name, a mother who had died years earlier. They found his camera hours later, footage showing him embracing a figure made of shadow and bone before vanishing into darkness. Camille followed the next night. She claimed the map was speaking to her, showing a way out upward. She left her notes neatly stacked and walked into a wall that shouldn't have had an opening. Gone. Lucien and Sabine were left. They attempted everything, burning magnesium flares for light. Shouting for help though, sound couldn't reach the surface, even praying though neither was religious. The entity responded by arranging bones into messages. Resta, stay, gardes, guard, rejoines, join. On what they guessed was the 5th day underground, Sabine sat quietly arranging small bones into patterns. She spoke without looking up. It's not evil, Lucien. It's lonely. It keeps the dead company. It wants us to stay and tell new stories. The catacombs are its library of souls. Lucien tried one final escape. He followed a new passage that appeared overnight, narrow, twisting upward. He climbed for hours, hope rising as the air grew cooler. He emerged, back in the circle chamber. Sabine was gone. Only her journal remained open on the altar. Final entry. I understand now. The void isn't empty. It's full. Full of everyone who ever came too deep. I'm going to join the circle. Tell my family I'm finally at peace. Lucien was alone. Days blurred, for weeks. Time dissolved. He rationed the last food, drank condensation from walls. The singing never stopped. Beautiful, polyphonic, in voices of everyone he'd ever loved. His parents, old friends, even his childhood dog barking joyfully in the distance. He began talking to the bones, arranging them, learning their stories. Rescue never came. The entrance in the hospital basement was sealed during demolition weeks later. The friends above ground searched every known entrance for months. Police explored official sections. Nothing. But cataphiles still report strange things in the southern tunnels. New bone arrangements appearing overnight. Perfect circles around altars that weren't there before. Fresh chalk marks in Lucien's distinctive style, dated years into the future. And sometimes deep below the 14th arrondissement, explorers hear singing. Perfect 4-part harmony. New voices added regularly. One of them sounds exactly like their own, waiting to welcome them home. As the rain outside finally softens to silence, let this true scary story from the endless catacombs beneath Paris carry you completely into the deepest, most peaceful sleep imaginable. Sweet dreams, quiet depths. And whatever you do, if you ever beneath any city and hear your name called softly from a tunnel you haven't explored yet, turn back. The dead are keeping a place for you. The nameless village in the Carpathians, a true horror story from Romania. Let the gentle rain fall endlessly outside. Its soft, steady rhythm wrapping you in perfect calm as you drift deeper into the warmth of your bed. The black screen hiding the world, leaving only my voice and this allegedly true paranormal story to carry you all the way into the deepest, most peaceful sleep imaginable. Tonight, we travel to the wild, mist-shrouded Carpathian mountains of Romania, a land of ancient forests, remote shepherd villages, crumbling Saxon fortresses, and folklore older than recorded history, where Strigoi, Eel, Isle, and Moroi are spoken of not as myths, but as neighbors who must be respected. This is one of the longest, most haunting true scary stories ever shared. A slow, suffocating tale of a hidden village that appears only under certain conditions, claims entire groups of travelers, and leaves behind only questions that Romanian authorities refuse to answer officially to this day. His name was Andrei, a 36-year-old folklore researcher and documentary filmmaker from Bucharest, who had spent his career collecting oral histories from the most isolated mountain communities. He spoke fluent Romanian, Hungarian, and Romani, and had earned the trust of elders who rarely opened up to outsiders. In late September, Andrei received a handwritten letter from an old shepherd he had interviewed years earlier in the Făgăraș Mountains. The letter was brief and urgent. "The village has shown itself again. Come quickly, before it hides. Bring witnesses. Tell no one else." Enclosed was a hand-drawn map leading to a valley not marked on any official chart, between known peaks but unreachable by standard trails. Andrei knew the legend. Every few decades, in remote parts of the Carpathians, a village appeared where none should be. Stone houses with thatched roofs. A small wooden church with onion dome, smoke rising from chimneys, lights and windows at night. Travelers who stumbled upon it were welcomed, warmly fed, given beds. But those who stayed overnight never returned. Locals called it Saddle Faranun, the nameless village. Some said it was a trap laid by Moroi. Others claimed it was a purgatory for souls who died violently in the mountains. Authorities dismissed it as mass hysteria or carbon monoxide poisoning from poorly ventilated stoves. But disappearances were real. Groups of hikers, shepherds, even military patrols during communist times, gone without trace. Andrei assembled a careful team of 4, Elena, his sound recordist and partner, Matei, a professional mountain guide and skeptic who had climbed every major Carpathian peak, Livia, a historian specializing in medieval Transylvania, and Kodruk, a young local shepherd from a nearby village who knew the area and carried traditional protections, garlic, holy water, red thread tied around wrists. They set out in 2 off-road vehicles, stocked for a week, tents, sleeping bags rated for sub-zero nights, food, water purifiers, satellite phone, emergency beacon, drones for aerial mapping, high-resolution cameras, and audio equipment. They left their exact route and expected return date with trusted contacts in Brasov and with the mountain rescue service Salvamont. The drive took 2 days, paved roads to Cebu, then forest tracks, then barely passable paths used only by shepherds. On the 3rd day, they left the vehicles and hiked with heavy packs into a narrow valley the map indicated. Fog rolled in thick and sudden, the kind that swallows sound and direction. Trees grew twisted and ancient, bark carved with old shepherd marks and protective crosses. No birds sang. The air smelled of damp earth and something faintly sweet, like decaying flowers. After 6 hours of difficult hiking, scrambling over scree slopes, crossing ice-cold streams, the fog parted just enough to reveal it. The village. Nestled in a perfect bowl-shaped valley, perhaps 30 stone and timber houses clustered around a central square with a wooden church painted dark red. Smoke rose lazily from multiple chimneys. Figures moved between buildings. People in traditional clothing, embroidered sheepskin coats, white shirts, wide belts. A dog barked in the distance. The church bell tolled once, deep and resonant. The team stood frozen on the ridge above. Matei checked his GPS, no signal. The coordinates placed them in a valley that should have been empty according to every map. Livia whispered that the architecture matched 17th century Saxon-influenced Romanian villages, but none were recorded here. Kodruk crossed himself repeatedly and refused to descend at first, muttering about eel dancing in circles to lure men to their deaths. But curiosity and the shepherd's letter won. They descended cautiously, calling out greetings in Romanian. Villagers emerged slowly. Men with weathered faces and long mustaches, women in headscarves and long skirts, children peeking from doorways. They smiled warmly, spoke an archaic dialect Andrei could barely follow, and invited the group inside the largest house for food and rest. The hospitality was overwhelming. A long wooden table was set with munklig, polenta, sarmali, cabbage rolls, fresh cheese, git, plum brandy, and wild mushroom stew. The house was warm from a massive tiled stove. Walls were decorated with woven rugs, icons of saints, and protective charms against the evil eye. The villagers asked few questions, only listening intently as Andrei explained they were researchers documenting old ways of life. They nodded knowingly when he mentioned the shepherd's letter. As evening fell, the village felt increasingly unreal. No electricity, only oil lamps and candles. No modern objects anywhere. The church bell tolled again at dusk. The villagers urged them to stay the night, saying fog made the mountain paths treacherous after dark, and that wolves were active. They offered clean beds in a guest house with thick feather quilts. Against Kadrak's strong objections, he wanted to camp on the ridge. The team agreed to stay one night. They set up cameras discreetly, kept the satellite phone on, and agreed to sleep in shifts. That night, the singing began. Soft at first, coming from the church. Women's voices in perfect harmony singing an old doina, a haunting Romanian lament. Elena recorded it. The melody was beautiful, sorrowful, pulling at the heart. One by one, the team members felt overwhelming drowsiness despite their intention to stay alert. Even Kadrak, who had refused the offered beds and sat by the stove with his shepherd's crook, was found asleep at dawn. Morning brought thick fog again. The village seemed quieter. Fewer people visible. When Andrei asked about leaving, the elder, a tall man with piercing blue eyes named Ili, smiled and said, "The path will clear soon. Stay another day, rest." But something was wrong. Their equipment was subtly altered. Camera batteries fully drained though, freshly charged. Audio files corrupted except for the singing, which played perfectly. The satellite phones showed no signal at all now. Worst. Their marked trail back to the ridge had vanished. Trees and rocks rearranged overnight, as if the valley had shifted. They decided to leave immediately regardless of fog. The villagers watched silently as they shouldered packs. No one tried to stop them physically, but Ili pressed a small woven bag into Andrea's hand, for protection on the mountain, and whispered, "Some who leave return better. Some do not return at all." Choose carefully, they climbed. Hours passed. The fog never lifted. They followed compass bearings, but the terrain looped impossibly. They'd passed the same twisted beech tree with a distinctive scar 3 times in an hour. Kadrik began praying aloud, sprinkling holy water. Livia noticed that their footprints from the ascent were missing, as if the ground had healed over. That night, though daylight never broke, they were forced to camp. The singing followed them, now coming from all directions, joined by men's voices and children's. Beautiful. Irresistible. Matei was the first to break. He stood suddenly, eyes glassy, and began walking toward the sound. They restrained him physically, tying him to a tree with rope. He fought silently, tears streaming, whispering, "They're calling me home. My grandmother is there. I hear her." Elena began hearing her deceased mother's voice woven into the song. One by one, they succumbed to sleep despite every effort. When Andrei woke alone at dawn, the others were gone. Ropes cut cleanly, packs left behind. Only their boots remained, neatly arranged in a circle, pointing toward the valley. He ran. For days or weeks, he wandered the fog, rationing the last food, drinking from streams. The singing never stopped, always just out of reach, always promising rest. He saw figures at the edge of vision, his team members walking ahead, waving for him to follow. Villagers tending sheep that weren't there. Children playing silent games. He began talking to them, answering the song. Eventually he emerged. Not on the ridge where they had entered, but on a forest road near Bram, over 100 kilometers away. Barefoot, bearded, emaciated, collapsing in front of a passing tourist bus. Rescue teams searched the coordinates he provided for months. Drones, dogs, hundreds of volunteers. They found nothing. No valley, no village. Only impenetrable forest and cliffs where maps showed none. Andrei recovered physically in hospital. He never returned to filmmaking. Lives quietly now in a monastery in Moldavia. But every autumn, around the time of the first fogs, missing persons reports spike in the Figurak and surrounding mountains. Groups of hikers vanish completely. Sometimes, a single survivor stumbles out days later, speaking of a beautiful village that offered food and song. And always, in their pockets or packs, authorities find a small woven bag containing dried herbs, and a single silver coin from the 1700s. No one has ever brought back photographs. The shepherd who sent the letter was found dead in his hut the following spring, natural causes officially. His last journal entry, written in trembling hand. The village has taken enough this cycle. It sleeps again. Pray it stays asleep, as the rain outside finally fades to the quietest whisper. Let this true scary story from Romania's nameless Carpathian village carry you completely into the deepest, most restful sleep, sweet dreams, silent mountains. And whatever you do, if you're ever lost in thick fog in the Carpathians and hear singing calling your name, cover your ears and walk the other way. The village is always listening for new voices to join its choir. If this incredibly long, haunting, real horror story with gentle rain sounds helped you fall asleep perfectly, like the video, subscribe for more extended true scary stories every week. And comment below, what country are you drifting off from tonight? Stay safe. Unmarked Paths. The Whispering Ice of Antarctica. A true horror story from Antarctica. Let the gentle rain fall softly, endlessly, its calming rhythm against your window pulling you deeper into total relaxation. The black screen shielding you from everything except my voice and this allegedly true paranormal story that will guide you all the way into the deepest, most profound sleep you've ever known. Tonight, we journey to the coldest, most isolated place on Earth. Antarctica, a continent of endless white, where temperatures plummet to levels that freeze exposed skin in seconds, where the sun vanishes for months in winter, and where fewer than 5,000 human souls exist at any time, scattered across remote research stations. This is one of the longest, most chilling true scary stories ever shared. A slow-building nightmare experienced by an entire overwintering crew at a small coastal station, involving voices carried on the wind, figures seen in blizzards that shouldn't exist, equipment failures with no explanation, and something ancient trapped beneath the ice that has been waiting for company since before humans walked the planet. Her name was Dr. Sophia Larsen, a 39-year-old glaciologist from Norway who had spent 15 summers in Antarctica studying ice cores for climate data. She was calm, methodical, respected by colleagues for her ability to stay level-headed in crises. In early February, the end of the Antarctic summer, Sophia accepted the role of station leader for the overwintering team at Vinterkap Station, a small Norwegian research outpost on the Princess Martha coast. The station was modest, a main building with labs, kitchen, common room, and sleeping quarters for 12. A separate generator shack, a garage for snowcats and skidoos, and several outlying instrument huts connected by guidelines for whiteout conditions. The crew of 11 others included mechanics, communication specialists, a medical doctor, cooks, and fellow scientists from Norway, Germany, Chile, and South Africa. They were scheduled to be completely cut off from April through October, 9 months of total darkness, storms reaching 200 kilometers per hour, and temperatures dropping below -60 degrees Celsius. The handover from the summer team went smoothly. Supplies were plentiful. Food for 18 months, fuel, spare parts, books, movies, instruments. The last plane departed on March 1st, leaving them alone as the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon. It would not cross again until September. The first weeks were routine. Autumn sunsets painted the ice blood red. They drilled final cores, maintained equipment, held movie nights, celebrated birthdays. Katabatic winds began howling down from the polar plateau, but the station was built to withstand far worse. Then, in late March, as the sun touched the horizon for the last time, the whispers started. At first, only one person heard them. Lucas, the young German communications officer on night radio watch. He reported faint voices on an unused frequency, speaking Norwegian, but too distorted to understand. He played the recording for the crew. Beneath the static, soft, overlapping speech, almost singing. Everyone assumed interference from another station or atmospheric bounce. They logged it and moved on. By mid-April, as 24-hour darkness settled, more people heard it. Not just on radio, in the wind itself. During routine outside tasks, crew members wearing full polar gear and headsets reported hearing voices carried on the gale. Always the same tone, calm, inviting, using first names. Sophia, come outside. It's beautiful. Mateo, join us. The ice is warm... They checked carbon monoxide levels. Normal. Psychological evaluations via satellite link with doctors in Tromsø. Everyone healthy, no signs of cabin fever yet. But the voices grew clearer. Dr. Elena Muller, the station physician, began documenting cases. 5 crew members reported the same dream. Standing on the sea ice at night, seeing figures in the distance, human-shaped but moving wrong. Too fluid, beckoning them to walk further out. Waking with frost-nipped cheeks despite never leaving their bunks. In May, the first visual sighting occurred. Johan, The head mechanic was checking the generator shack during a Category 3 storm. Visibility near zero, wind screaming. He followed the guideline rope hand over hand. Halfway there, his headlamp caught movement ahead. A figure in an old-fashioned red parka, the kind used in the 1950s Norwegian expeditions, standing motionless, facing him. Johan shouted over the radio. The figure raised an arm slowly, pointing toward the ice shelf. When Johan blinked, it was gone. But the guideline rope had fresh frost patterns, handprints spaced perfectly, as if someone had walked beside him. They reviewed external cameras. Nothing but blowing snow. By June, the deepest, darkest part of winter, the station's routine began breaking down. Equipment failed in impossible ways. Thermometers outside read +5 degrees Celsius for hours during -55 degrees Celsius storms. Fuel lines froze solid despite heaters. The Aurora Australis, usually green and serene, appeared blood red and shaped like reaching hands. More figures were seen, always at the edge of visibility. Always in outdated polar gear. Always gesturing toward the glacier tongue extending from the station, a massive sheet of ice calving into the sea. The crew held meetings. Some wanted to ignore it, classic Antarctic psychological stress. Others, especially the Chilean cook Isabel, who came from a family of Mapuche storytellers, believed something was awake beneath the ice. She spoke of ancient beings trapped when the continent froze, waiting for warmth or minds to feed on. Sophia kept the station functioning through sheer will. Daily exercises, scheduled social events, open communication. But sleep deprivation mounted. The whispers now came inside the building, through vents, from empty rooms, in the hum of fluorescent lights. In July, the first person walked out. Carl, the quiet South African meteorologist, was found missing during morning head count. His bunk empty, outer door unlocked. Search in -62 degrees Celsius darkness found his tracks leading across the sea ice toward the glacier, straight, purposeful, spaced as if running. The tracks continued for 2 kilometers. Then simply stopped. No body. No disturbance in snow. Just footprints ending in perfect, undisturbed white. His final log entry, time-stamped 3:14 a.m. They're singing my mother's lullaby. In Afrikaans. She's waiting under the ice. I have to go home. After Carl, fear became constant. They instituted a buddy system for every task, even inside. Doors locked at all times. No one allowed outside alone. But the voices adapted. Now they came through the intercom system, perfectly mimicking crew members' voices calling for help from empty huts. Lucas, the comms officer, became obsessed with the original radio whispers. He isolated the frequency, filtered noise. The voices clarified, speaking Old Norse, the language of early Norwegian polar explorers. Telling stories of ships trapped in ice, men walking into blizzards following beautiful singing, never returning. He translated one phrase repeated constantly. Kom Crimea, isn't singer, by Venter. Come closer. The ice sings. We wait. In August, the figures began appearing inside. First in peripheral vision, a crew member turning to see someone standing behind them in the kitchen. Gone when looked at directly. Then clearer. Sophia woke one night to find 3 figures at the foot of her bunk. Men in 1950s gear, faces obscured by frost, mouths open as if singing silently. She screamed. Others rushed in, nothing there. But the room temperature had dropped to -20 degrees Celsius despite heaters running full. The station's deep ice core, drilled to 800 meters, began showing anomalies. Air bubbles from 40,000 years ago contained vocalizations when analyzed. Not natural. Human-like sounds preserved in prehistoric ice. Isabel, the cook, started leaving offerings outside, traditional Mapuche style. Small bowls of food, tobacco, stones arranged in protective patterns. For a few days, the activity quieted. Then the red aurora returned brighter, shaped like a massive face covering the sky, mouth open. That night, 4 more crew members walked out together. Found only their parked boots in a perfect circle outside the main door. Tracks leading toward the glacier. Stopping abruptly. The remaining 6 barricaded themselves in the main building. Generator fuel running low despite conservation. Satellite link failing intermittently. Messages sent but no replies received. They began seeing the lost crew members in windows, pressing pale faces against glass from outside, smiling, mouthing words. Join us. It's warm. The singing is beautiful. In September, as the sun's first faint glow began returning, the final breakdown occurred. One by one, the remaining crew heard personalized songs. Childhood lullabies, national anthems, loved ones' voices. Perfect pitch, perfect memory. Sophia's last journal entry, written in shaking handwriting. It's not trapping us, it's inviting us. The ice has preserved something older than humanity. It learned our languages from every expedition that ever came here and never left. It doesn't want our bodies, it wants our voices. To complete the choir, I can hear my father calling. He died in Svalbard 20 years ago. His voice is perfect. I understand now why no one ever returns. Rescue planes arrived in early October with the first light. They found Vinterkap Station intact, doors unlocked. Heaters still running, food on tables, half-eaten. No crew, only one thing out of place. Every external camera memory card filled with the same footage, hours of red aurora shaped like reaching figures, and beneath it, on the ice, hundreds of footprints leading toward the glacier, none returning. And in the deep ice core lab, the 800-meter sample had melted completely. Water pooled on the floor, perfectly still, reflecting faces that weren't in the room. Vinterkap Station was permanently closed. Equipment removed, site abandoned. But research ships passing the Princess Martha coast in winter still report anomalies. Radio interference carrying faint, beautiful singing in multiple languages. Red auroras forming impossible shapes. And sometimes, in the brief twilight, crew members see figures on the ice, waving slowly, inviting them to come ashore. Waiting patiently for the next overwintering team. As the rain outside finally fades into perfect silence, let this true scary story from Antarctica's whispering ice carry you completely into the deepest, most restful sleep imaginable. Sweet dreams, silent nights. And whatever you do, if you re-ever alone in extreme cold and hear beautiful singing calling your name from the darkness, stay inside. The ice remembers every voice it takes, and it's still collecting. Unsolved mystery stories, personal encounters, set in the United States. My name is Alex Thompson. And what happened to me back in the summer of 2018 in rural Pennsylvania still haunts me every single day. I was 25 at the time, fresh out of college and looking for some adventure before starting my boring desk job in Philadelphia. I decided to take a solo road trip through the back roads of the Appalachian Mountains, staying in cheap motels and exploring old towns that barely showed up on maps. It was supposed to be a time of self-discovery, but instead, it turned into the most terrifying unsolved mystery of my life. It all started on a humid evening in July. I was driving along a winding country road near the small town of Gettysburg. Yeah, the famous battlefield site, but I was on the outskirts, far from the tourist spots. The sun was setting, painting the sky in deep oranges and reds, and I was blasting some old rock music to keep myself awake after a long day of hiking. My phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual out there, so I was relying on my old-fashioned paper map. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I spotted a figure on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, with long dark hair, wearing a white sundress that looked way too clean for someone standing in the dust. She was waving her arm frantically, like she was in distress. Being the good Samaritan I thought I was, I pulled over about 50 feet ahead of her and waited. As she approached my car, I rolled down the window. Up close, she looked pale, almost ghostly pale, with wide eyes that seemed to plead for help. "Please," she said in a soft, trembling voice. "My car broke down a few miles back. Can you give me a ride to the nearest town? My phone's dead." Something felt off right away. Her dress was spotless, no dirt from walking on the gravel road, and she didn't have a bag or anything. But I brushed it off. Maybe she hadn't walked far. I unlocked the passenger door and let her in. She introduced herself as Emily and said she was visiting family in the area. We drove in silence for a bit. I tried making small talk, asking where she was from, what happened to her car, but her answers were vague. "Just up the road," she'd say, or "It just stopped working." The air in the car grew colder, even though the AC wasn't on high. I glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Wait, no reflection. No, that couldn't be right. I shook my head, thinking it was the fading light playing tricks. About 10 minutes in, she suddenly pointed to a dirt turnoff. "My car is down there," she said. "Can you drop me off?" "Someone's coming to help." I turned onto the narrow path, overgrown with weeds and trees scraping against my car. We drove for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a mile or two. Finally, she said, "Stop here." There was no car in sight. Just dense woods. Where's your car? I asked, my heart starting to pound. She turned to me with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. There never was one, Alex. How did she know my name? I never told her. Panic surged through me. I slammed on the gas, trying to reverse, but the car wouldn't move, like it was stuck in mud even though the ground was dry. She reached out, her hand ice cold on my arm. I've been waiting for someone like you. I don't remember much after that. I blacked out or something. When I came to, it was pitch black outside, and I was alone in my car, parked on the main road where I'd first picked her up. My phone had full signal suddenly, and the clock showed only minutes had passed since I stopped for her. But my dash cam, I checked it later. The footage showed me pulling over, talking to empty air, then driving off alone, mumbling to myself. I reported it to the local police in Gettysburg. They looked at me like I was crazy. Said there were old legends about a ghost hitchhiker on those roads. A woman named Emily who died in a car crash decades ago, luring drivers into the woods. But no one ever finds anything. No missing persons report matching her description from recent years. Nothing. To this day, I avoid those back roads. Sometimes late at night, I swear, I see a figure in white in my rearview mirror. And I wonder, what if she comes back? What does she want from me? It's been years, and it's still unsolved. The mystery eats at me? Was it a ghost? A hallucination? Or something worse, something real and human playing a sick game? If you've ever driven those Pennsylvania roads at dusk, be careful who you pick up. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Creepy encounters with strangers, set in the United Kingdom. Let me tell you about the creepiest encounter I ever had with a stranger. This happened in London, England, back in the autumn of 2022. My name is Sarah Jenkins, and I was living in a small flat in Camden at the time, working as a graphic designer from home. Life was pretty normal, coffee runs, tube commutes when I had meetings, and evenings scrolling through Netflix. One rainy Tuesday night, around 10 p.m., I decided to pop out to the local corner shop for some milk and snacks. It was pouring down, so I threw on my raincoat and grabbed an umbrella. The streets were empty, typical for that time in my neighborhood. Just the occasional car splashing by and the distant hum of traffic. As I walked the short block to the shop, I noticed a man across the street. He was tall, wearing a long black coat and a hat pulled low over his face. Nothing too unusual for London weather. But he was just standing there under a street lamp, not moving, staring straight ahead. I didn't think much of it and kept walking. Inside the shop, I grabbed what I needed and chatted briefly with the cashier. When I stepped back out, the rain had eased a bit. That's when I saw him again. The same man, now on my side of the street, about half a block behind me. Coincidence, right? I picked up my pace a little. Halfway home, I glanced over my shoulder. He was closer now, matching my speed exactly. My heart skipped a beat. I told myself I was being paranoid. London is full of people walking the same direction. But then I turned a corner onto a quieter side street, and when I looked back, he turned the same corner. Okay, now I was scared. I sped up to a near jog, fumbling for my keys. My flat was in a converted Victorian house with a shared entrance. I reached the door, hands shaking, and unlocked it just as I heard footsteps quickening behind me. I slammed the door shut and locked it, peering through the peephole. There he was, standing right outside, hat still low, face shadowed. He didn't knock or ring the bell. He just stood there, motionless, for what felt like hours but was probably 5 minutes. Then slowly he raised his hand and waved. A slow, deliberate wave, like he knew I was watching. I backed away, heart pounding, and called the police. By the time they arrived 20 minutes later, he was gone. No trace. The CCTV from the building showed him approaching, standing, waving, and then walking away calmly down the street. The officers took my statement but said there was nothing they could do. No crime committed, just suspicious behavior. They checked the area, but no one matching the description. That wasn't the end. Over the next week, I'd see glimpses of him, across the street from my office window during a rare in-person meeting, or standing at the end of the tube platform when I went out. Always at a distance, always watching. I'd get anonymous calls on my landline, heavy breathing, then hang up. I changed my routines, started working fully remote again, even installed better locks and a Ring camera. One night, the camera alerted me to motion. Footage showed him standing outside my door again, this time holding a small package. He placed it on the step, waved at the camera, and left. Inside the package? A single Polaroid photo of me taken from inside my flat, me sleeping on my couch the previous afternoon. I moved out the next day, crashing with a friend in Manchester for a while before relocating permanently to Scotland. Police investigated, but no fingerprints, no leads. The man was never identified. Who was he? How did he get into my flat? Why me? It's been years, and it's still the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. A total stranger who turned my life into a nightmare and vanished without a trace. If you're in London and see a tall man in a black coat staring, run. My name is Ethan Brooks. And what happened to me and my friends during that fateful camping trip in the Black Forest of Germany back in the summer of 2019 is something I'll never fully shake off. It's the kind of true wilderness horror story that makes you question everything you thought you knew about the outdoors, about safety in numbers, and about what's really lurking in the ancient woods of Europe. The Schwarzwald, as the locals call it, is this vast, impenetrable expanse of dark pine trees in southwestern Germany, stretching across Baden-Württemberg like a living shadow. It's beautiful in photos. Rolling hills, crystal lakes, charming villages with half-timber-bird houses, but deep inside, away from the tourist trails, it's a different world. A world where legends of witches, lost souls, and ancient creatures feel all too real. I was 28 at the time, an American from Seattle who'd always chased adrenaline. Rock climbing in the Cascades, solo backpacking in the Olympics. But Europe called to me that year. I wanted something mythic, something with history. The Black Forest seemed perfect. Inspired the Brothers Grimm fairy tales, home to cuckoo clocks and black forest cake, but also whispered about in darker tones. Stories of Der Grossman, a tall, faceless man who punishes naughty children. The King, a seductive spirit who lures kids away. Headless horsemen galloping through the mist. Woodland nymphs and dwarves that aren't always friendly. I figured it was all folklore, great for campfire tales. I found my group online on a European hiking forum. There was Lena, 26, a Freiburg native with freckles and a no-nonsense attitude, who knew the forest like her backyard. Her boyfriend Marcus, 31, built like a lumberjack, quiet but reliable. Sophie, 23, a Berlin University student obsessed with mythology and folklore. She was the one who geeked out over the legends. And Alex, 29, a British expat in Frankfurt, funny guy with a dry wit, always cracking jokes to lighten the mood. 5 of us total, strangers at first, but we bonded quick over planning emails and a meet in Freiburg. We geared up seriously. High-quality tents, sleeping bags rated for cold nights. Even in July, the forest dips low. Bear spray, though grizzlies aren't there, wolves. And boars are GPS devices. Satellite phones for emergencies. Paper maps as backup, water filters, dehydrated meals, first aid kits loaded with everything from bandages to anti-venom, overkill. We thought. Lena got us permits for the Black Forest National Park's remote northern section, near the Feldberg area. No established campsites, pure backcountry. It's wild, she warned in her accented English. No people for days. Respect the woods. Day 1 started idyllic. We parked at a trailhead lot outside Titisee, shouldered our 50-pound packs, and hit the path. Sun dappled through the canopy, air thick with pine resin and wildflowers. We hiked 12 miles, chatting nonstop. Me sharing American trail stories, Sophie reciting Grimm tales like Hansel and Gretel. Set right here, she said. We spotted red deer grazing, heard woodpeckers drumming. By evening, we found a perfect spot. A small clearing by a babbling stream, ringed by ancient firs towering 100 feet high. We set up camp efficiently, tents in a circle, food hung high in bear bags, a central fire pit. As dusk fell, the forest transformed. Shadows lengthened. The trees seemed to close in, blocking the sky. We cooked pasta over the fire, drank local beer, and swapped stories. Sophie went deep on local legends. The Moomin-like dwarves guard treasures, but trick intruders. And the wild hunt, ghostly riders thundering on stormy nights, taking souls. Marcus rolled his eyes, but Lena admitted her grandma swore by the old tales. People disappear here sometimes, she said softly. Hikers go in, never come out. Rangers blame getting lost, but we laughed it off as atmosphere. That first night was peaceful. Crickets, owls hooting, the stream's murmur. I slept like a rock. Day 2, deeper in. We left marked trails, following faint game paths Lena knew from childhood hikes. The forest thickened, undergrowth choking the ground, moss blanketing everything in emerald. Trunks so dense sunlight barely penetrated. It felt primeval, like stepping back millennia. We pushed 15 miles, sweat-soaked but exhilarated. Mid-afternoon, we stumbled on the abandoned cabin. It was off any map, half-collapsed log structure from maybe the 1800s. Roof caved in one side, door ajar like a gaping mouth. Vines strangled the walls, windows shattered. Old forester's hut, Lena guessed. Curiosity won. We explored. Inside, eerie silence. Dust thick as snow, furniture rotted, a table, benches, iron stove rusted solid. On walls, faded carvings, runes, animals, what looked like warning symbols. Sophie snapped photos, excited. In a corner drawer, Marcus found a leather-bound journal, pages yellowed, handwriting an old German script. Lena translated haltingly. Entries from 1938, a ranger noting strange lights at night. Whispers calling my name. Shadows taller than men moving between trees. Last page. It watches. We must leave before the full moon. We joked about curses, but a chill hung. Outside, carved into a nearby tree, fresh scratches like claws, deep and parallel, too high for bears. We didn't stay near the cabin. Bad vibes. Hiked another hour to a meadow for camp. That night, wind picked up, rustling leaves like whispers. Around 2 a.m. I woke to whistling. Clear, melodic, an old German lullaby. Schlaf, Kindlein, schlaf. Coming from the tree line, 100 yards out. I sat up, heart racing. Zipped open my tent quietly. Flashlight beam. Nothing but black trunks. Whistling stopped. Then resumed, closer, circling. Woke the others. Animal? Alex suggested. But it was too perfect, human-like. Lena pale. That's a Bergman's trick. Mountain monks luring travelers. We shone lights, yelled, "Where's there?" No answer. Then tree knocks, bang 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 on trunks, echoing around camp like surround sound. Fire rebuilt high, we stayed up till dawn. No sleep. Morning, no tracks, no signs. Day 3, tension rising. We aimed south, toward extraction point. But navigation glitched, GPS signal flaky, compass needle twitching, iron ore in soil. Lena explained, but unnerving. Trails seemed to shift. Landmarks vanished. Found odd cairns, stone piles, stacked deliberately, some with branches twisted into crosses or figures. Sophie, wards against evil or markers for something. Afternoon rain, sudden downpour, turning paths to mud. Sheltered under ponchos. Then voices. Faint, overlapping, our names murmured. Ethan, come, in English accented. Lena, Hilf, not wind. Distinct, from deep woods. Panic flickered. Marcus gripped his knife. We huddled, calling back silence. That night, camped by a ravine. Worst yet. Fog rolled in thick, visibility 10 feet. Fire struggled in damp. Voices returned, louder imitations. I'd hear Sophie crying for help, but she was beside me. Alex heard his mum's voice, dead years ago. Then orbs, glowing blue lights hovering, bobbing like lanterns, leading away from camp. We ignored, but rocks pelted, small stones from darkness, bruising arms. A shape glimpsed. Tall, 8 feet maybe, thin, elongated limbs, dark against darker trees. No face visible, just presence. Screams. Inhuman, piercing like twisted child wail mixed with animal roar. We packed frantic, night hiked with headlamps. Forest resisted. Branches snagging packs, roots tripping, paths looping. Hours lost. Exhaustion. Dawn found us in unfamiliar valley, tents left behind. Day 4, rations low, morale broken. Blisters, scratches infected. Arguments, blame flying. Found more carvings. Our initials on trees fresh. Sophie broke down. This is like the disappearances. Hundreds over years, hikers vanish, bodies found posed. Or never. Marcus spotted prints. Large, bare human-like but elongated toes, leading parallel to our path. Night. No fire, huddled. Breathing outside tents. Heavy, sniffing. Smell of decay. It circled closer, low growls. Laughter, mocking, childlike. Lena whispered prayers. Alex vomited fear. Something brushed my tent, cold touch through nylon. We bolted at first light, following stream downhill. Miracle. Hit a ranger station by noon, 2 days overdue. Rangers, concerned but skeptical. Disorientation common. Animals startle. Searched. No evidence. We flew home separate. Therapy for some. I can't enter woods now without panic. What was it? Pranksters? Cryptid like Der Grossman? Forest spirit guarding secrets? The Black Forest doesn't give answers. It takes. If you're planning a trip there, stick to trails. Deep woods. Something ancient watches. My name is Rebecca Lawson, and the events that unfolded during my solo urban exploration trip to the abandoned Poveglia Island in Italy in the fall of 2021 still wake me up screaming some nights. This is the longest, most detailed account I've ever shared of what happened, because if I don't get it all out, word for word, the memories will keep eating me alive. Poveglia is a small forbidden island in the Venetian lagoon, just south of Venice proper. It's known as one of the most haunted places on Earth, and for good reason. From the 18th century, it served as a plague quarantine station where tens of thousands died in agony. In the 1920s, it became a mental asylum infamous for brutal experiments and lobotomies performed by a mad doctor who eventually threw himself from the bell tower after claiming the dead patients were driving him insane. The island has been completely off-limits to the public since the 1960s. No boats, no visitors, heavy fines, and possible arrest if caught. But that only made me want to go more. I was 27 at the time, a freelance photographer from Chicago with a growing YouTube channel focused on urban exploration and abandoned places. I'd already explored creepy spots across the U.S. Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Kentucky, the Ohio State Reformatory, the ghost town of Bodie in California, but Europe was calling, Italy especially. Venice was magical, but Poveglia was the dark jewel I couldn't resist. I spent weeks planning. I rented a small apartment in Venice for a month. Learned basic Italian, studied old maps, satellite images, and every first-hand account I could find online. Most explorers who claimed to have been there told similar stories. Overwhelming feelings of dread, disembodied voices, shadows that moved on their own, camera malfunctions, and sudden illness. Some said they heard bells ringing from the empty tower at 3 a.m. Others described seeing patients in old-fashioned hospital gowns wandering the overgrown courtyards. I told myself it was all exaggeration, urban legend layered on tragedy. I hired a local fisherman named Marco, who was willing to break the rules for the right price, 800 euros cash, no questions. He was in his 60s, weathered face, chain-smoked the whole time. He warned me repeatedly, Signorina, Poveglia e maledetta. People go, they come back changed. Some don't come back. I laughed it off, handed him the money, and climbed into his weathered wooden boat on a foggy October evening just after sunset. The plan was simple. He'd drop me on the southern shore, where the old dock was least monitored. Leave me for exactly 6 hours, then return at 2 a.m. to pick me up. I had a waterproof backpack with 2 DSLR cameras, 3 GoPros, extra batteries, a powerful flashlight, a thermal camera, a digital voice recorder, a drone, snacks, water, a first aid kit, pepper spray, and a satellite phone for emergencies. I wore dark clothing, sturdy boots, and a life vest under my jacket just in case. The ride took about 40 minutes from Venice. As we approached, the island emerged from the mist like a nightmare painting overgrown with wild vines and trees, crumbling brick buildings half swallowed by vegetation. The iconic octagonal bell tower standing crooked against the darkening sky. Marco cut the engine 50 yards out and rowed the rest silently. He tied the boat to a rotting pier post and helped me ashore. 6 hours, he whispered, crossing himself. Do not ring the bell. Do not stay after dark falls completely. Then he was gone, the boat disappearing into the fog. The silence hit me first. Venice is never truly quiet. There's always water lapping, distant voices, boat engines, but Poveglia was dead still. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the soft splash of lagoon waves against the shore. I turned on my headlamp and started walking inland along an overgrown path that used to be the main road to the hospital complex. The air smelled of salt, decay, and something metallic I couldn't place. My boots crunched on broken tiles and fallen leaves. Within minutes, I reached the first buildings. Long, low quarantine wards with barred windows and doors hanging off hinges. Graffiti from previous illegal visitors covered the walls. Italian warnings, pentagrams, dates going back decades. I set up my first GoPro on a tripod facing the entrance of the largest ward and began recording. My voice sounded small as I narrated. I've just arrived on Poveglia Island. It's about 7:30 p.m. local time. Temperature is dropping fast. I'm heading into the plague ward first. I stepped inside. The darkness swallowed my light. The corridor stretched endlessly, rooms branching off on both sides. Old iron bed frames rusted in corners, restraints still attached. I photographed everything peeling paint, revealing layers of institutional green and yellow, medical debris scattered like bones. In one room, one found a child-sized straitjacket hanging from a hook. My stomach turned, but I kept moving. As I explored deeper, the temperature plummeted. My breath fogged even though it wasn't that cold outside. My thermal camera picked up cold spots, sharp drops of 15 to 20 degrees in specific areas with no draft explanation. I started the AVP session, asking basic questions. Is anyone here? Can you tell me your name? Do you want to be left alone? Silence on the recorder at first. Then on playback later, faint whispers that weren't there in real time. By 9 p.m. ID, covered the quarantine area and moved toward the main asylum building, a 3-story monstrosity with a central courtyard. The front doors were boarded, but a side entrance had been forced years ago. I squeezed through. Inside was worse. Operating theaters with rusted surgical tables, lobotomy tools still in glass cabinets coated in dust, patient records scattered and water damaged. I found the doctor's office on the second floor, his desk still there, papers yellowed, a journal open to a page describing patients returning after death to continue treatment. I photographed every page. That's when things started getting undeniably strange. My main DSLR battery died suddenly fully charged an hour earlier. Then one GoPro shut off. I swapped batteries, kept going. In the electroshock therapy room, I heard the first clear sound. A distant metallic clang, like a door slamming far away. I froze. Called out, "Hello?" No answer. But 10 minutes later it happened again closer. Footsteps? I couldn't tell. I decided to climb the bell tower next. The stairs spiraled up narrow brick, vegetation growing through cracks. Halfway up my flashlight flickered. At the top, the view was breathtaking and terrifying, Venice's lights twinkling in the distance. The entire island spread below like a forgotten graveyard. The bell itself was massive, rusted, rope long rotted away. I set up the drone for aerial shots. As it lifted off, I heard it. Faint at first, then unmistakable. The bell rang once. A deep, mournful tone that vibrated through my bones. But no one touched it, no wind strong enough. I checked the footage later, the rope didn't move. The bell swung on its own. I rushed down the stairs, heart pounding. Back in the courtyard, I tried the satellite phone dead. All batteries draining impossibly fast. The air grew heavy, oppressive, like before a storm. Then the voices started. Not whispers anymore, clear, overlapping murmurs in Italian. Men, women, children. Some crying, some screaming, some laughing in a way that made my skin crawl. I spun around with the thermal camera, dozens of human-shaped cold spots appearing and vanishing around me. I bolted toward the dock path, but the island seemed to shift. Paths I'd walked hours earlier were gone, swallowed by vines. I got turned around in the orchard rows of ancient fruit trees twisted into unnatural shapes. That's when I saw the first figure, a woman in a tattered white hospital gown standing between trees, head tilted at an impossible angle. She didn't move as I approached, then vanished when my light hit her directly. Panic set in fully. I ran. Branches whipped my face, drawing blood. One tripped over plague pits, mass graves half uncovered by erosion. Bones visible in the moonlight. More figures appeared, patients, doctors, plague victims with black buboes. Some reached out. One brushed my arm ice cold, like touching death itself. I finally broke through to the southern shore at 1:45 a.m., lungs burning, covered in scratches. Marco's boat wasn't there yet. I waited, shining my dying flashlight toward the water, praying. At 2:15 a.m. I heard the engine. He arrived pale as a ghost, refusing to look inland. "You heard the bell," he said, not a question. I collapsed in the boat as we sped away. Behind us, Poveglia faded into fog, but I swear I saw dozens of silhouettes lining the shore watching us leave. Back in Venice, I was sick for weeks, fever, nightmares, unexplained bruises. All my footage was corrupted except a few seconds of drawn video showing orbs swarming the tower. Right after the bell rang, doctors found nothing physically wrong. I deleted my channel, moved back to the States, and haven't touched a camera since. Poveglia isn't just haunted, it's alive with pain that never left. If you're ever tempted to go, don't. Some places keep what they take. My name is Daniel Harper, and the summer of 2022 turned out to be the longest, most terrifying chapter of my life when I decided to take a solo road trip across the vast empty highways of the American Midwest. Specifically, this happened on the endless stretches of Interstate 80 and the lonely backroads of rural Nebraska, where the cornfields stretch. For miles like an ocean of green, and small towns are hours apart under a sky that feels impossibly big. I was 32 years old at the time, recently divorced, burned out from my IT job in Denver, and craving the kind of freedom only a long drive can give you. I'd always loved road trips, the hum of tires on asphalt, classic rock on the radio, the diners with bottomless coffee, and the illusion that you can outrun your problems if you just keep moving west or east long enough. This time I packed my old Jeep Cherokee with camping gear, a cooler full of snacks, a stack of audiobooks, my DSLR camera for landscape shots, a detailed road atlas, because cell service drops out there, and a Glock 19 in the glove box for protection legal with my concealed carry permit, though I'd never needed it before. The plan was simple. Start in Denver, head east across Nebraska, dip into Iowa, then loop back through Kansas over 2 weeks. No strict schedule, just freedom. I'd sleep in motels some nights, camp under the stars others, chase sunsets, and maybe find some clarity after my marriage fell apart. The first few days were perfect. Colorado's Rockies faded in the rearview, replaced by the flat golden plains of eastern Colorado and then Nebraska. I stopped at quirky roadside attractions, the world's largest porch swing in Hebron. Carhenge Alliance took photos of abandoned farmhouses swallowed by weeds. Ate greasy burgers at mom-and-pop diners where the waitresses called everyone hun. The solitude felt healing. It was on the fifth night, July 18th, that everything changed. I'd been driving late, longer than I should have, chasing a thunderstorm on the horizon for dramatic photos. By midnight, I was somewhere west of Lincoln, Nebraska, on a deserted 2-lane state highway cutting through endless cornfields. No other cars for miles, just my headlights carving a tunnel through the dark radio static because I was out of range of stations. My eyes were heavy, so I started looking for a place to pull over and sleep in the Jeep. There are plenty of quiet gravel turnoffs in that part of the country. I spotted one. A narrow dirt road leading into the corn, with a faded no trespassing sign half covered in vines. I figured it was an old field access road, perfect for discreet camping. I turned in, drove about half a mile until the corn swallowed the highway behind me, and parked in a small clearing. Engine off, crickets immediately filled the silence. I reclined the seat, locked the doors, and drifted off quickly, lulled by the rhythmic chirping. I woke abruptly around 3 a.m. to a sound I couldn't place at first, soft, repetitive, like footsteps on gravel circling the Jeep slowly. My heart slammed awake. I sat up, peered through the windows. Nothing but blackness and rows of corn swaying slightly in the breeze. No moonlight cloud cover from the earlier storm. I waited, breath shallow. The footsteps stopped. Then started again, closer. Crunch, 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 deliberate, unhurried. I grabbed my flashlight, shone it out the driver's side. The beam caught nothing but stalks. But the sound was right there, inches from the door. I told myself it was a coyote or a raccoon. Coming out there. I rolled the window down an inch to listen better. That's when I heard the breathing, heavy, wet, human sounding, right outside. My skin crawled. I yanked the window up, locked it again, and grabbed my phone. No signal, of course. The footsteps resumed, now on the passenger side. Then the roof, something heavy walking across the roof rack, making the Jeep creak. Impossible for an animal to be that heavy without claws scratching metal. I turned on the interior light, hoping to scare whatever it was. Silence. Minutes passed. I started the engine, planning to reverse out fast. But as I shifted into reverse, the headlights illuminated something that made my blood freeze. About 30 feet ahead, standing dead center in the dirt road, was a figure. Tall, at least 7 feet, wearing what looked like tattered overalls, no shirt, skin pale and streaked with dirt. The face, I couldn't make out details because it was wearing some kind of crude mask made from what looked like dried corn husks, with holes cut for eyes that reflected my headlights like an animal's. It didn't move, just stood there, head slightly tilted, staring. I floored it in reverse, tires spinning in dirt before catching. The figure didn't flinch. I backed all the way to the highway, swung onto asphalt, and sped east doing 90 miles per hour, heart pounding so hard I thought I'd have a heart attack. I didn't stop until I reached a 24-hour truck stop outside Lincoln 2 hours later, where I parked under bright floodlights among semi-trucks and finally slept with one hand on my gun. I told myself it was a prank, some local kids in a scarecrow costume messing with travelers. Nebraska has its share of urban legends about cornfield creeps. I posted about it anonymously on a road trip forum the next morning, laughing it off. But the replies chilled me. Dozens of similar stories on that exact stretch of road. Truckers avoiding it at night. A missing persons case from 2018, a young woman whose car was found abandoned on a similar side road. No trace. Locals calling the figure Cornwalker, or the Husk. I should have turned around and gone home then. But stubbornness or curiosity kept me going. I convinced myself it was a one-off. The rest of the trip was normal for a few days. Iowa's rolling hills, cheap motels, fireworks stands. But on night 9, camping legally at a state park near Omaha, I woke again to footsteps, this time outside my tent. Same deliberate pace, circling. I unzipped the flap with my gun ready. Nothing visible, but fresh footprints in the soft ground, bare feet. Impossibly long toes, leading into the woods and stopping abruptly, like the person vanished. I packed up at dawn and kept moving. Night 10. A motel in Kearney, Nebraska, on the return leg. I chose a busy place off I-80, room on the second floor. Felt safe, slept hard. Woke at 4 a.m. to knocking slow, rhythmic on my door. I looked through the peephole, empty hallway. Knocking continued, now from the window. I was on the second floor. I pulled the curtain. Nothing but parking lot. Then scratching long nails, dragging down the glass from outside. I called the front desk. Clerk checked cameras, later nothing recorded. By now I was paranoid, checking locks obsessively, sleeping with lights on. I started taking only major interstates, no back roads. But on the final push back to Colorado, exhaustion hit hard outside North Platte. I pulled into a rest area packed with trucks, figuring safety in numbers. Parked between two semis, locked doors, reclined seat. Dozed off. Woke to my Jeep rocking gently, like someone pushing it. Both semis were gone, drivers must have left quietly. I looked out, same tall figure standing 10 feet away. Corn husk mask gleaming under sodium lights, holding what looked like a rusted machete. It raised one arm slowly, pointing directly at me. I started the engine, peeled out, called 911 on a spotty signal. State trooper met me 20 miles down the road. I told him everything. He listened politely, said there'd been sightings over the years, but no arrests, always gone before police arrive. Gave me an escort to the Colorado line. I made it home, sold the Jeep. Haven't taken a solo road trip since. I still get anonymous calls, heavy breathing, then rustling like corn leaves. Sometimes late at night, I hear footsteps on my apartment roof. Third floor? Was it a person? A cult thing? Something not human that haunts those cornfields? I don't know. But if you're driving through rural Nebraska alone at night, don't turn down unmarked dirt roads. And if you see a tall figure in husks, drive. Don't stop. Don't look back. My name is Olivia Grant, and what happened to me during my night shifts as a nurse in a crumbling old hospital in Manchester, England, in the winter of 2023 is the reason I will never work another overnight shift in healthcare again. This is the full, unfiltered story, every detail, every moment of terror, every second that still replays in my nightmares. Because if I don't lay it all out here, completely and honestly, I'm afraid the memories will keep clawing their way back into my waking life forever. I was 29 at the time. A registered nurse with 6 years of experience, mostly in busy A&E departments in London. Burnout had hit me hard, long hours, traumatic cases, the constant pressure of the NHS. So when a locum agency offered me a 3-month contract at St. Catherine's Hospital in North Manchester, I jumped at it. It paid well, the cost of living was lower, and I thought a smaller city hospital would be quieter. I was wrong. St. Catherine's wasn't just old, it was ancient. Built in 1874 as a workhouse infirmary, converted to a full hospital in the 1920s, and slowly phased out as newer facilities opened. By 2023, it was down to just 3 wards. Geriatric long stay, palliative care, and a small psychiatric observation unit. Most of the building was closed off, entire wings boarded up, corridors sealed with padlocked doors, elevators permanently out of service. The active part was the ground and first floors of the East Wing, lit by flickering fluorescent tubes and heated by rattling Victorian radiators that never quite warmed the air. I worked permanent nights 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 4 nights on, 4 off. The night staff was skeletal. Me, one other nurse named Karen, mid-50s chain smoker, been there 25 years. A healthcare assistant named Jamal, and whichever junior doctor was unlucky enough to be on call. Patients were mostly elderly, many with dementia, some terminal. The atmosphere was heavy from the moment you walked in. Smell of antiseptic mixed with urine and decay, distant moans echoing down hallways, the constant beep of monitors, but I told myself I could handle it. The first few weeks were uneventful, just exhausting. I learned the routines, medication rounds at 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., turning bedbound patients every 2 hours to prevent pressure sores, responding to buzzers, charting endless cups of tea in the dimly lit nurses' station. Karen filled the silence with stories. How the hospital used to be packed in the 80s, how the maternity ward delivered thousands of babies before it closed, how the basement mortuary still had original Victorian slab tables. She also mentioned the rumors that the closed West Wing was haunted, that nurses had seen children in old-fashioned nightgowns running the corridors, that the old psychiatric ward on the 3rd floor had been the site of unethical treatments in the 1950s electroshock without anesthesia experimental drugs patients who disappeared from records. I laughed it off. I'm a rational person. I've seen death up close. Ghosts just don't scare me, or so I thought. It started small, around week 4. I was doing the 2 a.m. rounds on the geriatric ward long corridor, 12 side rooms, 6-bed bay at the end. Most patients asleep. I checked Mr. Hargreaves in room 8, adjusted his oxygen, then moved to room 9. The door was ajar, which was odd. I always closed them. Inside, Mrs. Ellison, 92, severe dementia, was sitting bolt upright in bed, staring at the corner of the room. Her eyes were wide, terrified. She was whispering rapidly. "The little boy? He's back. He wants to play." I calmed her, gave her a small dose of lorazepam as PRN. She settled. But as I left the room, I swear I saw movement in the corner, a small shadow darting behind the privacy curtain. I pulled it back. Nothing, I told Karen. She just nodded. "That's Tommy. He's been seen for decades. Died here in 1942 diphtheria ward. Likes the old ladies." I rolled my eyes. Mass hysteria, suggestion, tricks of tired eyes. But it escalated. A week later, the call bells started going off in empty rooms. The ward had 18 beds, but only 11 occupied. Yet bells from rooms 3, 5, and 12 long-term empty rang repeatedly at 3:15 a.m. exactly. I'd go check. No patient, bell cord untouched, but the button pressed. Maintenance checked the system, nothing wrong. It happened 3 nights in a row. Then the footsteps. Overhead, on the sealed 2nd floor directly above our ward. Slow, deliberate heels on wooden flooring, back and forth, like someone pacing a hallway that hadn't been walked in years. We'd hear it start around 1 a.m., stop at 4 a.m. Karen said it was Sister Mary, a matron who died of tuberculosis in 1956, still doing her rounds. I started bringing my phone to record audio. Caught faint children's laughter, a woman singing an old lullaby. "Hush, little baby," in a cracked voice. The breaking point came on a freezing night in late November. Snow was falling outside, wind howling through cracked windows. Only 8 patients that night 3 had passed in the previous week. Karen called in sick. Jamal was off. So it was just me and a bank doctor who spent the whole shift asleep in the on-call room. At midnight, I was in the nurse's station charting when all the lights flickered, then half went out. Emergency lighting kicked in, bathing everything in red glow. The temperature dropped suddenly, my breath visible. Then every single call bell in the ward went off at once, piercing, overlapping. I ran out. Patients were agitated, some crying out. Mrs. Ellison was screaming, "They're here! All of them!" I silenced the bells one by one. When I reached empty room 12, the door was wide open. Inside, the bedside chair was pulled out, facing the bed as if someone had been sitting watching a patient who wasn't there. On the wall, written in what looked like soot or ash, "We are still here." I took a photo, hands shaking. At 3 a.m., I heard crying child crying from the direction of the sealed stairwell that led to the closed floors. I should have ignored it. But training kicks in. Distress call, you respond. I grabbed the master key, unlocked the metal gate at the end of the corridor, and climbed the dark stairs to the 1st floor landing. Door padlocked. But the crying was louder here, coming from above. I went higher. 2nd floor psychiatric ward, sealed since 1998. Padlock was intact, but the chain was loose like it had been opened recently. I hesitated, then undid it. Door creaked open into pitch blackness. My torch beam cut through dust thick as fog. Old vinyl flooring, peeling paint, gurneys abandoned in the corridor, restraint beds still in rooms with leather straps rotted. The crying stopped. Silence. then footsteps behind me fast. I spun. Nothing. The cold breath on my neck unmistakable. I ran back down, locked the gate, heart hammering. Back on the ward, Mr. Patel in room 6 was coding ventricular fibrillation. I called the crash team, started CPR. The doctor arrived. We worked him for 30 minutes. Pronounced at 3:42 a.m. As I cleaned up, I noticed something on the monitor strip printout. In the background static, clear as day, the outline of handprints, small, child-sized, prepped against the paper from the inside. I finished the shift somehow, clocked out at 7 a.m. into gray dawn, and never went back. I called the agency, said family emergency. Moved back to London the same week. My flat in Manchester is still full of unpacked boxes. I couldn't face returning. Months later, I requested Mr. Patel's notes. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. But the nurse who took over my shifts wrote in the handover book, Room 6 bell, ringing again. Patient deceased. St. Catherine's closed permanently in 2024. Too expensive to maintain. Demolition starts next year. But I drive past sometimes. At night, I swear I still see lights on the upper floors moving, like lanterns carried by nurses making rounds that never end. If you ever work nights in an old hospital, listen to the locals. Some buildings don't let go of their dead. And sometimes the dead don't want to let go of you. My name is Lucas Bennett, and the events that took place during my time as a 911 operator in a mid-sized city in Oregon, United States, between late 2023 and early 2024, are the reason I left emergency services forever and moved across the country to start a new life under a different name. This is the complete, exhaustive account of what happened, every call, every detail, every moment of dread that built over months until it finally broke me. I need to tell it all from the very beginning because keeping it bottled up any longer feels like it will drive me insane. If you've ever wondered what really goes on in those dark call centers at 3 a.m., when the rest of the world is asleep, this is it. I was 31 years old when I started the job. I'd always been good under pressure, former Army medic, 2 tours in Afghanistan, discharged honorably in 2019. Civilian life felt aimless after that. I tried security work, EM to shifts, even bartending, but nothing stuck. When the county posted an opening for 911 dispatchers, I applied on a whim. The training was intense. 6 months of classroom, ride-alongs with police and fire, learning codes, protocols, geography, de-escalation techniques. They taught us to stay calm no matter what came through the headset: domestic violence, heart attacks, active shooters, child abuse, suicides. You name it, we handled it. The pay was decent, benefits solid, and I thought my military background would help me compartmentalize. The call center was in the basement of the county sheriff's office in Salem, Oregon, a windowless room with rows of workstations, dim lighting, multiple screens per operator, constant hum of air conditioning and radio chatter. Shifts were 12 hours, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or vice versa. I chose nights because the volume was lower, and I've always been a night owl. There were usually 4 to 6 of us on graveyard me, veteran dispatcher Marie, 20 years in. Young guy named Tyler, fresh out of training, quiet older woman named Dolores, and rotating floaters. Supervisors floated between floors. We had strict rules. No personal phones at desks, no food smells, mandatory breaks every 4 hours, critical incident debriefs after bad calls. The first few months were standard. Heart attacks in elderly callers who could barely speak, drunk drivers reported by concerned citizens' welfare. Checks on suicidal teens texting crisis lines that rolled over to us, domestic disputes where you could hear screaming and crashing in the background. I got good at it, calm voice, rapid typing, sending units while keeping the caller on the line. I saved lives. A choking baby where I walked the mother through back blows. A stabbing where I kept the victim conscious until paramedics arrived. You get a rush from the good outcomes. But the bad ones, the ones where you hear the last breath, or the gunshot, or the child screaming as they're taken, those stick to your ribs like tar. The weird calls started subtly, around October 2023. At first I thought they were pranks or mental health crises. A woman whispering, "He's in the walls," scratching. Before the line went dead, I traced it to an empty address, an old house condemned after a fire years ago. Officers checked. Nothing. Another. Heavy breathing, then a man saying, "Tell them I'm sorry," followed by a sound like drowning. Hang up, number unregistered, voice unfamiliar. Then came the repeats. Same voice, same phrases, different nights. A child couldn't have been older than 8 calling from a blocked number. The man with no face is at my door. Can you make him go away? I'd try to get an address, but the child would cry, "He says you can't help," and disconnect. I logged them as possible abuse or hoax, sent patrol when possible. Nothing ever found. Marie noticed me getting unsettled. "You'll get used to the crazies," she said over coffee in the break room. Every operator gets their ghost caller. Mine was a woman who called every anniversary of her son's overdose. Same time, same words. Turned out she'd passed years earlier. Somehow the recording looped in the system. Glitch or something. I didn't buy the glitch theory when it kept happening. By November, the calls escalated. One night at 2:17 a.m. exactly, a call came in on the non-emergency line that routes to us after hours. Male voice, flat and mechanical. Unit required at 1427 Willow Creek Road. Multiple casualties. Sender unknown. I pulled up the address: abandoned farmhouse. Scene of a family murder-suicide in 1998. No current ownership. I dispatched anyway. Deputies arrived. House empty, but all interior doors wide open. Furniture rearranged in a perfect circle in the living room. Fresh blood on the floor forming the words, "We hear you." They photographed it, collected samples. Lab came back blood human, but too degraded to type. No footprints in or out. Case filed as vandalism, but everyone knew it wasn't. That same week, Tyler took a call from a woman screaming that someone was breaking into her house. He stayed calm, got the address, sent units code, 3 lights and sirens. While waiting, the woman suddenly stopped screaming and said in a completely different voice, deep male, "Thank you for taking my call, Tyler." Then laughing before disconnect. Units arrived. House empty, alarm system intact, no sign of forced entry. The address belonged to Tyler's childhood home. His parents sold it when he was 10. He'd never given that address to anyone at work. We started comparing notes. Dolores admitted she'd been getting calls in languages she didn't speak: Latin, maybe reciting what sounded like prayers backward. Marie's ghost caller returned after years silent. The worst stretch was December 2023 into January 2024. Calls came in waves between 2 and 4 a.m. Descriptions of crimes that hadn't happened, yet detailed, accurate. A hit and run on Highway 22. Caller described the vehicle, license plate, victim's clothing. We dispatched. Accident occurred 40 minutes later, exact match. A house fire in Kaiser. Caller gave address, said smoke in the attic. Fire reported an hour later started in the attic wiring. We saved the family because of early response. But the callers never identified themselves. Voices distorted, backgrounds silent. Then the personal ones. A call from me by name. "Lucas Bennett, you can't save them all." I asked who it was. Silence. Then a voice I recognized, my old squad mate from Afghanistan, Kia, in 2018. Same laugh, same accent. "You left me behind, man." Line dead. I checked logs, number spoofed as originating from my own cell phone, which was locked in my locker. We reported everything up the chain. Supervisors brought in IT to audit systems. No breaches. Phones clean. They installed new recording software, added authentication protocols. Didn't help. New Year's Eve 2023 was the breaking point. I was alone in the center, everyone else on mandatory holiday staffing elsewhere. Call volume low, city quiet. At 3:33 a.m., every line lit up simultaneously. 20 lines, all ringing. I answered the first. Child's voice, "They're all coming now." Second, woman sobbing, "Make it stop." Third, man whispering my full name, social security number, mother's maiden name. I started patching them through to recorded messages. But the voices kept coming, dozens overlapping in my headset, even on mute. Screens glitched. CAD system computer-aided dispatch started auto-populating incidents. Every unsolved murder, missing person, cold case in the county database, timestamps changing to current, addresses flashing red. Units being dispatched without my input to scenes years old. Then the power flickered. Emergency lights kicked on. In the red glow, I saw them on the security monitors, figures in every camera feed. Not outside. Inside the building. Hallways, lobby, evidence room. Pale, translucent, moving wrong jerky, like old film. Some in uniforms from decades past. Others in civilian clothes, bloodied, injured. One camera in the basement morgue drawer hall showed drawers opening slowly, empty gurneys rolling out on their own. I grabbed the radio. "All units, disregard automated dispatches. System compromise. but the radio was dead. Landlines cut. Cell towers jam, no signal. Last call came through on the direct supervisor line. Voice calm, genderless. Thank you for your service, Lucas. Your shift is over. Then every screen displayed the same message in white text on black. We heard everyone. I ran. Up the stairs, through the lobby empty, doors locked from inside. I used my keycard, burst out into freezing rain. Drove straight to Portland. Checked into a motel under cash. Quit the next day via email. The center was investigated. No evidence of tampering. Logs wiped clean that night. Other operators reported similar but less intense incidents over the years. Official conclusion: mass hallucination from carbon monoxide leak. Fixed. Case closed. But I know better. Those voices, the desperate, the dying, the ones we couldn't save, they're still in the wires. Still calling. If your phone rings at 3 a.m. from an unknown number, don't answer. They might not be done with you yet. My name is Sophia Reynolds, and the summer of 2024 in the remote coastal town of Whitby, North Yorkshire, England, marked the end of my old life and the beginning of something I still can't fully explain or escape. This is the longest, most complete version of the story I've ever told. Every single moment, every conversation, every sensation of dread that built over those 6 weeks until it finally consumed everything I thought I knew about reality. I need to write it all down here, in exhaustive detail, because some nights the memories crash over me like waves against the cliffs, and the only way to keep from drowning is to put them into words. I was 34 years old, a history teacher from Leeds recently, separated from my husband of 8 years after he decided he wanted a different life, one that didn't include me or the quiet routines we built. The divorce wasn't dramatic. It was just empty. I needed distance, salt air, and time to heal. Whitby had always been my escape. Growing up, family holidays on the windswept beach, fish and chips on the harbor, the dramatic ruins of Whitby Abbey looming on the clifftop like something out of a Gothic novel. Bram Stoker wrote parts of Dracula here, inspired by the town's eerie atmosphere. The 199 steps leading up to the Abbey, the old graveyard tilting toward the sea. One rented a small stone cottage on the east cliff for 2 months, right on the edge of the old town, with a view of the North Sea that stretched gray and endless. The cottage was 18th century, thick walls, low beams, a tiny garden overgrown with wild roses. The landlord, an elderly woman named Mrs. Hargrove, warned me gently when I collected the keys. It's peaceful, love, but the sea talks at night. Some folk hear things they shouldn't. I smiled politely, thinking it was quaint local charm. I arrived on a rainy June afternoon. The town was quieter than I remembered. No cruise ships, few tourists yet. The harbor smelled of salt and diesel, gulls wheeled overhead, and the famous jet jewelry shops were just opening for the season. I spent the first week settling in. Long walks along the beach collecting sea glass, reading in the cottage's small sitting room with the windows open to the wind, cooking simple meals, journaling about the divorce. Nights were cool. I slept deeply under heavy blankets, lulled by the distant crash of waves. The first odd thing happened on the 7th night. I woke around 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps on the gravel path outside my bedroom window, slow, deliberate, as if someone was pacing back and forth. I sat up, heart racing, and pulled the curtain aside. The garden was empty, bathed in moonlight, roses swaying gently. No footprints in the gravel the next morning. I chalked it up to a fox or a neighbor's cat. But it happened again 2 nights later. Same time, same pacing. This time I opened the window and called out softly, "Who's there?" Silence. Then, faintly, what sounded like a woman humming an old sea shanty my grandmother used to sing, "The Maid of Amsterdam." The humming stopped the moment I spoke. I closed the window, unsettled, but told myself it was wind through the chimney or a neighbor's radio. By the end of the second week, the footsteps became regular, every other night, always around 3 a.m. I started leaving the outside light on. One morning I found the garden gate unlatched, though I always locked it. Another morning, a single white rose lay on the doorstep, freshly cut, no thorns. There were no white roses in my garden. I began exploring the town more, trying to distract myself. I climbed the 199 steps to the Abbey ruins daily, sat among the gravestones reading, visited St. Mary's Church with its creepy box pews and triple-decker pulpit. I made friends with a local bookseller named Tom, who ran a tiny Gothic literature shop near the harbor. He was in his late 40s, kind eyes, knew everything about Whitby's history. Over coffee one afternoon, he mentioned the town's haunted reputation, not just Dracula tourism, but real stories. The East Cliff cottages are old smugglers' homes, he said. Tunnels run under some of them to the beach. People used to hide contraband. And sometimes people. There's talk of a woman who lost her sailor husband in the 1800s. She waited every night on the cliff path for a ship that never returned. Folks say she still walks looking for him. Leaves white roses for the lost. I laughed nervously. My cottage is on the cliff path. Tom's face grew serious. Which one? Seaview Cottage, number 12. He went pale. That was hers. Eliza Hawthorne. She lived there alone after her husband. As ship went down in 1847, hung herself in the attic in 1852. The cottage stood empty for decades, until it was renovated in the 1970s. Tenants never stay long. I didn't sleep that night. At 3 a.m. sharp, the footsteps started closer this time, as if on the cottage's stone patio. Then knocking soft. 3 knocks on the back door. I didn't answer. The knocking stopped. In the morning, another white rose on the doorstep. Dude as if freshly picked. I tried rational explanations. A neighbor playing a prank. Someone with a crush leaving flowers. The footsteps just the house settling. I bought a Ring camera and installed it facing the garden. The first night it recorded nothing but wind. The second night, at 3:03 a.m., motion triggered. The footage showed the garden empty. Then a woman in a long dark dress and white apron appeared suddenly in frame, standing motionless, facing the camera. Face obscured by a bonnet. She held a single white rose. After 10 seconds, she simply vanished. No fade, no movement, just gone. The timestamp jumped 3 seconds. I showed the footage to Tom. He recognized the dress style immediately, mid-Victorian morning clothes. That's Eliza, he whispered. We researched together at the local library. Found Eliza Hawthorne's death notice in an 1852 newspaper, found suspended in attic of her residence, Seaview Cottage. Verdict: temporary insanity brought on by grief. There was even a grainy archive photo of the cottage from 1900, same gate, same roses. And in the upstairs window, a faint figure that could have been a woman watching. The activity intensified. Lights flickered though the wiring was new. Cold spots moved through rooms. I'd hear crying soft, heartbroken from the attic. One night I woke to find my bedroom door open, though I'd locked it. Wet footprints led from the door to the window, bare feet, small, as if someone had come in from the sea. I climbed the attic pole downstairs one afternoon in daylight. The space was dusty, empty except for old beams and insulation. But in the far corner, scratched deeply into the wood, "He is not coming back." And below it, fresh that morning, "Neither are you." I packed to leave that day. But a storm hit worst in decades. Roads flooded, trains canceled. I was trapped for a week. The footsteps never stopped. The humming grew louder. White roses appeared inside the cottage, on the kitchen table, on my pillow. The camera caught her more clearly now. Pale face, dark eyes fixed on the lens, mouth moving silently. On the 7th night of the storm, power went out completely. I sat by candlelight in the sitting room, terrified. At 3 a.m. the knocking came, not on the door but on the walls, from inside. Then the attic hatch creaked open slowly on its own. I heard dragging footsteps overhead. Back and forth, back and forth. Then silence. I ran to the front door, tried to leave. Locked from the inside, though I had the only key. Windows wouldn't budge. I called the police on my mobile signal, finally returned, but the line filled with static and a woman's voice whispering, "Stay with me." I barricaded myself in the bedroom. At dawn the storm broke. The door unlocked itself. I fled with only my purse and car keys, left everything else. Drove straight to Leeds, never went back. Mrs. Hargrove mailed my belongings weeks later. Included was a final white rose, pressed flat, and a note in handwriting I didn't recognize. "Thank you for waiting with me." Seaview Cottage is rented again now, to new visitors every summer. I check the listing sometimes. Reviews mention peaceful, charming, odd noises at night. Beautiful roses left unexpectedly. One recent review. Felt like someone was watching the whole time. Won't stay again. If you ever rent a cottage on the East Cliff in Whitby, check the name. And if you find a white rose on your doorstep at 3 a.m., leave before she asks you to stay. My name is Nathan Cole, and the autumn of 2024 in the small university town of St. Andrews, Scotland, turned my life into a living nightmare that I still haven't fully woken up from. This is the complete, exhaustive, unfiltered account of what happened to me during my final year as a postgraduate student at the University of St. Andrews. Every single day, every conversation, every moment of escalating terror inside one of the oldest and most haunted halls of residence in the United Kingdom. St. Salvator's Hall, known to generations of students simply as Sally's. I need to tell it all here, in as much detail as possible, because the memories still crawl under my skin at night. And the only way I can keep them from taking over completely is to lay them out, word by word, until there's nothing left hidden. I was 25 years old, an American from Boston, doing a one-year MSc in medieval history. St. Andrews had been my dream since undergrad. Ancient stone buildings, cobblestone streets, the North Sea crashing against the ruined cathedral, the sense that you were walking through layers of history every day. I'd been awarded a full scholarship and a room in St. Salvator's Hall, one of the most prestigious and oldest residences. Built in the 1450s as part of the university's founding college, it had been a residence for students since the 18th century. The building is stunning: gray stone quadrangles, spiral staircases, leaded windows, a chapel with medieval stained glass, and a dining hall that looks like Hogwarts. But it's also infamous among students for being haunted. Every Freshers' Week, the upperclassmen tell stories. The gray lady who walks the corridors at midnight, the white lady who appears in the chapel, the phantom piper heard on the roof during storms, the student who hanged himself in the 1930s, and still knocks on doors asking for help. I'd heard them all during orientation and laughed them off. I'm a historian. I deal in facts, documents, evidence. Ghosts are for tourists and Gothic novels. My room was G14 on the top floor of G staircase, a corner single with a view over the quad and out toward the North Sea. It was small bed, desk, wardrobe, sink, high ceiling with ancient beams but cozy. The floor had only 8 rooms, shared kitchen and bathrooms. Quiet because most residents were postgrads or final year undergrads. My neighbors were Anna, a quiet PhD student in physics from Germany; Rory, a loud Scottish theology undergrad who played bagpipes badly; Freya, an art history master's student from Norway; Hamish and Callum, twin medical students from Edinburgh; and Lily, a literature student from London who organized ghost hunting nights for fun. We became a tight group quickly: late night tea in the kitchen, study sessions, pub crawls to the Central or the Vic. The first strange thing happened on my 3rd night. I woke at exactly 3:17 a.m. to the sound of knocking 3 slow knocks on my door. I stumbled up, opened it. Empty corridor. Dim emergency lighting, no one. I checked the kitchen, empty. Went back to bed. The next morning I asked if anyone had knocked. Everyone said no. Rory joked, "That'll be Patrick Hamilton. He was burned at the stake outside Sally's in 1528 for heresy. They say he knocks on doors looking for absolution." We all laughed. But it happened again 2 nights later. Same time, same 3 knocks. This time I opened the door faster, nothing. I walked the entire floor. All doors closed, no one awake. I even checked the staircase, no one coming up or down. I started sleeping with earplugs. By the end of September, the knocks became nightly. Always 3:17 a.m. Always 3 knocks. Always no one there. I installed a cheap motion-activated camera facing my door. The footage showed the corridor empty. Then the door visibly vibrated with 3 knocks, but no hand, no person. The timestamp read 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 3 seconds. I showed the video to Lily. She got excited. "That's the martyr's knock. Patrick Hamilton supposedly knocks 3 times for the Trinity before he was executed." She organized an impromptu ghost hunt that weekend: EMF meters, spirit boxes, digital recorders in the corridor. We caught cold spots, spikes on the EMF, and on the recorder when played back, a faint male voice saying, "Absolve me," in what sounded like archaic Scots. I still tried to rationalize it. Old building, drafts, pipes, suggestion. But then the personal things started. One morning I found my desk chair turned to face the corner, though I'd left it at the desk. My books rearranged into a cross shape. My laptop opened to a Wikipedia page on Patrick Hamilton's martyrdom, burned alive outside the hall. His initials, PH, still carved into the cobblestones in front where students avoid stepping for luck. I hadn't searched that. October brought storms off the North Sea. The building groaned in the wind. One night during a gale, I heard footsteps overhead, slow, measured pacing across the attic directly above my room. But there is no attic access on G floor. The roof space is sealed. The pacing went on for hours. I recorded it on my phone, clear footsteps on wooden boards that shouldn't exist. Lily identified it as the White Lady, a former warden's wife who died of grief in the 1800s after her son drowned. Supposedly walks the roof looking for him. We found archive records confirming a warden's wife died in the hall in 1873, 'cause listed as melancholy. By November, the activity focused on me. Doors in my room opened and closed on their own. My breath visible in sudden cold drops. I'd wake to find my blankets pulled off, or my shoes lined up perfectly under the bed, though I'd left them scattered. Once I found salt poured in a circle around my bed, though no one had access to my room. The worst night was November 11th, Remembrance Day. The hall was quiet. Most students at the chapel service or pub. I stayed in to finish an essay. At 11 p.m., the power flickered. Then every light in my room went out except my desk lamp. The temperature plummeted. I heard chanting Latin, low and rhythmic, from the walls. I recognized it later as part of the old Catholic Mass for the dead, banned after the Reformation. Patrick Hamilton was a Protestant martyr executed for rejecting Catholic doctrine. At midnight, I heard screaming, agonized male from outside. I ran to the window. The quad was empty, but the screaming continued as if someone was burning. I called security. They checked nothing. But when I went back to my desk, written in ash across my essay pages, I burned still. I moved out temporarily to a friend's flat off campus, but the activity followed. Knocks at 3:17 a.m. in the new place. Cold spots. My friend saw a tall figure in old-fashioned clothing standing at the foot of my borrowed bed. I returned to Sally's after a week couldn't afford alternative accommodation. The hall chaplain, an older priest named Father Douglas, offered to bless my room. He came with holy water, incense, prayers in Latin. During the blessing, the temperature dropped dramatically. The crucifix on his rosary snapped in half. He went pale. "There's something attached to this room," he said quietly. "Not evil, but in pain. Unfinished business." We researched deeper. Found university archives mentioning a student in the 1930s who hanged himself in G14 after failing exams, name redacted, but initials PH. Coincidence? Maybe. But then we found a 16th century record, Patrick Hamilton's cousin, also named Patrick Hamilton, studied briefly at St. Salvator's before the martyrdom, and was said to have hidden in the halls as walls during persecution. The final straw came during finals week in December. I hadn't slept properly in weeks. One night at 3 a.m. I woke to find a figure standing at the foot of my bed, tall, male, wearing dark 16th century style clothing, face shadowed, but eyes glowing faintly. He raised the hand as if in blessing or accusation. I screamed. The figure dissolved into smoke. But on my wall, burned into the plaster as if with a brand, appeared the letters PH, still visible today if you know where to look. I finished my degree remotely from Boston. Never returned to collect my belongings, had them shipped. The university offered counseling, but I declined. Some things therapy can't fix. St. Salvator's is still there, still beautiful, still taking new students every year. G14 is still allocated. Current residents report the same knocks, the same cold spots, the same figure. The university denies everything, of course. If you're ever offered a room in St. Salvator's Hall, especially on G staircase, ask for the room number. And if it's G14, choose somewhere else. Some history doesn't stay buried. Some martyrs never stop knocking. My name is Emily Harper, and the winter of 2024 in the quiet suburban neighborhood of Elmwood in Connecticut, United States, destroyed every sense of safety I had ever known. This is the full, unrelenting, painfully detailed story of how an ordinary house on a peaceful cul-de-sac became the center of the most terrifying neighbor horror I have ever heard of, let alone lived through. I am writing every single moment, every conversation, every sleepless night, because if I don't force it all onto the page in exhaustive detail, the fear will keep growing inside me like a living thing. This happened to me, to my family, and to the people who lived at 47 Maple Lane, and it still isn't over. I was 36 years old, a remote graphic designer, married to Ryan, 38, a high school history teacher. We had 2 children, Ava, 9, and Mason, 6. We had lived in our split-level house at 49 Maple Lane for 5 years. It was the kind of neighborhood people dream about: tree-lined streets, kids riding bikes, block parties in summer, everyone waving as they pulled out of driveways. Our next-door neighbors at 47 had always been quiet. An older couple, the Millers, lived there until Mr. Miller passed in 2022 and Mrs. Miller moved to assisted living. The house sat empty for over a year, for sale sign fading in the yard, until October 2024 when a moving truck finally appeared. The new neighbor arrived alone. His name was Victor Lang. Mid-40s, tall, thin, neatly dressed, dark hair slicked back. Always wearing the same charcoal overcoat even when it wasn't cold. He introduced himself the day he moved in, knocked politely, handed me a small tin of homemade shortbread, and said in a soft, precise voice, "I'm Victor. I work from home. I value privacy and quiet. I hope we'll get along splendidly." His smile was perfect, but it never reached his eyes. Ryan joked later that he looked like a 1950s insurance salesman. We didn't think much of it. The first few weeks were normal. We saw him rarely coming or going in his black sedan, always at odd hours, always alone. No visitors, no deliveries except occasional Amazon packages. He kept the lawn immaculate, curtains always drawn, exterior lights on timers. Polite nods if we crossed paths. Nothing alarming. Then Ava started mentioning him. One evening in early November, she came in from playing in the backyard and said, "Mr. Lang was watching me from his window again." I looked out second floor window facing our yard, curtain pulled back just enough for a silhouette. I waved. The curtain dropped immediately. I told myself he was just checking on noise or something. A week later, Mason lost his favorite red ball over the fence into Victor's yard. Ryan went over to ask for it back. Victor answered the door promptly, handed the ball over without a word, and closed the door. Ryan said the house smelled strange like bleach and something metallic underneath. Probably just cleaning, he said. By Thanksgiving, the watching became constant. We'd catch glimpses of Victor at different windows, always facing our house. Day or night, if we were in the kitchen, he was at his kitchen window. If the kids played outside, upstairs window. If we sat in the living room watching TV, side window. Never obvious staring, just standing there, motionless, for minutes at a time. I started closing curtains earlier. I baked cookies for the neighborhood as usual, and brought a plate over. Victor opened the door only a crack, took the plate without inviting me in, said, "Thank you, Emily," and closed it. He knew my name, though I'd only told him once. December brought snow. The kids built a snowman in the front yard. I glanced over and saw Victor outside for the first time in weeks, standing on his driveway in that same coat, staring at the snowman. Not moving. For 20 minutes. When Ava waved, he didn't wave back. Just turned and went inside. That night, Ryan woke me at 2 a.m. There's someone in the backyard. I looked out our bedroom window. Motion light on Victor's side illuminated our fence line. A figure in a dark coat was standing at the fence, looking toward our house. We turned on our floodlight. The figure didn't move. Ryan opened the window and shouted, "Hey!" The figure slowly turned, walked back to Victor's door, and went inside. It was definitely him. We called the non-emergency police line. Officer came, knocked on Victor's door, no answer, though lights were on. Officer said without threat or crime, there was nothing they could do. Suggested security cameras. We installed 6 front, back sides, driveway. Ring doorbell too. The footage from that first week was disturbing. Victor walking his fence line at 3 a.m., staring at our house. Standing in his driveway facing our bedroom window for 45 minutes without moving. Once, at dawn, he was on his knees in his backyard digging what looked like a shallow hole, then filling it back in. Christmas lights went up on our block. Everyone except Victor. His house stayed dark. But on Christmas Eve, we woke to find a single string of white lights hung along his side of the fence facing our house, perfectly straight, glowing all night. The gifts started after New Year's. First, a small package on our front porch. No postage, just my name in neat handwriting. Inside, a child's drawing of our house, crayons, signed Ava in handwriting that wasn't hers. But it was accurate, our exact Christmas decorations, our cars in the driveway. Ava denied drawing it. 3 days later, another package. A lock of hair tied with red ribbon, blonde, same color as Ava's. We called police again. They knocked. Victor answered this time, polite, cooperative. Said he hadn't left any packages. Showed them his empty porch. No evidence. Officer suggested a restraining order might be possible if it continued, but we needed more. We stopped letting the kids play outside unsupervised. In February, the noises began. Late at night, scratching under the floorboards on the side of the house facing Victor's, like nails dragging slowly. We checked the crawl space, nothing. But the scratching always started when our bedroom light went off. Ryan confronted Victor one Saturday morning. Asked directly if he was watching us, leaving things. Victor smiled calmly, said, "I'm afraid you're mistaken. I keep to myself. Perhaps you're under stress." Ryan came back shaking with anger. That night, every camera on the Victor side went offline at once. When we checked the app footage from 2 a.m. showed static. Then a close-up of Victor's face filling the lens of the side camera, smiling directly into it. Then black. We replaced the cameras with hardwired ones. March brought the photos. A thick envelope slid under our door while we were home. Inside, dozens of printed photos of our family taken from inside our house. Ava sleeping in her bed. Mason eating breakfast. Ryan and me on the couch watching TV, all from angles that could only have been taken by someone standing in the room with us. We called 911. Police searched Victor's house with a warrant. Found nothing, no photos, no printer matching the paper, no evidence of entry into our home. Victor was calm, offered coffee to the officers. They left frustrated. We changed every lock, added deadbolts, security bars on basement windows, alarm system with glass break sensors. The intrusions stopped for 2 weeks. Then Ava woke screaming one night. He was in my room. She described Victor exactly standing at the foot of her bed, just watching. Nothing missing, no sign of entry, alarm hadn't triggered. We moved the kids' bedrooms to the opposite side of the house. Installed nanny cams in every room. The footage from Ava's old room that night, empty for hours. Then at 3:12 a.m., the door opens slowly, though locked and alarmed. No one visible enters. The closet door opens by itself. Hangers sway. Then the door closes. No footprints, no fingerprints. We left. Stayed in a hotel for a week. Hired private security to watch the house. When we returned, Victor was waiting on his driveway. He waved politely and said loudly, "Welcome home, Harpers. I missed you." We sold the house in April 2025 at a loss, moved 3 states away, changed our names legally, enrolled the kids in new schools. But last month, a small tin of shortbread arrived at our new address. No return label. Just a note in neat handwriting. "I value privacy and quiet. I hope we'll get along splendidly." He found us. If you ever have a neighbor who watches too much, who knows your routines too well, who smiles without warmth, move. Don't wait for proof. Some people don't just want privacy. They want everything you have. My name is Charlotte Webb, and the spring of 2025 in the historic city of Bath, Somerset, England, became the most terrifying period of my entire life, when I accepted a live-in babysitting job for a wealthy family in one of the grand Georgian townhouses on the Royal Crescent. This is the complete, exhaustive, painfully detailed account of every single day, every whisper in the night, every moment of dread that built over those 8 weeks until I finally fled for my life. I am writing it all here. Every conversation, every shadow, every heartbeat of fear, because if I don't force the memories out in full, they will keep haunting me forever. This happened in one of the most beautiful, most photographed streets in Britain, a place tourists flock to for its elegance and history. But behind the honey-colored stone and perfect symmetry of number 12, Royal Crescent, lies something dark that no guidebook will ever mention. I was 23 years old, a university graduate from Manchester, with a degree in early childhood education, struggling to find permanent work in a tough economy. I'd been nannying part-time and tutoring to pay rent when I saw the advert on a private childcare agency site. Live-in nanny required for 2 well-behaved children, ages 7 and 5. In Central Bath. Generous salary, private attic suite, all expenses paid. Immediate start. References essential. Discretion assured. The salary was triple what I'd ever earned. I applied instantly. Had a Zoom interview with Mrs. Eleanor Ashford Elegant. Mid-40s, soft-spoken. Perfectly groomed, and was offered the job the same day. Mr. Julian Ashford, a financier who traveled frequently, was away on business. The children, Olivia and Henry, were described as quiet and imaginative. I packed my bags and took the train to Bath 2 days later. The house was breathtaking. Number 12 Royal Crescent is one of the most iconic addresses in the terrace 4 stories of flawless Georgian architecture. Tall sash windows, wrought iron balconies, a private garden at the back sloping down toward the city. Inside, marble floors, crystal chandeliers, antique furniture, oil paintings of stern ancestors on the walls. Eleanor greeted me warmly, showed me around. The children's rooms were on the 2nd floor, Olivia's, pink and pristine, Henry's blue with model ships. My suite was at the very top, A spacious attic bedroom with sloping ceilings, en-suite bathroom, dormer window overlooking the crescent's sweeping lawn. It felt like a dream. The first week was idyllic. The children were polite, almost unnaturally so. Olivia, with long dark curls and huge green eyes, loved reading and drawing. Henry, blonde and serious, was obsessed with history and soldiers. We followed a gentle routine. Breakfast together, lessons in the morning, they were homeschooled. Walks in Sydney Gardens or Victoria Park in the afternoon. Crafts or reading before bed at 7:30 p.m. sharp. Eleanor was often out at charity events or lunches. The housekeeper, Mrs. Davies, came 3 days a week. A cook prepared dinners. I had evenings free once the children were asleep. I explored Bath, the Roman baths, the Abbey, the bookshops on Pulteney Bridge. I felt lucky. The first odd moment came on the 8th night. I was reading in my attic room when I heard footsteps on the stairs leading up to my suite, slow, deliberate, a child's weight. I opened the door expecting Olivia or Henry needing water. The staircase was empty. I checked their rooms, both fast asleep. I told myself it was the house settling. Old buildings creak. But it happened again the next night. Same time around 11:45 p.m. Footsteps ascending, pausing outside my door, then retreating. I started leaving my door ajar with the landing light on. The footsteps stopped coming all the way up, but I'd hear them on the second floor landing, instead back and forth, like a child pacing. I mentioned it casually to Eleanor over breakfast. She smiled tightly. This house is over 250 years old, Charlotte. The floors are original pine. They expand and contract. You'll get used to it. Olivia and Henry exchanged a glance but said nothing. By the end of the second week, the children began talking about the other girl. It started innocently. Olivia during drawing time. She likes my pictures too. I asked who. The girl who lives upstairs. I reminded her I lived upstairs. Olivia shook her head. The other one. In the nursery. There was no nursery anymore. The old nursery had been converted into storage decades ago, Eleanor said. Henry during a history lesson about George and Bath. The girl says children used to die here a lot. From fever. He said it matter-of-factly. I asked where he heard that. She told me. She died of fever. I laughed it off as imagination. Children make up friends. But that night, while tucking them in, Olivia whispered, "She's glad you're here." She was lonely. I asked what the girl's name was. Amelia. She says she's been waiting for someone to play with. I searched the house history that weekend on my laptop. Number 12 had a tragic past. In 1789, during a scarlet fever outbreak, the then owners lost 3 children. The youngest daughter, Amelia, age 6, died in the attic nursery. Her bedroom had been sealed after her death out of grief. The current attic suite, my room, had been her nursery. I felt a chill, but pushed it down. Coincidence. Old houses have stories. The activity escalated in week 3. I began finding small things moved in my room. My hairbrush placed on the windowsill, though ID left it on the dresser. My books stacked in height order. My shoes lined up facing the wardrobe. Children's handprints appeared on the inside of my bathroom mirror, small, smudged, as if pressed from the glass itself. They vanished by morning. One night I woke to giggling high, childlike coming from inside my wardrobe. I opened it. Empty. But the clothes smelled faintly of lavender and something medicinal. The children grew stranger. Olivia started setting a third place at the tea parties with her dolls. For Amelia, Henry drew pictures of a little girl in a white dress standing behind me while I read to them. When I asked why she was behind me, he said, "She likes to watch you." Eleanor dismissed everything. They have vivid imaginations. The house inspires stories. But I caught Eleanor once standing in the second-floor hallway, staring up the attic stairs, face pale, whispering, "Not again." April brought heavier incidents. I started hearing crying, soft, heartbroken sobbing from the walls of my room at 3 a.m. Then scratching, like small nails trying to get out. One morning I found deep scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, 4 parallel lines, child height. The children began sleepwalking. I'd find them standing in the hallway at night, staring up at my door, eyes open but unfocused. When I guided them back to bed, they'd murmur, "She wants to play." I installed a baby monitor in their rooms for safety. One night at 2:47 a.m., the camera in Olivia's room showed her bed empty. I ran downstairs. She was standing in the darkened playroom, facing the corner, talking softly. "Yes, Amelia. I'll ask her." "She's nice. I picked her up." She was ice cold. The footage later showed something else. While Olivia was in the corner, a small indentation appeared in her bed covers, as if someone light had sat down. Then the indentation moved, as if lying beside where Olivia had been. I confronted Eleanor. Told her everything, the footsteps, the handprints, the children talking to Amelia, the monitor footage. She went very still, then said quietly, "The house has always had sensitivities. Previous nannies mentioned similar things, but the children love it here. We can't leave. She increased my salary by 50%. Asked me to stay. Said she'd install better locks, cameras. I should have left then. May was unbearable. Amelia became bold. I de-waked to find her standing at the foot of my bed, a small girl in a white Victorian nightgown, dark hair and ringlets, face pale and solemn. She never spoke aloud, but I heard her voice in my head, "Play with me. Stay forever." They always leave. The children grew paler, more withdrawn. Olivia stopped eating properly. Henry had bruises on his arms he couldn't explain. Amelia pinched me for being naughty. One night I found all the antique dolls from the playroom lined up on the attic stairs facing my door. Their glass eyes seemed to follow me. I tried to quit. Eleanor begged me to stay until they found a replacement, offered double pay. I agreed to 1 more month. The final week was hell. The crying became screaming at night. Doors slammed on their own. Temperatures plunged. My mirror frosted over with the words, "Don't go," written from the inside. On the last night, May 31st, I woke to find Olivia and Henry in my room, standing hand in hand beside my bed, staring. "Amelia says you have to stay," Olivia whispered. "Or she'd be lonely again," Henry added. "She's angry when people leave." I packed frantically at dawn, called a taxi. As I descended the stairs with my suitcase, every door in the house slammed shut simultaneously. The front door wouldn't open. I heard running footsteps, dozens of small feet chasing me. Children laughing and crying at once. Eleanor appeared at the bottom of the stairs, face expressionless. "You can't leave, Charlotte." "Amelia has chosen you," I screamed. Kicked the door, it flew open. I ran into the crescent. Taxi waiting. As we pulled away, I looked back. In my attic window, 3 small figures stood. Olivia, Henry, and between them, a girl in white I had never seen before. I never returned for my belongings, changed my phone number, moved back north. Took 6 months of therapy. The job is advertised again. Same generous salary. Same quiet and imaginative children. If you ever see a live-in nanny position for the Royal Crescent in Bath, don't apply. Some children never stop wanting to play, and some houses never let you leave. My name is Mia Anderson, and the summer of 2025 in the remote archipelago village of Fjällbacka on the west coast of Sweden became the most terrifying chapter of my life when I accepted a short-term contract as a home care nurse for an elderly woman living alone in a secluded seaside house. This is the complete, exhaustive, painfully detailed account of every single shift, every whisper in the dark, every moment of escalating horror that unfolded over those 10 weeks until I finally escaped with my sanity barely intact. I am writing it all here. Every conversation, every shadow, every heartbeat of dread, because if I don't lay it out in full, the memories will keep pulling me back to that house on the edge of the Bohuslän granite cliffs. This happened in one of the most picturesque corners of Scandinavia, a place famous for its red fishing huts, lobster safaris, and the inspiration for Camilla Läckberg's crime novels. But behind the postcard beauty of Kringvigen 28 lies something ancient and hungry that no tourist ever sees. I was 31 years old, a registered nurse from Gothenburg with 8 years of experience in geriatric and palliative care. I had just ended a long-term relationship and needed a change of scenery. When the private nursing agency offered me a live-in summer placement in Fjällbacka, quiet patient, beautiful location, premium pay, private annex, I accepted immediately. The patient was Ingrid Larsson, 87 years old, widow, early-stage dementia, mild mobility issues, no family nearby. The contract was June 1st to August 15th. I would live in the small guest annex attached to the main house. Handle medications, meals, bathing, companionship. Days off negotiable. The agency said Ingrid had lived in the house her entire life, inherited from her parents, and refused to move to assisted living. She's sweet, but stubborn, they warned. Likes her routines. I arrived on a sunny June afternoon. The house was stunning, a 2-story red wooden villa built in 1892, white trim, wraparound veranda facing the sea, surrounded by wild roses and rocky outcrops. The water was only 30 meters away, waves crashing gently against pink granite. Gulls wheeled overhead. Ingrid greeted me at the door, small, frail, silver hair in a neat bun, bright blue eyes that seemed to see more than they should. She wore a faded floral dress and clutched a walking stick carved with runes. "Willkommen, Mia," she said in a soft, melodic voice. "The house has been waiting for you." The first week was peaceful. Ingrid was lucid most of the time, told stories about her childhood fishing with her father. Midsummer dances on the rocks, the great storm of 1948 that took half the village fleet. She loved cardamom buns and strong coffee. We followed a gentle routine. Breakfast at 8, medication at 9, walk along the coastal path at 10. She managed 200 meters with my arm. Lunch at noon, nap at 2, afternoon tea with reading aloud. She loved Astrid Lindgren. Dinner at 6, bedtime at 9. The annex was cozy. Bedroom, small kitchenette, bathroom, window overlooking the sea. I slept deeply, lulled by the waves. The first strange thing happened on the 9th night. I woke at 3:03 a.m. to the sound of singing soft, female voices. A haunting Swedish lullaby my grandmother used to sing, "Bissen lull, beat pvj." It seemed to come from inside the walls of the main house. I got up, checked on Ingrid through the connecting door. She was asleep. The singing stopped the moment I opened the door. I told myself it was a dream or distant neighbors. But it happened again 3 nights later. Same time, same lullaby, clearer now, multiple voices, harmonious, almost childlike. I recorded it on my phone. When played back in daylight, there was only faint static and wave sounds. I asked Ingrid casually over breakfast, "Do you ever hear singing at night?" She paused, cup halfway to her lips. "The sea sings," she said finally. "Always has. My mother heard it. Her mother before her. It's nothing to fear." Her eyes flicked toward the upstairs windows. By the end of June, the singing became nightly. Always 3:03 a.m. Always the same lullaby. Always stopping if I moved toward the main house. Ingrid began talking about the girls. It started innocently. During our walks, she'd point to the rocks below the house and say, "That's where they played." I asked too. "The girls who lived here before, they never left." She smiled sadly. "They wait for someone to sing with them." One afternoon in the garden, she handed me a small, smooth stone with a hole through it, a hagstone. "For protection," she said. "Keep it by your bed." The girls like to watch new people. I laughed, but placed it on my nightstand. July brought midsummer. The village celebrated with maypoles and herring. Ingrid insisted we stay home. "The longest day is when they're strongest," she murmured. That night the singing was louder, closer, coming from the veranda outside my annex window. I pulled the curtain. Nothing but moonlight on the sea. But wet footprints, small, bare, led from the water's edge up the rocks to the house and stopped at my door. They were gone by morning. I searched the house history online. The villa had belonged to Ingrid's family since 1892. In 1918, during the Spanish flu, Ingrid's grandmother lost twin daughters age 8 to the illness. They died in the upstairs bedroom. The room had been closed ever since, used only for storage. Their names were Astrid and Ellen. That night the singing changed. The lullaby now included names. "Bissen lull, Astrid och Ellen." I started sleeping with earplugs and the light on. Mid-July, the girls became visible. First as shadows, small figures at the edge of vision on the coastal path, darting behind rocks. Then in the house, mirrors, reflections of 2 little girls in white nightgowns standing behind me when I brushed my teeth. They vanished when I turned. Ingrid grew agitated. "They like you," she kept saying. "They haven't liked anyone this much since me." She began leaving out extra cups at tea. For the girls, I found children's drawings under my door, crayon pictures of the house, the sea, and a stick figure woman with my exact hairstyle labeled Mia. One storm night in late July, power went out. Ingrid called me to her room at midnight. She was sitting up in bed, eyes wide. "They want to play," she whispered. Down by the water. I helped her back to sleep, but as I left her room, I heard giggling high, childlike, from the sealed upstairs bedroom. The door handle rattled, though it was padlocked. I climbed the stairs with a torch. The padlock was intact, but frost covered the door, though it was summer. Children's handprints, small, perfect, were pressed into the frost from the inside. August brought the worst. The girls started touching me. Cold fingers brushing my arm when I bathed Ingrid. Hair tugged gently when I cooked. My blankets pulled off at night. I'd wake to find them standing at the foot of my bed, 2 pale girls, identical, long dark hair, white dresses soaked at the hem as if they'd been in the sea. They never spoke aloud, but I heard them in my head. Play with us. Sing with us. Stay forever. Ingrid deteriorated rapidly. She began mistaking me for her mother. Don't let them take me again, she'd beg. One night she grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. They're jealous, Mia. They want a new sister. They always take the ones who stay too long. I tried to quit, called the agency. They said Ingrid refused a replacement. She only wants Mia. The contract had a penalty clause. I was trapped until August 15th. The final week was unbearable. The singing never stopped. Wet footprints appeared inside the house. Doors opened and closed. My hagstone disappeared. I found it later in Ingrid's room, cracked in half. On August 13th, Ingrid passed peacefully in her sleep. I found her cold at dawn, smiling. The agency arranged everything. I was to stay until the funeral on the 16th. That night, the night after her death, the girls came for me. I woke at 3:03 a.m. to the lullaby sung loudly outside my annex. The door was open, though I'd locked it. Wet footprints led from my bed to the main house. I followed, terrified, torch shaking. The upstairs bedroom door stood wide open, padlock on the floor. Inside, the room untouched since 1918. Dust-thick, 2 small iron beds, faded wallpaper with sailboats. On one bed sat 2 girls, solid now, dripping seawater, eyes black as deep water. They held hands and smiled. Come play, Mia, they said aloud for the first time. Voices sweet, layered, echoing. I ran. Down the stairs, out the front door into the dawnlight. The coastal path was slick with mist. Behind me, hundreds of small wet footprints followed. I drove straight to Gothenburg, left everything behind. Never returned, even for my wages. The house is on the market now. Beautiful photos online, sea views, renovated kitchen, full of character. The listing mentions occasional sea sounds at night. If you ever see a nursing job in Fjällbacka, West Coast Sweden, live-in, elderly lady, sea views, don't apply. Some children never stop waiting for someone to sing them to sleep. And some houses keep everyone who ever lived there. My name is Isabella Rossi, and the autumn of 2025 in the ancient hill town of Orvieto, Umbria, Italy, turned into the longest and most terrifying ordeal of my life when I accepted a temporary teaching position at a small private boarding school hidden in the medieval quarter. This is the complete, exhaustive, unfiltered account of every single day, every lesson, every sleepless night, every whisper in the corridors that built over those 12 weeks, until I finally fled down the funicular with nothing but the clothes on my back. I am writing it all here, every detail, every conversation, every moment of escalating dread, because if I don't force the entire story out in full, the shadows of that school will keep following me through every darkened hallway I ever walk again. This happened in one of Italy's most beautiful and least touristed hill towns. A place of Etruscan caves, golden cathedral facades, and narrow cobblestone streets that wind like a labyrinth. But inside the walls of Istituto San Giovanelli, a 16th century former convent turned elite boarding school, something ancient never stopped teaching its own lessons. I was 28 years old, an English literature teacher from Florence, between permanent contracts after my previous school closed. I had always loved Orvieto, its position high on a volcanic butte, the views over vineyards and olive groves, the cool underground air of the Pozzo di San Patrizio, the quiet off-season months when tourists thinned. When the international agency emailed about a maternity cover post at Istituto San Giovanelli, small class sizes, historic campus, live-in accommodation, September to December, I applied the same day. The interview was over Zoom with the director, Dottoressa Elena Martelli, a severe woman in her 50s with iron-gray hair and a voice like dry paper. She asked about my experience with gifted children, my willingness to board, my tolerance for old buildings and their quirks. I said yes to everything. The salary was generous, the contract short. I arrived on August 31st, 2025, with 2 suitcases and a heart full of excitement. The school was breathtaking and intimidating. Tucked behind the Duomo, it occupied a sprawling complex of interconnected Renaissance buildings around a cloistered courtyard, stone arches, frescoed refectory, a tiny chapel with faded saints on the walls, dormitories on the upper floors. Only 40 students, ages 11 to 18, all boarders from wealthy European and international families. Class sizes never more than 10. My apartment was on the 3rd floor of the former novices' wing, a large bedroom, small sitting room, private bath, tall windows overlooking the tiled rooftops and distant countryside. The air smelled of old stone and candle wax. On my first night, I fell asleep to the distant bells of the cathedral marking the hours. The students were brilliant and strangely subdued. My classes were years 9 and 12 English literature, Dickens, Shakespeare, Brontë, Poe. They spoke perfect English, wrote insightful essays, rarely misbehaved. Standouts included Matteo, 17, intense dark eyes, always reading philosophy. Clara, 16, pale and ethereal, drew intricate Gothic sketches. Luca, 14, quiet, followed me with his gaze, and Sophia, 12, the youngest boarder, wide-eyed and always alone. They called me Professoressa Isabella and treated me with old-fashioned courtesy. The first odd thing happened on the sixth night. I woke at 2:47 a.m. to the sound of chalk scratching on a blackboard, slow, deliberate, as if someone was writing a long sentence. It came from the floor below, where my year 12 classroom was. I put on my robe, took a torch, went down the stone stairs. The corridor was dark, all doors locked. The scratching stopped the moment I reached the classroom door. I unlocked it, blackboard clean, room empty, faint smell of damp stone. I went back to bed unsettled. It happened again 4 nights later. Same time, same scratching. This time when I arrived, the blackboard had writing in perfect childish copperplate. "We are still learning." The chalk lay broken on the floor. I photographed it, erased it, told myself vandals or a prank. I mentioned it casually to Elena the next morning. She smiled thinly. "The building is old. Sounds scary. Students sometimes explore after curfew. I'll speak to them. Nothing more." By mid-September, the writing appeared regularly. Always at night, always erased by morning, always in the same neat 19th century hand. Phrases like, "The lesson is not finished." "She never let you sleeve." "Listen to the bells." I started staying late in the staff room to avoid being alone upstairs. The other teachers, only 5 permanent, avoided talking about it. When I asked Signora Bianchi, the elderly Latin teacher who had been there 40 years, she crossed herself and said, "Some classes never end, Cara." The children began mentioning the old teacher. It started in essays. Matteo wrote about Wuthering Heights. Catherine and Heathcliff are like the old teacher and her pupils trapped together forever. Clara drew marginalia in her notebook. A stern woman in black Victorian dress standing behind rows of children whose faces were scratched out. When I asked Sophia why she always sat alone at lunch, she whispered, "The others say if you sit in the empty chair, she think you're one of hers." I researched the school's history. Founded in 1872 as a convent orphanage and girls' school run by the Order of Santa Giovanali. In 1898, the headmistress, Sura Maria Agostina, was accused of excessive punishment, locking girls in the cellar for days, forcing them to copy Latin texts until their fingers bled. 8 girls disappeared over 2 years, officially sent to families, but no records. In 1901, Sura Maria was found dead in the chapel, hanging from the bell rope, a note saying, "I will teach them forever." The convent closed. Reopened as a private school in 1950. The chapel bell has not rung since 1901, rope removed. Mechanism broken. That explained the bells I sometimes heard at night, faint, muffled, as if from underground. October brought colder nights and heavier incidents. I began hearing children reciting in Latin perfect, rhythmic, coming from the disused cellar beneath the chapel. The trapdoor was padlocked, but frost would form on it overnight in the shape of small handprints. My classroom temperature would drop suddenly during lessons. Students' breath visible. Once, every book on the shelf fell forward at once while I was writing on the board. The class sat frozen, no one laughing. Sophia started sleepwalking. I found her at 3 a.m. standing in the corridor outside my door, eyes open, reciting Disciplina Eterna. I guided her back to the dorm. The matron claimed it was the first time. Clara gave me a drawing one day, me standing at the blackboard and behind me a tall figure in black habit, hand on my shoulder, face scratched out. I confronted Elena, showed her the photos of the blackboard writings, the drawing, told her about the Latin, the cold, the bells. She listened without expression. Then said quietly, "The school has traditions. Some teachers become part of the fabric. Parents pay highly for the discipline here. The students excel. You signed a confidentiality agreement." She increased my salary again, asked me to stay until Christmas. I should have left. November was unrelenting. The old teacher appeared in glimpses, tall figure in black at the end of corridors, vanishing when I turned. Reflection in windows behind me. Once, in the staff bathroom mirror, standing directly at my back. The students grew paler, more obedient. Essays became obsessed with themes of eternal punishment, unfinished lessons, teachers who never die. Mateo stopped speaking entirely for a week. One night I followed the Latin chanting. The padlock on the cellar trapdoor was open. I descended stone steps into darkness. The air was freezing. My torch illuminated rows of tiny desks child-sized, 19th century covered in dust. On each desk, an open Latin primer, pages yellowed. In the center of the room, a larger desk with a broken quill and inkwell. On the wall, scratched deep, Sua Maria Agostina, Magistra in Aeternium. I heard breathing behind me, many small breaths. I swung the torch. Nothing, but every primer slammed shut at once. I ran upstairs, locked the trapdoor, wedged a chair under it. The next morning the padlock was closed again. No key missing. December arrived with fog that never lifted. The old teacher stopped hiding. I would turn to find her standing in my classroom during lessons, tall, veiled, face shadowed, hands folded. The students never reacted, just kept writing. When I blinked, she was gone. Sophia disappeared for 3 hours one afternoon. Found in the chapel crypt, curled up asleep beside an unmarked stone slab. On December 20th, the last day before Christmas break, Elena announced the school would close early due to maintenance. Students left on private cars. Staff departed. I was to stay one more night to finish reports. That night the bells rang for the first time in 124 years deep. Mournful, from inside the chapel tower, though the rope was gone. Latin chanting filled every corridor. Footsteps, hundreds of small feet running up and down stairs. I barricaded myself in my apartment. At 3 a.m. the door handle turned slowly. Knocking polite, measured. A woman's voice, calm and cold. Lezioni non finita, Isabella. Apri la porta. I didn't sleep. At dawn the knocking stopped. Silence returned. I left before breakfast. Took the funicular down the cliff, train to Rome, flight home the same day. Never answered Elena's emails or calls. The school reopened in January 2026. New teacher in my apartment. Job advert appeared again in March, same generous salary. Same historic campus with unique traditions. If you ever see a teaching post at Istituto San Giovanni in Orvieto, Italy live-in, small classes, beautiful medieval setting, do not apply. Some teachers never retire, and some lessons are taught long after the pupils are gone. My name is Kieran O'Connor, and the winter of 2025 in the isolated valley village of Glendalough, County Wicklow, Ireland, became the darkest and most unrelenting period of my life when I accepted a short-term position as a groundskeeper and caretaker for the abandoned monastic ruins and the surrounding estate known as St. Kevin's Priory. This is the complete, exhaustive, painfully detailed account of every single day, every storm-lashed night, every whisper in the wind, every moment of escalating terror that unfolded over those 14 weeks until I finally drove out of the valley at dawn with nothing but the clothes on my back and the certainty that something ancient had marked me forever. I am writing every last detail here, every conversation, every shadow across the lake, every heartbeat of dread. Because if I don't pour the entire story out in full, the silence of those round towers and graveyards will keep calling me back. This happened in one of Ireland's most sacred and beautiful places. A glacial valley of 2 dark lakes, 7th century stone churches, Celtic high crosses, and forests that feel older than time. But deep in the ruins of St. Kevin's Upper Lake settlement, something never stopped waiting for the living to come close enough to listen. I was 34 years old, a landscaper and stonemason from Dublin, recently laid off after a big heritage project ended. I had always loved Glendalough, drive through the Wicklow Mountains. The way the valley feels cut off from the modern world, the silence broken only by water and wind. When the National Parks and Wildlife Service posted a temporary caretaker role, live in November to February, maintain trails, monitor ruins, deter vandalism, basic accommodation provided, I applied immediately. The pay was modest, but included the old gate lodge at the entrance to the Upper Lake monastic site, electricity, heating, and solitude. I thought it would be peaceful, repairing dry stone walls, clearing paths after storms, long walks with just the ravens and red deer for company. I arrived on November 3rd, 2025, in pouring rain with my tools, books, and a bottle of Jameson to toast the new start. The gate lodge was small but solid. Thick stone walls, slate roof, 1 bedroom, kitchen, sitting room with an open fireplace, bathroom added in the 1980s. It sat right beside the ancient gateway to the upper valley, no neighbors for 2 kilometers, just the road ending at the car park and the trail into the ruins. The ranger who handed over the keys, an older man named Seamus Doyle, warned me straight away. The valley's grand in daylight, Kieran, but it keeps its own hours after dark. Locals don't linger up here past sunset. St. Kevin was a holy man, but not everything that stayed behind him is holy. He laughed, but his eyes didn't. He showed me the rounds. Check the round tower door is locked. Clear debris from the graves. Note any illegal camping. Radio in daily to the office in Larrick. And if you hear the bell at night, he added quietly, don't go looking for it. There hasn't been a bell in the tower since 1920. The first week was magical. Crisp November air, golden larch trees along the lake, mist rising off the water at dawn. I repaired steps on the pilgrim path, photographed the high crosses in frost, cooked stew on the fire, read by lamplight. The only sounds were wind in the pines, water lapping, occasional raven calls. I slept deeply. The first strange thing happened on the 10th night. I woke at 3:12 a.m. to the sound of a bell-deep bronze, slow ringing once from the direction of the round tower half a kilometer away. I sat up, heart racing. The sound echoed across the valley, then stopped. I dressed, grabbed my torch, walked the path to the ruins. The tower door was locked as I'd left it. No bell inside, everyone knows the original was removed decades ago. No footprints in the mud but mine. I told myself it was a dream or an echo from a distant church. Went back to bed. But it happened again 3 nights later. Same time, same single toll. This time I stayed in bed and listened. After the bell, faint chanting male voices, Latin, Gregorian style, carried on the wind from the cathedral ruins. I recorded it on my phone. Playback in daylight, only wind. I asked Seamus on the radio the next morning. Long pause. Some winters are louder than others, he said finally. St. Kevin's monks were known for their night vigils. The valley remembers. He changed the subject. By late November, the bell became regular every 3rd night, always one toll at 3:12 a.m., always followed by chanting, growing clearer. I started walking to the ruins each time. Found nothing. But small things changed. Fresh footprints appearing overnight around the graves, though no cars in the car park. Candles half burned, beeswax placed on window ledges inside the roofless churches. My tools rearranged in perfect rows, though I'd left them scattered. December brought early snow and shorter days. The valley felt more enclosed, the mountains pressing in. Tourists stopped coming. I was truly alone. The voices began addressing me. One night after the bell, the chanting stopped and a single male voice clear. Resonant, old Irish accent spoke my name. Kieran, vigilate. I froze on the path. The voice came from inside the tiny St. Kevin's church, the stone oratory by the lake. I shone my torch through the doorway, empty. But on the stone altar, a fresh sprig of holly berries, bright red, though nothing grew nearby in winter. I researched deeper. St. Kevin founded the monastery in the 6th century, lived as a hermit in a cave above the upper lake. Known for extreme asceticism, standing in the icy lake praying for days, sleeping on stone. Legends say he could command animals, that ravens brought him food. But darker stories too. Monks who broke vows vanished into the lake, their voices still heard in storms. Pilgrims who disturbed the peace were driven mad by visions. A bell that rang itself to warn of approaching evil. The gate lodge began to feel watched. I catch movement in the corner of my eye-tall figures in brown robes at the tree line. Lights pale, floating above the water at night. My fire would flare suddenly, though I'd banked it low. Footsteps on the slate roof when there was no wind. One storm night in mid-December, power went out across the valley. I sat by the fire reading. At 3:12, the bell tolled louder than ever, as if beside the lodge. Then chanting dozens of voices surrounding the house. I looked out every window. Nothing but swirling snow. But fresh footprints circled the lodge, completely bare feet. Long and narrow, leading from the lake path and back again. Christmas week, the presence entered the lodge. I woke to find my bedroom door open, though I'd locked it. My boots wet and muddy placed neatly by the fire, though I'd left them dry in the porch. On the kitchen table, a perfect circle of small stones arranged around a single raven feather. I radioed Seamus, asked for relief. He said no one available until February. Write it out, lad. It tests everyone who stays the winter. You're made of stern stuff. New Year's Eve 2025 was the worst night. Storm raging, wind howling like banshees. At 3:12, the bell tolled 3 times never, before more than one. Then silence. I sat by the dying fire, shotgun across my lap, legal for vermin control. The temperature plunged. Frost formed inside the windows. Then the chanting began not outside, but inside the lodge. Male voices, perfect harmony, filling every room. Latin I didn't know, but somehow understood, vigilate, venite ad me. The front door handle turned slowly. I shouted, "Who's there?" No answer. The door stayed locked. But every cupboard door in the kitchen opened at once. Every book fell from the shelf. The fire roared up the chimney as if bellowed. I grabbed my coat, torch, keys, ran to the Land Rover. Engine turned, but wouldn't start, battery dead though, fully charged hours earlier. I sat inside, doors locked, until dawn. At first light the storm cleared. The valley lay still under fresh snow. I walked to the ruins. The round tower door stood wide open. Inside, on the ground floor, where no one had entered in years, a perfect circle of candles burned down to stubs surrounded. Fresh footprints leading up the internal stairs and stopping halfway, as if the person had simply vanished. I drove down to Larag that morning, handed in the keys, quit without notice. Seamus met me, didn't ask questions. Just nodded and said, "You lasted longer than most." The caretaker job was re-advertised in February 2026. Same modest pay, same peaceful winter placement. If you ever see a winter caretaker position for Glendalough Upper Lake Monastic Site, Living Gate Lodge, November to February. Do not apply. Some vigils are kept by the living. Others are kept by those who never left the valley. And once the bell tolls your name, it will keep tolling until you answer. Disturbing true winter horror stories that will freeze your blood. Terrifying real-life scary tales from isolated cabins, snowstorms, and remote villages around the world. Chilling true horror compilation for sleepless nights. In the dead of winter, when the snow blankets the earth like a shroud and the wind howls like tormented souls, the world feels smaller, more isolated. But isolation breeds terror. This is the story of Elias Thorne, an investigative journalist from New York City, USA, who chased whispers of the unexplained across the globe. What started as a quest for the ultimate true horror story turned into a nightmare that spanned continents, pulling him into a web of chilling encounters that proved some evils thrive in the cold. From the frozen forests of Canada to the blizzard-ravaged mountains of Japan, Elias uncovered tales that weren't just stories, they were warnings. This is his account, pieced together from his journals, recordings, and the survivors he met. Buckle up. These disturbing true winter horror stories will make you dread the next snowfall. It all began in December 2024, when Elias received an anonymous email tipping him off to a series of unexplained disappearances linked to winter storms. The sender claimed these weren't accidents. They were orchestrated by something lurking in the shadows of remote places. Skeptical but intrigued, Elias packed his gear and headed to his first destination, a small town in southern Quebec, Canada, where a woman named Marie had survived a harrowing ordeal just months earlier. Quebec's winter was brutal that year, with snow piling up like forgotten graves. Elias met Marie in a cozy cafe on the edge of town, her eyes darting to the frosted windows as if expecting a face to press against the glass. "It started with a walk," she whispered, her voice trembling. Marie, hard of hearing and relying on her loyal dog Monty, a massive Rottweiler Husky mix, had ventured into the forest bordering her suburban home one crisp February afternoon. The trees were skeletal, stripped bare by the cold, and the snow crunched underfoot like brittle bones. She spotted a tall figure in charcoal snow pants and a white camo jacket standing motionless on the trail. He muttered something unintelligible, his breath fogging the air like a ghost's sigh. Monty barked furiously, hackles raised, but the man just stared. That night, as a storm rolled in, blanketing the world in white silence, Marie glanced out her patio door and saw him again standing in her backyard, his outline blurred by falling snow. Her heart pounded as she dialed emergency services, grabbing a machete from the kitchen for protection. Monty growled low, a rumble that vibrated through the floor. The man approached, his footsteps leaving deep imprints in the snow, and smashed the glass door with a gloved fist. Shards exploded inward like icy daggers. Marie barricaded herself in her bedroom with Monty, the dog's snarls echoing as the intruder prowled the house. Police arrived minutes later, sirens cutting through the gale, but the man had vanished through an open gate into the forest. They found his makeshift shelter nearby, a crude lean-to of branches and tarps, but no trace of him. He knew where I lived, Marie told Elias. Those footprints, they circled my house like he was marking his territory. Elias photographed the repaired door, noting the faint cracks like spiderwebs, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. This was no random vagrant. It felt personal, predatory. Shaken but determined, Elias crossed into the United States, heading to Colorado for his next lead, a remote vacation home where brothers had faced deception in a blizzard. He drove through winding mountain roads, snow chains rattling on his tires, arriving at a secluded cabin owned by the now-adult siblings, Alex and Ben. The air was thin and biting, the kind that seeps into your bones. Over hot cocoa by a crackling fire, they recounted their childhood terror from 15 years ago. It was a family ski trip gone wrong. Stranded by a massive blizzard, the boys then, 8 and 11, played a snowball fight game that extended to a neighboring empty house. Alex built a fort there, but when Ben went looking, he found no sign of his brother. A woman appeared at the door, her face pale and expressionless, asking if he sought his sibling. "He's not here," she said flatly, but an upstairs window revealed a shadowy face peering down. Footprints showed Alex had entered, but turned back abruptly. Terrified, Ben fled as the woman invited him inside with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Later, Alex shared an identical experience. They'd both been lured but escaped. Their father checked the house, finding it locked and vacant, but police confirmed no occupants. "It was like they were waiting for us in the storm," Ben said, his voice hollow. Elias explored the abandoned property, now buried under fresh snow, and heard faint echoes of laughter on the wind, or was it his imagination? The deception felt calculated, as if the woman and her accomplice preyed on isolated kids during whiteouts. From Colorado, Elias flew to Vermont, USA, chasing a story of betrayal on the slopes. The ski resort at Killington was a winter wonderland by day, but at night the mountains turned menacing. He interviewed 4 college friends at a lodge bar, their faces etched with lingering fear. A few years back, they'd met 2 alluring women at the base lodge, sharing drinks from an unmarked bottle. Challenged to prove their manliness, the group followed them to a forbidden trail called Devil's Forest. Shrouded in fog and snow, the drinks hit too hard. 3 passed out in the powder, while the 4th feigned it. Witnessing the women signal a van of men who stripped the group's skis and gear before vanishing. Abandoned in sub-zero Tong, they awoke hypothermic, barely making it back. Police suspected trafficking or robbery, but no arrests. "The cold amplified everything," one friend said. "We were bait in a trap." Elias skied the trail himself, feeling eyes on his back, the trees whispering secrets in the gale. His journey took a darker turn in upstate New York, USA, during a recreated blizzard drive. Meeting Jordan, a DoorDash driver, in a diner amid flurries, Elias heard of a lure into the woods. Jordan had accepted a delivery to a remote address on a snow-choked road, the app directing him down a dark driveway with no house in sight. The customer texted insistently, urging him deeper. Crunching footsteps echoed in the silence. A distant light flickered out, and his phone died. Returning to his car, he found a tire slashed. "It was a setup," Jordan insisted. "They wanted me stranded in the forest." Elias drove the route at night, his headlights cutting through the white veil, imagining shadows darting between trees. The isolation was suffocating. Crossing the Atlantic, Elias landed in the United Kingdom, specifically a quiet suburb in northern England, where winter storms brought howling winds off the North Sea. He met Emily, a former Walmart employee, in her flat overlooking snowy fields. Her story unfolded like a nightmare. Closing shift during a February blizzard, a hooded man lingered, staring with unnerving intensity, asking personal questions. He drew a crude face on her frost-covered windshield, smiling as she drove away in panic. "He knew my schedule," she said. The snow hid his tracks. Elias visited the store lot, empty under street lamps, feeling vulnerable in the open. In France, amid the Alps' eternal snow, Elias tracked a tale from a remote chalet. A group of hikers had sought shelter during a whiteout, only to find footprints circling the building deep, deliberate, stopping at windows. Inside, knocks echoed at odd hours, and a chair was inexplicably overturned on the porch. "Something watched us," the survivor told him over Vang Shaw in a mountain village. Elias stayed in a similar chalet, hearing thumps in the night, his breath visible in the cold air. Japan's Hokkaido Island was next, where winter's grip was ironclad. In a ryokan near an ancient shrine, Elias learned of a cave discovery, a stone altar with bones and a rusted blade, disturbed during a solo hike in deep snow. A crash and animalistic stench drove the explorer out, followed by a break-in at his room with a blunt force mark on the door. The past doesn't like being unearthed, the innkeeper warned. Elias hiked the trail, finding the cave sealed by avalanche, but felt an oppressive presence in the falling snow. Back in the USA and Wisconsin, a woman's blizzard drive revealed a staged accident. A sideways car blocking the road, a calm man approaching, underdressed, with a shadowy accomplice. She reversed, hearing pursuit, escaping to safety. The storm was their ally, she said. Elias recreated the drive, his car skidding on ice, heart racing. In Montana's national forest, a lone camper found an old tent with tally marks, whispers circling at night, scratches on fabric. The tent vanished, replaced by footprints and a tied squirrel carcass. They marked me, the man confided. Elias's final stop was South Carolina, USA, a lake cabin where friends saw a naked, scratched man inside, swaying confusedly before vanishing through an open door. Footprints circled outside. He wasn't human, one swore. As Elias compiled his notes in a New York hotel during a nor'easter, he heard tapping at his window, a pale face staring in. Was it coincidence, or had the horrors followed him? He fled into the storm, realizing the true terror. Winter's isolation connects us to the unknown, and some stories aren't meant to be chased. Disturbing true hotel horror stories that will make you never stay alone again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from haunted hotels, creepy motels, and isolated inns around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to ruin your next vacation. Hotels are supposed to be sanctuaries, temporary homes away from home where weary travelers can rest in peace. But sometimes, the peace is shattered by something far worse than noisy neighbors. Some guests check in, but what checks in with them is far more sinister. This is the harrowing journey of Sophia Reyes, a travel vlogger from Los Angeles, California, USA, who in early 2025 set out to document the world's most luxurious and historic hotels for her YouTube channel. What she uncovered instead was a global chain of true terror. Disturbing hotel horror stories that connected across continents like invisible threads of dread. From eerie footsteps in empty corridors to figures that shouldn't exist, Sophia's quest turned into a nightmare she barely escaped. These are the real accounts she gathered, stories told in hushed voices by staff, guests, and survivors from hotels in the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Thailand, Italy, Mexico, and beyond. Listen closely. Because once you hear them, you'll never look at a hotel room key the same way again. Sophia's nightmare began innocently enough in January 2025 at the historic Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado, US, at the very place that inspired Stephen King's The Shining. She had booked room 217 for the authenticity, excited to film atmospheric content amid the Rocky Mountain snow. The first night was uneventful, just creaking floors and distant wind. But on the second night, around 3:17 a.m., Sophia woke to the unmistakable sound of her room's door handle slowly turning. She froze, watching the brass knob jiggle back and forth as if someone on the other side was testing whether it was locked. Her phone camera was rolling on a tripod for overnight footage. She still has the clip. You can hear her whispered, "Hello?" followed by silence. Then soft scratching along the door, like fingernails dragging down wood. She called the front desk. Security checked the hallway and found no one. The footage shows the handle moving on its own for nearly 30 seconds before stopping. The next morning, housekeeping found deep scratch marks on the outside of her door marks that hadn't been there when she checked in. The manager paled when shown the photos. That room. Guests sometimes report the same thing. We sand and repaint, but they always come back. Shaken but determined to continue her series, Sophia flew to New Orleans, Louisiana, USA, checking into a boutique hotel in the French Quarter famous for its haunted reputation. Room 666, yes, they actually numbered it that way for the thrill seekers. Locals warned her, but she laughed it off. That night, after filming in the bustling streets, she returned to find her belongings rearranged. Suitcase, unzipped clothes folded in perfect stacks she never makes, and her laptop open to a blank document with a single typed line. "You shouldn't have come here alone." She immediately called her friend to stay on video chat while she slept. At 2:42 a.m., the call caught something unforgettable. The bathroom door, which she had left open, slowly closed by itself. Then the shower turned on full blast. When she mustered the courage to check, the mirror was fogged with a handprint too large to be human and dripping red streaks that weren't to water. Housekeeping later confirmed no red paint or dye was used in the hotel. Security footage from the hallway showed no one entering or leaving her room all night. From the humid bayous of Louisiana, Sophia headed overseas to London, United Kingdom, booking a stay at one of the oldest hotels near Russell Square. The building dated back to the 1800s, with rumors of Victorian-era tragedies. She was assigned a corner suite on the 4th floor. That first evening, while editing footage, she heard faint crying like a child coming from the wall behind the headboard. She pressed her ear to it and heard muffled words. "Mummy, it hurts." The crying stopped abruptly when she knocked back. The next day she asked the concierge, who hesitated before revealing that a mother and child had died in that room during a 19th century fire, the child trapped behind a collapsed wall. Later that night, Sophia woke to find her room's antique armchair rocking gently by itself in the moonlight. She filmed it for 10 full minutes before it stopped. When she reviewed the footage in the morning, a small shadowy figure appeared briefly in the corner of the frame standing beside the chair, watching her sleep. Her journey took her to Sydney, Australia, where she checked into a Harbourview hotel known for its glamorous past. Room 1805 overlooked the Opera House, perfect for content. But on her second night, the room's phone rang at exactly 3 o'clock a.m. She answered to heavy breathing and a distorted voice whispering, "Look out the window," against her better judgment. She did and saw a figure standing on the balcony railing, facing away, perfectly still despite the wind. She screamed and backed away. When security arrived minutes later, the balcony was empty. But the glass door was unlocked, though she distinctly remembered double-locking it. The most chilling part? The hotel's outdoor cameras captured a blurry silhouette climbing the exterior wall like it was nothing, reaching her balcony, standing for several minutes, then descending the same impossible way. Staff identified it as matching descriptions from previous guests, who reported a balcony watcher, linked to a construction worker who fell to his death decades ago. In Bangkok, Thailand, Sophia stayed at a luxury riverside hotel famous for its rooftop bar. She requested a high floor for the view. That night, after a day exploring temples, she returned to find wet footprints leading from the bathroom to her bed, bare feet, larger than hers, with an odd elongated toe pattern. The bathroom floor was bone dry. She photographed everything and called management, who sent security. While waiting, the television turned on by itself to static, then displayed grainy security-style footage of her own room, filmed from the corner ceiling, showing her sleeping earlier that day. But there was no camera in that corner. The feed cut to a live view of her standing terrified in the room, phone in hand. Then the screen went black and displayed text. "We see you always." Technicians later confirmed no hidden cameras, no hacking impossible to explain. Her European leg brought her to Rome, Italy, where she booked a restored 17th century palazzo turned boutique hotel near the Pantheon. The room was opulent frescoed ceilings, 4-poster bed, but the air felt heavy. At midnight, she was awakened by the sound of dragging chains across the marble floor. She turned on the light to find nothing, but the dragging continued, circling her bed slowly. She recorded audio. You can hear the metallic scrape clearly. The next morning, the hotel historian revealed that during the Inquisition, prisoners were once held in the building's basement and dragged in chains to interrogation rooms above, passing directly beneath what is now her bedroom. Later that night, the worst happened. Sophia woke paralyzed, unable to move or speak, watching as a dark hooded figure stood at the foot of her bed, head tilted, observing her for what felt like hours. When feeling returned, the figure was gone, but deep bruises ringed her ankles, as if bound by invisible chains. Her final stop before heading home was a beachfront resort in Cancun, Mexico, a place marketed as paradise. She thought the ocean air might cleanse the growing dread. Room 1313, oceanfront. That night, a tropical storm rolled in, thunder shaking the windows. Around 2 a.m., she heard knocking not on her door, but inside the wall, rhythmic and insistent. Then whispering in Spanish, "Abrim, Abrim, open for me." She called the front desk in tears. They sent maintenance, who found nothing. But when Sophia reviewed her room camera footage the next day, it captured something horrifying. While she slept, the closet door opened slowly and a pale, emaciated figure crawled out on all fours, pausing to stare directly at the camera before retreating back inside. The closet was empty when searched. Locals later told her the resort was built over an old sacrifice site, bodies once hidden in underground chambers. As Sophia boarded her flight back to Los Angeles, exhausted and traumatized, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. In her carry-on, tucked inside her journal, was a single old-fashioned brass hotel key room, 000. She had never seen it before. No hotel she stayed at used physical brass keys anymore. She threw it away at the airport, but that night, back in her apartment, she woke to the sound of a key turning in her front door lock slowly, deliberately. Nothing was there when she checked. But she hasn't stayed in a hotel alone since. Disturbing true camping horror stories that will make you swear off the wilderness forever. Terrifying real-life scary. Tales from deep forests, remote campsites, and isolated trails around the world. Chilling true horror. Compilation to ruin your next outdoor adventure. The wilderness promises escape, fresh air, star-filled skies, the crackle of a campfire under endless silence. But sometimes that silence is broken by something that doesn't belong, something that watches, something that waits. This is the terrifying odyssey of Ryan Harper, a seasoned outdoor photographer from Seattle, Washington, USA, who in the summer of 2025 embarked on a global quest to capture the most breathtaking camping spots for his popular Instagram and YouTube channels. What he documented instead was a connected series of true nightmares. Disturbing camping horror stories that spanned continents and proved the deep woods hold secrets far darker than shadows. From vanishing tents in Canadian forests to inhuman cries in Australian outback, Ryan's journey became a fight for survival against forces that thrive where cell signals die. These are the real accounts he collected, whispered by rangers, survivors, and fellow campers from the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Scotland, Sweden, and Patagonia. Turn up the volume, because out there, something might already be listening. Ryan's descent began in July 2025 in the dense wilderness of Algonquin Provincial Park, Ontario, Canada. He was solo backpacking a remote loop trail, setting up his lightweight tent beside a mirror-still lake surrounded by towering pines. The first night was perfect, loons calling across the water, northern lights dancing faintly overhead. But at 3:12 a.m., he woke to the sound of deliberate footsteps circling his tent. Slow, heavy, crunching pine needles with purpose. He shone his headlamp through the mesh, nothing visible. Yet the footsteps continued for 20 minutes, pausing directly outside each side as if studying the nylon walls. His bear spray ready, Ryan whispered threats into the darkness. The steps stopped abruptly. In the morning, he found a perfect ring of deep boot prints around his tent, size 13. Far larger than his own, and heading straight into the lake where they vanished underwater. Park rangers later confirmed no other hikers were registered on that trail for days. One older ranger pulled him aside. "We call it the circle walker. Happens every few years. Best not to camp alone out here." Still rattled, Ryan drove south to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness in Minnesota, USA, meeting up with a group of 4 college friends who survived a similar ordeal the previous summer. Portaging deep into the chain of lakes, they'd pitched tents on a tiny island campsite, accessible only by water. Around midnight, they heard rhythmic drumming, not animal, not human, coming from the mainland forest directly across. Then voices began chanting in a language none recognized, growing louder as flashlights revealed dozens of small fires lighting up along the opposite shore like watchful eyes. Terrified, they huddled in one tent. At dawn, every fire was cold ash, no footprints leading away, no sign anyone had been there. But their canoes, pulled high on the rocky beach, had been dragged back into the shallows and filled with lake stones arranged in perfect spirals. Rangers found no trace of the group responsible. "It felt ceremonial," one friend told Ryan over coffee in Ely, "like we interrupted something ancient." Heading west to Glacier National Park, Montana, USA, Ryan joined a guided backpacking group on the remote North Circle route. Their guide, a veteran named Clara, shared a story from her own trip years earlier. Deep in the backcountry, her group woke to find every tent guy line expertly untied and re-knotted into intricate hangman's nooses dangling from nearby trees. No wind, no prankster smiles from any trailhead. That same night, they heard a child laughing in the distance, though no families were permitted on that permit-only route. The laughter circled their camp for hours, growing closer each loop. In the morning, a single small handprint, far too high to be natural, marked the trunk of a tree overlooking their site. Clara quit guiding after that season. Ryan flew to Tasmania, Australia, for the Overland Track, a world-famous multi-day trek through rugged wilderness. He camped at a sheltered site near Lake St. Clair with 2 British hikers he met on the trail. That night, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the valley. Not human, not animal, but something in between. It repeated every 40 minutes until dawn. In the morning, they discovered their food bags hung properly in bear bags 15 feet up had been lowered. Contents scattered, and every package clawed open with precision that no possum or devil could manage. Worst was the message scratched into a myrtle beech tree beside camp. 3 vertical lines followed by a circle. Local rangers recognized it immediately as matching markings found near unsolved disappearances in the 1980s. Whatever makes that sound doesn't like sharing the track, one said quietly. In New Zealand's Fiordland National Park, Ryan tackled the Dusky Track, one of the most isolated routes on Earth. He was 3 days in when he found an abandoned campsite. Tent still pitched, sleeping bag unrolled, cookware on a cold fire ring, but no sign of the occupant. A journal lay open to a final entry dated just 2 days prior. It mimics my voice perfectly now. Calling my name from different directions. I can't tell which is me anymore. Ryan photographed everything and reported it at the next hut. Search and rescue found nothing, no body, no pack, no footprints leaving the site. The tent was gone when they returned. Ryan cut his trip short that night, hiking out under headlamp, convinced he heard his own voice whispering his name from the dark bush. Crossing to Europe, Ryan explored Scotland's Cairngorms National Park, camping wild on the remote Larrigrew Pass. At 2 a.m., his tent began shaking violently, not wind, but as if massive hands gripped the fabric from outside, rocking it side to side. He screamed and stabbed through the nylon with his knife, hitting nothing. The shaking stopped instantly. In the morning, he found enormous handprints pressed into the dew-soaked grass all around 5 fingers, but impossibly wide and long, with claw indentations at the tips. A local shepherd later told him tales of the Fear Lieth More, the big gray man that haunts those high plateaus, driving solitary campers to madness with its presence. In Sweden's Sarek National Park, Europe's last true wilderness, Ryan joined a small group of experienced trekkers. They camped beside a glacial river when the northern lights erupted overhead in vivid green curtains. Beautiful, until the lights began forming unnatural shapes. Tall, thin silhouettes that mirrored their own group standing around the fire. As they watched in awe, the aurora figures raised arms in perfect sync, then stepped forward as if descending from the sky. The group doused their fire and retreated into tents. All night they heard stones knocking together in patterns outside camp. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks like communication. At sunrise, their packs had been opened and every metal item, knives, stoves, trekking poles, arranged in a perfect triangle pointing deeper into the park. No human tracks in the soft tundra. Ryan's final destination was Patagonia, Chile Torres del Paine National Park, during the volatile spring season. He secured one of the last backcountry permits for the remote Valle del Silencio. Camping alone beneath the towering granite spires, he experienced the culmination of every previous terror. It began with whistles, perfect imitations of marmot calls, but coming from impossible directions. Then footsteps again, circling faster this time. At midnight, his tent fly unzipped itself from the outside. He lunged with his ice axe, slicing only air. In the morning, he found his tent staked upside down 50 yards away, sleeping bag dragged out and wrapped around a gaucho cross marking an old grave. The most horrifying discovery. His camera memory card contained photos he never took, close-ups of his own sleeping face from inside the tent, time-stamped during the night. The final image showed a tall, indistinct figure standing over him, featureless against the moonlight. Ryan fled Patagonia and never returned to wilderness camping. Back in Seattle, he compiled his footage and journals into a private documentary he refuses to release, fearing it might call something. But the experiences followed him. Weeks later, reviewing audio from Sarek, he heard faint whispering beneath the wind, his name, spoken in his exact voice. Disturbing true road trip horror stories that will make you never drive alone again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from deserted highways, remote roads, and long night drives around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to destroy your next journey road. Trips are sold as freedom windows down, music blasting, endless asphalt stretching toward adventure. But sometimes the road stretches back, watching you, waiting for the moment your headlights fade into isolation. This is the bone-chilling chronicle of Mia Chun, a freelance travel writer from Portland. Oregon, USA, who in the fall of 2025 set out on the ultimate global road trip to write a book titled The World's Most Scenic Drives. What she experienced instead was a linked chain of true terror. Disturbing road trip horror stories that crossed borders and continents, proving that some roads remember every traveler who never made it home. From phantom hitchhikers in the American Southwest to pursuing vehicles in the Australian outback, Mia's journey became a desperate race against things that thrive on empty miles. These are the real accounts she gathered told by truckers, locals, survivors, and dashcam footage from the United States, Canada, Australia, Scotland, Norway, South Africa, and Mexico. Keep your doors locked, because on these roads, something is always following. Mia's nightmare ignited in September 2025 on Route 66, cutting through the vast deserts of Arizona, US. Driving her rented Jeep alone at night to capture the iconic neon signs, she picked up a faint CB radio transmission on an unused channel. A woman's voice, calm and clear, giving mile marker directions as if guiding her. Turn left in 2 miles. Stay on the old road. I'm waiting. Curious, Mia followed the voice off the main highway onto a forgotten stretch of cracked pavement lined with abandoned motels. The signal grew stronger until the woman said, "You're here." Headlights off, Mia saw a lone figure in a white dress standing in the middle of the road, arm raised in greeting. She slowed, then the figure vanished. Seconds later, her Jeep stalled completely. Phone dead. No service. In the silence, knocking began on the rear window, tap like fingernails. Her dashcam captured it, a pale hand pressing against the glass from outside, though the rearview mirror showed nothing. She floored it when the engine mysteriously restarted, fleeing back to the interstate. Locals in the next town recognized her description. The ghost of a bride killed on her honeymoon in 1963, still trying to lead drivers to the same fatal curve. From Arizona, Mia drove north into Utah, USA, tackling the remote Highway 191 through Moab's Red Rock Canyons. She stopped for the night at a pull-off overlooking a vast valley. At 2:47 a.m., her car alarm blared. Rushing outside, she found all 4 doors wide open, interior lights on, radio tuned to static. Nothing stolen, just her road atlas open to a page she'd never seen. A route circled in red ink leading to Skinwalker Ranch, with the words, "Donna, stop here," scrawled beside it. As she slammed the doors, she noticed fresh tire tracks circling her Jeep multiple times in the dirt, as if another vehicle had orbited her while she slept. No other cars for 50 miles. Park rangers later confirmed similar reports. Vehicles tampered with, maps altered, always near the ranch boundary. Crossing into Canada, Mia took the Trans-Canada Highway through the endless forests of British Columbia. Near Revelstoke, she picked up a hitchhiker, a young man with a backpack who claimed his ride broke down. Polite, quiet, he gave his name as Lucas. Hours into the drive, conversation turned strange. He knew details about Mia's itinerary she'd never shared, mentioning stops in Banff and Jasper before she decided them. When she asked how, he smiled and said, "I've been with you since Portland." Alarmed, she pulled over at the next gas station to let him out. He refused, locking the doors from the passenger side. As she argued, he simply faded. The seat empty, backpack gone, doors unlocked. Security cameras showed her pulling in alone. The attendant remembered her talking to herself animatedly. Mia found a Polaroid in her glove box she never took. Her Jeep from the outside, taken on a desert road in Arizona. Lucas, visible in the passenger seat, smiling directly at the camera. In Australia, Mia rented a 4WD to conquer the legendary Stuart Highway from Adelaide to Darwin, 2,000 miles of relentless outback. On the stretch between Coober Pedy and Alice Springs, her satellite phone rang despite being powered off. A child's voice giggled. "Red light, green light. You're moving." She looked in the rearview. Nothing. Then her headlights caught a small figure standing in the road ahead, forcing her to brake hard. The child vanished. Miles later, the same figure appeared again, closer. This repeated for hours, always just far enough to avoid impact, always disappearing on approach. At a remote roadhouse, truckers shared stories of the outback child, a spirit said to play deadly games with lone drivers, causing them to swerve into the desert. Mia's dashcam recorded every appearance, a pale boy in outdated clothes, standing motionless until the last second. She drove through the next night without stopping. Scotland's North Coast 500 was next, a winding coastal route through misty highlands. On the single-track road near Applecross Pass, fog rolled in thick as wool. Mia's GPS lost signal, rerouting her onto an unmarked gravel track. Soon, another vehicle appeared in her mirror's old-fashioned headlights, gaining fast. She accelerated, but the car kept perfect pace, never overtaking, never falling back. For 30 miles it followed, high beams flashing in patterns, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. When she finally reached a village and pulled into a lit car park, the pursuing car vanished. Locals identified the headlights as matching a 1950s Morris Minor involved in a fatal head-on collision on that pass. Drivers still searching for the other car decades later. In Norway, Mia drove the Atlantic Ocean Road, and then inland on the Trollstigen mountain pass. During a fierce autumn storm, her windshield wipers stopped working mid-blizzard. Pulling over on a narrow ledge, she waited for the weather to clear. Then she noticed headlights approaching from behind slowly, deliberately. The vehicle stopped 20 feet back, engine idling. No one emerged. For an hour it sat there, lights on, as snow piled up. When Mia flashed her hazards, the other car mimicked exactly. When she honked, it honked back in perfect sync. Terrified, she attempted a 3-point turn on the icy road. As she pulled away, the other car finally moved, turning around and driving straight off the unguarded cliff edge, headlights disappearing into the abyss. Police found no wreckage below, no reports of missing vehicles. Dashcam showed the car clearly. Empty driver's seat. South Africa's garden route offered stunning coastal views, but Mia's drive turned dark near Tsitsikamma. Locals warned of the vanishing hitchhiker of Phantom Pass. Late at night, she saw a woman in a red coat waving frantically on the roadside. Pulling over, the woman begged for a ride to the next town, claiming her car broke down. Soaking wet despite no rain, she smelled of river water. Halfway there, she whispered, "They're still looking for me." Mia glanced over the seat, empty, red coat draped across it. She slammed the brakes. The coat was gone. At the police station, she intended to drop the woman. Officers recognized the description. A drowning victim from 1987, whose body was never recovered, still trying to get home. Her final leg was Mexico's Baja California, Peninsula Highway 1 from Tijuana to Silvio San Lucas. On the desolate stretch through the Vizcaíno Desert, Mia's fuel gauge dropped impossibly fast. She limped into a tiny abandoned gas station marked on old maps. Pumps dry, buildings boarded. As she explored for shelter, every door she tried slammed shut behind her from the inside. Trapped in a dark workshop, she heard footsteps overhead, slow, deliberate pacing. Her phone flashlight revealed dusty footprints leading to a trapdoor above. Climbing a rickety ladder, she found an upper room with dozens of license plates nailed to the walls, all from missing vehicles over decades. In the center, her own Jeep's plate, though it was still attached outside. She fled down the ladder, sprinted to her car, and somehow it started on fumes. She reached the next town with the gauge on empty. Authorities later confirmed the station had been demolished 10 years earlier. She'd driven through empty desert. Mia abandoned the book project and flew home. But the road followed. Months later, reviewing dashcam footage, she discovered frames she never recorded, shots from behind her Jeep on every highway, taken by an unseen vehicle that was always there, always watching. Disturbing true neighbor horror stories that will make you fear who lives next door. Terrifying real-life scary tales from creepy neighbors. Silent houses and quiet suburbs around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to destroy your sense of safety at home. We choose our homes for safety, for peace, for the comfort of walls that separate us from the chaos of the world. But sometimes the real danger isn't outside, it's on the other side of a shared wall. Across a manicured lawn, or watching from a darkened window. This is the harrowing saga of Ethan Brooks, a true crime podcaster from Chicago, Illinois, USA, who in 2025 launched a global investigation into the most disturbing neighbor encounters ever reported. What began as research for a new season quickly became personal when the stories started connecting across countries, painting a picture of obsession, invasion, and something far more sinister that thrives in ordinary neighborhoods. From silent watchers in quiet American suburbs to underground tunnels in European towns, Ethan as Pursued uncovered true nightmares that prove your neighbor might know you better than you know yourself. These are the real accounts he collected, told by victims, police reports, security footage, and whispered confessions from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, Japan, and New Zealand. Lock your doors because they might already have a key. Ethan's investigation began in his own backyard. a quiet suburban neighborhood in Naperville, Illinois, USA. He interviewed Lauren, a young mother who moved into a charming cul-de-sac in 2023. Everything seemed perfect until she noticed the elderly man next door, Mr. Harlan, staring from his upstairs window for hours at a time, binoculars in hand. It escalated quickly, her garbage bags torn open nightly, contents sorted and photographed. Her backyard motion lights triggered constantly, yet Ring camera showing no one. Children's toys from her yard appearing rearranged on Harlan's porch. One night, her baby monitor picked up breathing, not her child, followed by Amanda's whisper. She is sleeping so peacefully. Police searched Harlan's home after Lauren obtained a restraining order and found an entire room dedicated to her family. Thousands of photos, daily schedules printed out, even locks of hair taped to a timeline wall. Harlan claimed he was protecting them from something coming. He died in custody before trial, but Lauren still receives anonymous postcards with photos of her new house taken from inside. From Illinois, Ethan traveled to Toronto, Canada, meeting Sarah in a high-rise condo overlooking Lake Ontario. Her neighbor, a quiet IT professional named Victor, started innocently offering to fix her Wi-Fi. Soon her smart devices malfunctioned, lights flickering in patterns, thermostats spiking to dangerous levels while she slept, Alexa playing lullabies at 3 a.m. Victor denied involvement, but Sarah, as hidden nanny cam, caught him in her apartment multiple times using a copied key fob, standing over her bed for minutes, just watching. Building security confirmed he'd hacked the entire floor's smart system. When confronted, Victor vanished. Months later, Sarah discovered a hidden partition on her own laptop, years of her webcam footage, starting from before she even moved in. Victor had been watching her previous apartment too, somehow accessing cameras across buildings. In Manchester, United Kingdom, Ethan sat with Tom in a terraced house on a street that looked straight out of a postcard. The trouble began when the house next door, empty for years, finally sold. New neighbor, no name given, paid cash, never seen in daylight. Packages arrived addressed to Tom, but containing items he only searched online in private browsing. Niche books, specific tools, even clothing in his exact size. Then came the knocking, always 3 times, always at 3:33 a.m., from inside his walls. Plaster removed revealed a crawl-space tunnel connecting the two homes. Inside, a perfect replica of Tom's bedroom, furnished identically with a mannequin wearing his stolen clothes. Police found fingerprints belonging to a man declared dead 15 years earlier. The house was resealed, but Tom still hears furniture dragging overhead at night, directly above his ceiling, though the upstairs is his attic. Australia's Gold Coast provided Ethan's next lead, a beachside suburb where Emily lived in a modern duplex. Her neighbor, Gavin, was charming at first, shared barbecues, helped with yard work. Then possessions went missing. Underwear, journals, a childhood teddy bear. Gavin returned them weeks later, cleaned and folded, claiming he found them blown into his yard. One storm night, power out, Emily heard digging beneath her floorboards. Flashlight revealed a loose panel leading to a dug tunnel lined with photos of her sleeping, taken from below. Gavin had excavated under the shared foundation over months, creating access points into her home. Arrested, he confessed to doing the same to 3 previous female neighbors. None had noticed until too late. Emily sold the house, but the new owners report cold spots and whispering from under the floors. In Berlin, Germany, Ethan met Anna in a classic Altbau apartment building. Her upstairs neighbor, an older woman named Frau Kessler, complained constantly about noise, despite Anna living alone and quietly. Then Anna began finding notes slipped under her door. Detailed critiques of her daily routine, what she ate, who she spoke to on the phone. Motion cameras caught Frau Kessler letting herself in with a master key, rearranging furniture for better feng shui, trying on Anna's clothes, even lying in her bed for hours. Building management discovered Kessler had done this to every tenant below her for decades, collecting souvenirs from each. Her apartment was a museum of stolen lives, labeled drawers of jewelry, hairbrushes, diaries. She claimed she was preserving their essence before the change came. Japan's suburbs outside Tokyo hid a different kind of horror. Ethan interviewed Hiroshi, who moved into a traditional home in a tight-knit community. His next-door neighbor, an elderly man named Sato-san, bowed politely but never spoke. Then Hiroshi noticed identical potted plants appearing on his porch, exact matches to Sato's. His mail began, arriving already opened and resealed. Security cameras showed Sato-san standing motionless in Hiroshi's yard at night, facing the house for hours. One evening, Hiroshi returned to find his entire living room rearranged into a perfect mirror image of Sato's furniture positioned identically, even family photos replaced with blank frames. Police found Sato had duplicated keys to every house on the street, slowly harmonizing interiors to match his own over years. He believed uniformity would protect the neighborhood from outsiders. New Zealand's Christchurch suburb gave Ethan his most chilling interview yet. Rachel lived in a new development backing onto native bush. Her neighbor, a family man named Mark, helped build many of the homes, including hers. Strange occurrences started small. Tools missing from her garage returned polished weeks later. Then her dog refused to enter certain rooms. Rachel installed hidden cameras and caught Mark emerging from her attic access panel multiple times a week, sitting in the dark, listening to the family below. He'd created a network of crawl spaces connecting every house he built, complete with listening posts and peepholes. Dozens of neighbors came forward with similar footage. Mark claimed he was checking structural integrity, but journals revealed obsession with knowing my community completely. Back in the United States, Ethan's final stop was Seattle, Washington, his own city. He met Kayla in a quiet neighborhood near Lake Washington. Her neighbor, Derek, was a night shift nurse, friendly, always waving. Then Kayla's medical records began arriving in her mailbox. Blood work, prescriptions, therapy notes, information only her doctors should have. Derek had accessed hospital systems to monitor her health. It escalated. Vitamins appearing in her kitchen to help with your iron deficiency. Meals left when she was sick. One night, home early, Kayla found Derek in her bedroom, administering N4, claiming she looked dehydrated on camera. He'd installed pinhole lenses and smoke detectors. Police uncovered he'd done this to 6 previous neighbors, slowly taking over their healthcare decisions until they depended on him completely. Ethan returned to Chicago, convinced the stories were isolated obsessions. Until he noticed anomalies in his own building, mail tampered with, smart devices glitching, faint footsteps overhead, though he lived on the top floor. Reviewing his podcast audio, he discovered faint background whispers on every neighbor episode, his own address spoken softly over and over. The final recording from his empty studio captured knocking from inside the walls 3 times, pause 3 times. Ethan moved the next week. He still receives anonymous packages, photos of his new apartment, taken from angles only a neighbor could get. Disturbing true apartment horror stories that will make you never rent again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from creepy apartments, haunted buildings, and silent neighbors around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to ruin your sense of security at home apartments. Promise convenience, community, the hum of city life just beyond your door. But thin walls hide secrets. Shared hallways echo with footsteps that aren't yours. And sometimes the previous tenant never really left. This is the terrifying chronicle of Ava Morales, a relocation specialist from Miami, Florida, USA, who in 2025 began helping clients find perfect urban apartments across the globe. What started as routine viewings turned into a worldwide descent into true horror. Disturbing apartment horror stories linked by recurring patterns of intrusion, imitation, and entities that claim residences long after leases end. From mimicking voices in New York high-rises to crawl-space dwellers in soul complexes, Ava's experiences proved some units are occupied by more than what's on the rental agreement. These are the real accounts she documented through tenant testimonies, building records, security footage, and her own traumatized journal from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, France, South Korea, Brazil, and Spain. Deadbolt your door. Because locks only work on the living. Ava's nightmare began in Manhattan, New York City, USA, showing a luxury pre-war building on the Upper East Side to a young couple. The 14th floor unit was pristine hardwood floors, high ceilings, Central Park views. During the tour, the wife noticed faint scratching from inside the walls. Ava dismissed it as pipes until the building's super later confessed. The previous tenant, an elderly woman, had vanished mid-lease. Her body was eventually found mummified behind the bathroom wall, bricked in alive decades earlier during Prohibition speakeasy renovations. Tenants since reported hearing her nails dragging, trying to escape. That night, after the couple declined, Ava returned alone for final photos. Her phone recorded audio of a frail voice whispering from the vent, "Let me out." "I've been so patient." Maintenance found fresh gouge marks inside the ductwork, impossible from the outside. From New York, Ava flew to Vancouver, Canada, touring a sleek glass tower in Yaletown. The 22nd floor corner unit had floor-to-ceiling windows and panoramic harbor views. The client loved it until the virtual tour playback revealed something. Ava missed live. In the reflection of the darkened bedroom window, a tall figure stood directly behind her, though she'd been alone. Building security reviewed hallway cameras. No one entered or left the unit all day. Former tenants filed complaints of a reflection man who only appeared in glass surfaces, mimicking movements with a half-second delay. One resident woke to find every mirror in the apartment covered with post-it notes reading, "Don't look too long." Ava canceled the listing after receiving an anonymous email with a photo of herself inside the unit taken from the bedroom reflection, time-stamped minutes after she left. London, United Kingdom, brought Ava to a converted Victorian mansion in Kensington split into flats. Showing the garden-level unit, she noticed an odd smell like wet earth emanating from under the kitchen sink. The client declined, citing bad vibes. Days later, the landlord begged Ava to relist urgently. The next prospective tenant discovered a false panel beneath the cabinets, leading to a dirt tunnel large enough to crawl through, connecting to every garden flat in the building. Inside, discarded clothing, food wrappers, and Polaroids of sleeping residents taken from below floorboards. Police traced the tunnel to a homeless man who'd lived undetected for years, emerging only at night to watch families through knotholes. He vanished before arrest, but tenants still report floorboards creaking in perfect sync with their own footsteps, as if someone below mirrors their every move. In Paris, France, Ava viewed a charming Haussmann-era apartment in Le Marais. Ornate moldings, herringbone floors, a fireplace that hadn't been used in decades. While measuring rooms, the fireplace flue emitted a child's giggle. Ava laughed nervously until ash cascaded down, forming a perfect handprint on the hearth's small, soot-covered fingers. The concierge later revealed the building's dark history. During World War II, a Jewish family hid a child in the chimney system connecting all flues. The child suffocated when Nazis smoked out the building. Subsequent families reported toys moving on their own, children's laughter at 3 a.m., and soot handprints appearing overnight. Ava's client, a mother of two, experienced the worst. Her toddler began having conversations with the boy in the wall, describing details no child should know. They moved out after finding soot footprints leading from the fireplace to the child's bed. Seoul, South Korea, offered modern efficiency in a Gangnam high-rise. The 35th floor studio was minimalist perfection, smart everything, city skyline views. During the showing, the smart speaker activated unprompted. "Welcome home, Ji-hoon," the previous tenant's name. Ava reset the device, but it repeated the greeting in Ji-hoon's recorded voice, though he died by suicide in the unit months earlier. Building management disclosed multiple residents reported the apartment, replaying Ji-hoon's final days. Lights turning on off in sequence, shower running at 2 a.m., his playlist starting automatically. One tenant woke to the smart fridge displaying a countdown timer matching the exact minute of Ji-hoon's death. Ava's phone, connected to the Wi-Fi, began receiving texts from an unsaved contact labeled Ji-hoon. Photos of the apartment taken from inside while empty, captioned, "You forgot to say goodbye." São Paulo, Brazil, took Ava to a bustling Pinheiros building with mid-century charm. The third-floor walk-up had exposed brick and city energy. While touring, the neighbor's door opposite opened slightly, revealing an identical layout, identically furnished, down to the same fruit bowl on the counter. The tenant, an artist named Lucas, smiled and said, "We like to match." Ava later learned Lucas had been slowly duplicating every new neighbor's decor over years, breaking in while they worked, photographing and replicating everything exactly. Residents found furniture swapped overnight, clothes rearranged to match his. Even family photos replaced with versions starring Lucas photoshopped in. Police found his apartment contained dozens of sets, mirroring every unit in the building. He claimed he was completing the community portrait. Barcelona, Spain, ended Ava's journey in a Gothic quarter building with medieval stone walls. The attic loft boasted exposed beams and rooftop access. During the viewing, rainwater dripped from the ceiling despite clear skies. Tracing the leak, Ava found the attic crawlspace soaked and covered in hundreds of wet children's handprints pressed into the insulation, all reaching toward the roof hatch. The landlord confessed. In the 1930s, during the Spanish Civil War, the building sheltered orphans. When bombed, many fled to the roof and were machine-gunned from planes. Survivors hid in the attic, leaving desperate handprints trying to push through the ceiling for rescue. Modern tenants report hearing small feet running overhead at night, doors unlocking from the inside, and wet handprints appearing on bedroom ceilings after rain, even on upper floors with no roof access. Avi returned to Miami convinced she'd seen the worst urban living could offer, until settling into her own high-rise condo that night. Reviewing tour footage on her laptop, every apartment video contained the same anomaly. In the background of each empty unit, a faint silhouette stood in the exact spot Ava had been moments earlier, mimicking her posture perfectly, half-second delayed. The final clip from her Barcelona attic showed the silhouette stepping forward as the real Ava turned away, reaching toward the camera with soot-covered child fingers. She moved out the next morning. She now refuses apartment showings after dark and always checks reflections twice. Shocking true Craigslist horror stories that will make you delete the app forever. Terrifying real-life scary tales from online deals gone wrong, creepy buyers, and haunted items around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to ruin your next bargain hunt. Craigslist seems harmless, a digital garage sale where bargains beckon from behind anonymous usernames and blurry photos. But beneath the listings lurk dangers that turn thrifty hunts into life-altering nightmares. This is the spine-tingling account of Jordan Howell, a freelance bargain hunter and reseller from Boston, Massachusetts, USA, who in the spring of 2025 decided to turn his hobby into a global adventure. Armed with a laptop and a thirst for deals, Jordan traveled the world documenting the best Craigslist finds for his budding blog. What he uncovered instead was a web of true terror. Shocking Craigslist horror stories connected by patterns of deception, possession, and predators that use the platform as a hunting ground. From cursed antiques in American basements to vanishing sellers in European alleys, Jordan's quest became a desperate escape from forces that do and let go once you've clicked reply. These are the real encounters he gathered, shared by survivors, police logs, dashcam videos, and his own frantic notes from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, Mexico, and Japan. Refresh the page carefully, because some listings are looking for you. Jordan's ordeal started innocently in April 2025 back home in Boston, browsing Craigslist for vintage furniture to flip. He spotted a listing, free antique mirror, must pick up tonight. No photo, just an address in a rundown neighborhood near Dorchester. Intrigued by the zero price, he drove over in his beat-up van. The seller, an elderly woman named Mrs. Ellis, met him at the door of her Victorian row house, her eyes darting nervously. The mirror was massive, ornate gold frame, clouded glass propped in a dusty attic. As Jordan loaded it, Mrs. Ellis whispered, "It shows things that aren't there. Take it far away." He laughed it off, but that night in his apartment, polishing the glass, his reflection blinked independently. Over the next week, shadows appeared in the mirror's corners, figures that mimicked his movements but with twisted smiles. One midnight, it reflected his bedroom with an extra person standing at the foot of his bed. He smashed it and dumped the shards, but the visions followed. Every reflective surface now showed the same lurking shape. A quick search revealed Mrs. Ellis had posted the mirror after her husband's suicide. He'd been found with his eyes gouged out, staring at it. Jordan deleted his Craigslist app that night, but the reflections didn't stop. Shaken, Jordan fled to Seattle, Washington, USA, crashing with a friend while scouting West Coast deals. Browsing local listings, he found vintage clown costume, $20, perfect condition. Meeting the seller in a suburban garage, the man, pale, jittery, handed over a faded red and white suit with oversized shoes. "Wore it once," he muttered. "Never again." Jordan tried it on for fun back at his friend's place. That night, laughter echoed from his closet, high-pitched, maniacal. Opening it, the costume was empty on the hanger, but footprints, tiny, powdered, tracked across the floor. Neighbors complained of circus music at 3 a.m., and Jordan woke to find grease paint smears on his pillows. Researching the suit's tag, he traced it to a 1980s traveling circus where a performer snapped, killing 3 before hanging himself in the outfit. The seller admitted posting it after his child began sleepwalking in it, drawing smiley faces and blood from self-inflicted cuts. Jordan burned the costume in a park barbecue pit, but for weeks, he heard faint calliope tunes on empty streets. Crossing into Vancouver, Canada, Jordan answered a listing for cheap electronics bundle, moving sale. The address led to a high-rise condo in Gastown. The seller, a young tech guy named Alex, invited him in, showcasing laptops, phones, and gadgets piled on the table. As Jordan inspected, Alex's demeanor shifted, locking the door casually, offering a drink that smelled off. Conversation turned probing. "You live alone? Drive here solo?" Jordan excused himself, but the elevator wouldn't come. Panicking, he took the stairs, Alex following silently, footsteps echoing. Bursting onto the street, Jordan called police from his car. They revealed Alex had lured multiple Craigslist buyers, drugging and robbing them. One never left alive. His condo was rigged with hidden cameras streaming to the dark web. Jordan's face had been captured days later. He received emails with photos of himself from inside the building. Caption, "Missed opportunity." In London, United Kingdom, Jordan pursued a rare book collection, 50 pounds oboe. The meet was in a foggy East End pub. The seller, a scholarly type named Reginald, handed over leather-bound tomes smelling of mildew. Back at his Airbnb, Jordan flipped through a 19th-century grimoire and felt watched. Pages turned on their own, revealing handwritten notes, summoning rituals, names crossed out. That night, whispers filled the room, Latin chants growing louder. Shadows coalesced into forms at his bedside. Reginald confessed via message. The books were from a cultist's estate. Previous owners suffered accidents, suicides ruled, but with ritual markings. Jordan donated them to a museum, but the chants followed in his dreams, naming him next. Australia's Sydney brought a listing for camping gear lot, $100, barely used. Pick up in the suburbs, seller a rugged outdoorsman named Bruce. The tent, sleeping bags and lanterns seemed fine until Jordan camped in the Blue Mountains. At dusk, the tent unzipped from outside, no one there. Footsteps circled all night. In the morning, his food was arranged in Aboriginal symbols. Bruce admitted the gear was from a doomed expedition. His group vanished in the outback. Bodies found arranged in patterns. Spirits attached, luring new owners into isolation. Jordan abandoned the gear on a remote trail, but heard rustling bush following him back to civilization. In Berlin, Germany, Jordan responded to vintage camera, €30, works great. The seller, an artist named Lena, met him in a graffiti-covered warehouse. The old Leica felt heavy, cursed. Snapping test photos, developed film showed extra figures pale, eyeless in every frame, even solos. Lena revealed it belonged to a World War II photographer who captured concentration camp horrors. Users since saw victims in shots. Jordan's photos of Berlin landmarks included spectral crowds pleading silently. He smashed the camera, but negatives appeared in his luggage, developing on their own. Mexico City's Craigslist yielded antique jewelry box, 500 pesos. Pick up in a colonial neighborhood. The seller, an old bruja named Maria, warned, "It holds more than jewels." Inside Jordan's hotel, the box opened nightly, spilling trinkets that rearranged into Aztec glyphs. Visions assaulted him, sacrificial rites, hearts torn out. Maria confessed it was looted from a tomb. Curses followed thieves. Jordan returned it, but scars appeared on his chest-matching ritual cuts. Japan's Tokyo listing, old kimono -2000, family heirloom. Seller, a quiet woman in a traditional home. Wearing it once, Jordan felt possessed, compelled to wander streets at night, drawn to train tracks. The woman messaged, it belonged to a suicide victim. Wearers reenacted her jump. Jordan shredded it, but urges lingered, pulling him to edges. Jordan quit Craigslist, but listings emailed him anonymously personalized horrors. He burned his laptop, yet the app reappeared on new devices, with deals too good to ignore. Disturbing true abandoned building horror stories that will make you avoid ruins forever. Terrifying real life. Scary tales from forgotten factories, derelict hospitals, and deserted asylums. Around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to ruin your urban exploration dreams. Abandoned buildings whisper promises of adventure, crumbling walls hiding forgotten history. Graffiti-covered halls echoing with the past. Sunlight piercing broken windows like ghostly fingers. But some places don't want to be remembered. They guard their secrets with something far worse than decay. This is the petrifying journey of Liam Fletcher, an urban explorer and photographer from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA, who in the summer of 2025 embarked on a worldwide quest to document the planet's most haunting ruins for his viral YouTube channel Lost Echoes. What he captured wasn't just dust and rust, it was a connected chain of true terror. Disturbing abandoned building horror stories that spanned decades and continents. revealing entities that linger long after the last human leaves. From echoing footsteps in American asylums to childlike figures in European orphanages, Liam's explorations turned into a fight to escape places that refuse to let visitors go. These are the real accounts he compiled, drawn from fellow explorers. Archived reports, security footage, and his own blood-stained journal from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, France, Italy, Australia, and Poland. Turn off the lights if you dare, because some buildings are still watching. Liam's descent began in July 2025 at the infamous Pennhurst State School and Hospital in Spring City, Pennsylvania. USA's sprawling asylum closed since 1987 amid abuse scandals. Sneaking in through a breached fence at midnight with two friends, they split up to cover more ground. Liam headed to the Mayflower dormitory, flashlight cutting through decades of dust. Almost immediately, he heard children laughing, clear, playful giggles bouncing down the hallway lined with tiny rusted beds. No children had lived there in 40 years. His GoPro captured the sound perfectly. Deeper in, doors slammed in sequence, as if guiding him toward the hydrotherapy wing. There, bathtubs still held stagnant water, and fresh ripples spread across one surface as he watched. His friends radioed panic. They'd found restraint chairs rocking on their own, leather straps swaying. Reuniting at the exit, they realized hours had vanished, sunrise already painting the sky. In the footage review, a small handprint appeared on Liam's lens mid-video, smearing across as if wiping fog from inside the camera. From Pennsylvania, Liam drove north to Buffalo, New York, USA, exploring the massive grain silos of Silo City along the Buffalo River. Climbing internal ladders in pitch black, his headlamp caught graffiti dating back decades, then fresh chalk writing, "You re not alone tonight." Wind howled through broken windows, but footsteps paced directly above him on catwalks he'd just crossed. Reaching the top silo, he found a perfect circle of old shoes arranged around a central pile of Polaroids. Photos of previous explorers, taken from impossible angles inside sealed rooms. One showed Liam himself, time-stamped minutes earlier, standing exactly where he was. He fled down the ladders, hearing metal groaning as if the entire structure shifted to block escape routes. Locals later warned of the silo keeper, a former worker crushed in a collapse, still cataloging intruders. Crossing into Ontario, Canada, Liam infiltrated the abandoned Lakeshore Psychiatric Hospital in Toronto. Vast Art Deco halls once housed thousands. Now vines choked the windows. In the women's ward, he discovered patient drawings still pinned to corkboard stick figures with oversized eyes watching from corners. As he photographed, the eyes in one drawing seemed to follow him. His EMF meter spiked wildly near the electroshock therapy room. There, a gurney rolled slowly across the tile toward him, stopping inches away. Audio captured a woman's voice pleading, "Don't leave me strapped again." Security arrived after motion sensors triggered, finding Liam barricaded in a padded cell he swore he never entered. Review of hospital archives revealed a patient who escaped restraints, only to be forgotten in that very cell during closure. In Manchester, United Kingdom, Liam explored the derelict Barnes Hospital, a Gothic former workhouse infirmary. Flashlight beams danced across peeling paint and rusted operating tables. In the morgue, drawers slid open one by one, revealing empty body trays, but each lined with fresh soil. Upstairs in the children's ward, rocking horses moved gently in unison. Liam's thermal camera caught cold spots forming perfect child-sized outlines sitting on beds. A sudden temperature drop froze his breath. Whispers filled the room, dozens of small voices counting in unison. "One. Coming for you." He bolted down corridors, doors slamming behind in sequence. Outside, police questioned him for trespassing, but let him go after reviewing his footage, showing tiny handprints appearing on fogged windows from the inside. France's Chateau Miranda in Namur once, a lavish castle turned orphanage, then abandoned, drew Liam next. Grand staircases rotted under chandeliers draped in cobwebs. In the ballroom music faintly played from nowhere, growing louder as he approached the cracked grand piano. Keys depressed on their own, playing a waltz. Mirrors lining the walls reflected the room empty, except for dozens of orphaned children in outdated uniforms standing behind him, faces blurred. When he spun, nothing. The music stopped abruptly, replaced by crying echoing from the tower. Climbing spiral stairs, he found a nursery with cribs rocking violently. One held a porcelain doll whose head turned to follow him. Liam smashed it, revealing real human teeth inside the mouth. Locals spoke of children left behind during evacuation in the 1990s, still waiting for parents who never returned. Italy's Poveglia Island, known as the world's most haunted island plague pit and mental asylum, required a chartered boat from Venice. Landing on the overgrown quarantine island, Liam immediately felt oppressive dread. Vines strangled the asylum's bell tower. Plague bones still surfaced in the soil. Inside the main building, surgical tools lay scattered as if mid-operation. Bloodstains on walls looked fresh. In the lobotomy ward, he heard drilling high-pitched, mechanical coming from behind bricked-up doors. His recorder captured screams layered beneath. At nightfall, bells in the tower rang 13 times, though no rope existed. Shadows lengthened into plague doctor shapes wearing bird masks, advancing slowly. Liam fled to his boat, finding the mooring rope expertly untied, drifting just out of reach. He swam in darkness, feeling hands grasping at his legs below the surface. Australia's Larundel Mental Asylum in Melbourne offered sprawling wards frozen in time. Liam explored the music therapy room, piano still open, sheet music yellowed. Pressing a key produced no sound, yet harmonious chords filled the air from invisible players. In padded cells, walls bore fresh claw marks at impossible heights. His motion-activated camera caught a tall figure in a straitjacket pacing endlessly, though the corridor was empty on live view. Former staff files revealed a patient nicknamed the Giant, who escaped containment repeatedly, never recaptured. Liam's final footage showed the figure standing directly behind him, head tilted, as he packed gear visible only in playback. Poland's final stop was the abandoned Zofioka Sanatorium in Otwock, a Jewish tuberculosis hospital seized by Nazis, later Soviet, then deserted. Pine forests encroached on Art Nouveau pavilions. In the children's wing, toys lay arranged in perfect circles. Liam heard coughing wet, consumptive echoing from empty rooms. Thermal imaging revealed dozens of heat signatures huddled in corners, vanishing when approached. In the basement morgue, autopsy tables bore fresh outlines in dust, as if bodies recently removed. A child's voice guided him in Polish. "Play with us." Following, he found a hidden playroom with drawings of patients watching from windows, drawings dated tomorrow's date. He escaped at dawn, but developed tuberculosis symptoms weeks later despite negative tests before the trip. Doctors found no medical cause. Liam returned to Philadelphia broken, deleting all footage. But the buildings followed. Reviewing one surviving photo from Penhurst, every window now showed a different child watching. New emails arrived with attachments, photos of his own apartment taken from abandoned angles, impossible vantage points. The last image. Liam asleep, with dozens of small handprints pressed against his bedroom ceiling from above. Disturbing true workplace horror stories that will make you dread going to work. Terrifying real-life scary tales from night shifts, creepy offices, and toxic colleagues around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to ruin your career forever. Work is supposed to be routine: deadlines, meetings, coffee breaks, the hum of fluorescent lights and keyboard clicks. But for some, the office becomes a cage, the factory floor a trap, the night shift the descent into something unholy. This is the harrowing saga of Harper Klein, a corporate wellness consultant from Denver, Colorado, USA, who in the fall of 2025 accepted a lucrative contract to audit employee mental health programs at companies worldwide. What began as surveys and interviews quickly unraveled into a global nightmare, truly disturbing workplace horror stories, linked by patterns of surveillance, imitation, and entities that treat employees as permanent staff, even after death. From whispering vents in American cubicles to shadow figures on Australian assembly lines, Harper's investigations revealed that some jobs never let you clock out. These are the real testimonies she collected, recorded anonymously, pulled from HR files, security cameras, and her own trembling voice memos from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, Japan, Singapore, and Mexico. Punch in if you dare, because overtime here is eternal. Harper's nightmare started in September 2025 at a sleek tech startup in San Francisco, California, USA. The open-plan office glowed with neon accents and bean bags, but employees whispered of the listener in the vents. During her first focus group, multiple staff described hearing their own private conversations replayed hours later through overhead speakers, exact words, same tone. One engineer swore he heard himself planning to quit, whispered softly while alone at his desk at 2 a.m. Security footage showed no one nearby. yet the audio was crystal clear on Harper's recorder. That night, working late in a glass conference room, her laptop microphone activated unprompted, typing a transcript of thoughts she'd only had in her head. "This place is wrong. Get out before they keep you." I'd found no malware, but the server logs showed her file accessed from an employee ID that belonged to a developer who died by suicide in the office 6 months earlier, his account supposedly deactivated. From California, Harper flew to Chicago, Illinois, USA, auditing a century-old meatpacking plant on the south side. The night shift crew spoke of the hangar, a silhouette that appeared on meat hooks in the cold storage, swaying gently among carcasses. Workers reported tools moving on their own, knives arranged in perfect rows pointing toward whoever was alone. One veteran foreman showed Harper freezer footage, a human-shaped frost outline forming on the wall behind a worker, arms outstretched, as if embracing from behind. The worker quit the next day after waking with deep bruises around his torso matching handprints. Harper toured the kill floor after hours. Temperature plummeted unnaturally around her. Her breath fogged, forming words in the air. "Join the line." Former employees revealed a 1950s accident where a man was pulled into machinery and processed unnoticed parts allegedly shipped out. His hook still swings empty, waiting. In Toronto, Canada, Harper consulted for a 24-hour call center in a downtown high-rise. Agents described hearing disconnected callers breathing heavily on dead lines, then whispering personal details, home addresses, children's names. One woman received a call from her own number while on shift, a distorted version of herself warning, "Don't trust the supervisor on floor 7. That supervisor had died of a heart attack in the elevator, years prior." His badge still scanned in occasionally. Harper sat in on a midnight shift. Her headset crackled with static forming Morse code that translated to her hotel room number. Security escorted her out after every monitor in the control room displayed the same image. The empty supervisor chair slowly turning to face the camera. London, United Kingdom, brought Harper to a historic banking firm in the city. The basement archive room unchanged since Victorian times was off limits after dark due to archival anomalies. Staff reported files reorganizing overnight into detailed dossiers on current employees, including future medical diagnoses that later proved accurate. One analyst found a personnel file on himself dated 1892, photo matching perfectly, listing cause of death as overwork. During Harper's late-night review, gas lamps, long disconnected, flickered on. Books opened to pages describing her own career trajectory, ending abruptly mid-sentence with "terminated by entity." An elderly clerk confessed the building was constructed atop a workhouse graveyard. Clerks from that era still audit the living to balance eternal ledgers. Germany's Frankfurt financial district housed a modern trading floor famous for its intensity. Traders spoke of the Echo, a colleague who perfectly mimicked their strategies, executing identical trades milliseconds faster from a terminal that showed no user logged in. Losses mounted until one trader confronted his doppelganger on camera. The screen reflected him sitting at an empty desk across the room, typing in perfect sync. The mimic account belonged to a trader who leaped from the roof in 2008 during the crash's login, reactivated every market downturn. Harper observed a session. Her guest badge triggered the system to create a profile predicting her stock picks with eerie accuracy. The terminal displayed a countdown. Time until assimilation, 0 hours 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Tokyo, Japan offered a stark contrast, a traditional publishing house in an old wooden building. Editors described manuscripts arriving anonymously that retold their personal lives as fiction, submitted under their own names. One senior editor found his suicide note typed and printed on company letterhead weeks before he felt any despair. Harper interviewed in the dim library. Books fell from shelves opening to passages describing her current investigation in real time. The office legend spoke of a Meiji-era author who died at his desk mid-sentence. His spirit finishes unfinished stories, including the lives of those who work there now. That night, Harper's notebook filled with handwriting not hers. A detailed account of how she would die in the building, dated tomorrow. Singapore's gleaming CBD tower housed a logistics firm with a spotless reputation until Harper uncovered the Midnight Mover. Warehouse cameras captured pallets rearranging overnight into perfect mazes, trapping night cleaners inside until morning. One worker followed the sounds of boxes sliding and vanished. His uniform found folded neatly atop the highest stack. Harper reviewed footage. A translucent figure in outdated coveralls directed invisible crews, mouth moving silently. The company was built over a World War II prisoner labor camp. Records showed one overseer executed for cruelty, still enforcing eternal shifts. Mexico City's final consultation was at a maquiladora factory near the border. Assembly line workers reported machines activating on their own during breaks, producing parts stamped with dates years in the future. One woman's station began assembling a device that matched her pacemaker model exactly. Harper toured the floor after closing. Conveyor belts started slowly, lights flickering in sequence, spelling her name in binary. Former employees spoke of a 1990s fire that trapped dozens. Their silhouettes still visible in thermal scans, repeating the same motions forever. As Harper left, her company badge photo changed on the screen, showing her in factory uniform. Eyes hollow, time-stamped permanent hire. Harper resigned the contract and fled home to Denver. But work followed. Her email filled with meeting invites from deactivated accounts. Calendar events titled, "Eternal Shift Starts Now." Video calls connected to empty conference rooms where chairs pulled out invitingly. The final Zoom link opened to every workplace. She visited cameras showing her own empty seat at each desk, waiting. Disturbing true summer camp horror stories that will make you never send your kids away again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from isolated camps, deep woods cabins, and midnight lakes around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to destroy your childhood memories. Forever Summer Camp is painted as pure joy, campfires crackling under starlit skies, ghost stories told in whispers, canoe trips across glassy lakes, lifelong friendships forged in cabins smelling of pine and bug spray. But for some, those innocent weeks become etched with terror that never fades. This is the gut-wrenching odyssey of Riley Parker, a former camp counselor turned investigative journalist from Portland, Oregon, USA, who in the summer of 2025 set out to write an expose on outdated camp safety protocols across the globe. What she uncovered was far darker. Disturbing true summer camp horror stories connected by recurring themes of watchers in the woods, voices from empty bunks, and entities that treat campers as permanent residents. From vanishing counselors in American forests to childlike figures circling European lodges, Riley's research transformed into a desperate warning that some camps never close for the season. These are the real accounts she gathered, compiled from survivor interviews, archived incident reports, grainy camp cameras, and her own scarred recollections from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Sweden, Australia, New Zealand, and Italy. Sing the campfire songs if you dare, because something out there is singing back. Riley's journey began in June 2025 at the historic Camp Willow Lake in the Adirondack Mountains, New York, USA, a sprawling site operating since the 1920s. Returning as an alumni volunteer, she interviewed old staff in the mess hall. They spoke of the Wanderer, a counselor from 1978 who disappeared during a storm, body never found. Every decade since, a new counselor vanishes on the same date. That night, during a thunderstorm, Riley led a cabin of girls on a flashlight walk. Lightning revealed a tall figure in outdated staff uniform standing motionless at the tree line, watching. The girls screamed. When Riley shone her light, nothing but muddy footprints led from the woods straight to her own counselor bunk stopping at her bed. Morning revealed the prints continued under her mattress, as if someone had lain beneath all night. Camp records confirmed the 1978 counselors slept in that exact bunk. From New York, Riley headed to Camp Blackwood in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, U.S., a remote site accessible only by ferry. Former campers described Bunk 13 boarded up after a 1980s fire killed 5 boys. Yet every summer, laughter echoes from inside at 3 a.m. Riley stayed overnight in a nearby staff cabin. Audio recorders captured children counting hide-and-seek in perfect unison, voices overlapping impossibly. At dawn, the door to Bunk 13, nailed shut for decades, was wide open. Inside, 5 sleeping bags arranged in a star, each containing a child-sized outline in ash. Maintenance swore they'd reboarded it the day before. A surviving relative of one victim showed Riley a photo. The boys posed exactly like the ash patterns. Canada's Algonquin Provincial Park hosted Camp North Star, where Riley counseled teens on wilderness trips. Guides spoke of the echo caller, a voice that perfectly mimics lost campers, luring searchers deeper into bush. During a multi-day canoe portage, one boy wandered off trail. Hours later, his voice called each counselor by name from different directions simultaneously. Following one led Riley to a clearing with an old fire ring containing fresh bones, too small, too human. The boy was found miles away, dehydrated, claiming the other me guided him back. Park rangers confirmed similar incidents since the 1950s. Always near a sinkhole rumored to hold drowned indigenous children from a flooded village. In Scotland, United Kingdom, Riley visited Loch Morlech Camp in the Cairngorms, a scenic site ringed by ancient pines. Scottish counsellors whispered of the Grey Lady, a matron from Victorian times who drowned trying to save campers. Now she appears dripping wet, beckoning children toward the loch at night. During Riley's stay, a girl sleepwalked to the water's edge. Riley caught her just as a pale hand broke the surface, grasping. The girl woke screaming of a woman singing lullabies inside her head. Morning light revealed drag marks in sand leading from the girl's cabin to the loch far too wide for human hands. Sweden's remote Lapland region held Camp Aurora, famous for midnight sun activities. Staff described the light chasers, child-shaped silhouettes that appeared only in peripheral vision during 24-hour daylight, always running toward the horizon. One night, during a polar-themed game, every camper reported seeing their own double sprinting ahead on trails. Riley joined a hike. Her shadow on snow split into one staying with her, one racing forward. At camp's edge stood an abandoned Sami reindeer herder cabin. Inside, dozens of child handprints pressed into soot on walls, all reaching outward. Locals spoke of children lost in 19th century famines, still chasing the sun that never sets. Australia's Blue Mountains hosted Camp Echo Valley, a rugged bush camp with no electricity. Counselors told of the didgeridoo man, an indigenous spirit playing low drones that hypnotized campers into walking into wilderness. During Riley's visit, the sound began at midnight, deep, resonant, coming from all directions. Campers lined up unconsciously, marching toward dense scrub. Riley and staff herded them back, but one boy slipped away. Searchers found him days later, circles under eyes, claiming the song showed me home. His footprints led to an Aboriginal sacred site where a protector spirit allegedly guards against intruders. New Zealand's Tongariro National Park contained Camp Firestone near volcanic craters. Maori guides warned of the steam children orphans killed in a 1886 eruption, now emerging from funerals. During a night hike, sulfur vents hissed louder, forming childlike laughter. Thermal imaging captured small heat signatures dancing around the group. One girl burned her hand on ground that was cold, leaving a perfect child palm print seared into her skin. Guides performed a Karakia blessing. The laughter stopped, but vents spelled the girl's name in steam the next morning. Italy's final camp was Lago di Garda, Camp Stella Alpina, a lakeside paradise in the Dolomites. Counselors spoke of the bell ringer, a nun from a 1940s orphanage who rang bells to gather children during air raids. Now bells in the defunct chapel ring at random, summoning campers. Riley heard them at 3 a.m. Following the sound, she found every child standing silently outside cabins, facing the chapel. Inside the darkened building, a nun in habit stood at the altar face obscured, rope in hand. When Riley approached, the figure dissolved into dust. Morning revealed the chapel floor covered in small, bare footprints leading to and stopping at each camper's bunk. Riley returned to Oregon traumatized, vowing to expose dangerous camps. But memories followed. Reviewing audio from Blackwood, children's voices whispered her childhood camp nickname one only her long-dead brother knew. Anonymous letters arrived with photos of her at various camps worldwide taken from inside cabins while she slept. The final envelope contained a rusted camp whistle engraved with her name, dated the year she was born, though she'd never owned one. Disturbing true lake horror stories that will make you never swim. Again, terrifying real-life scary tales from haunted lakes, deep waters, and isolated shorelines around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to haunt your nightmares forever. Lakes are meant to be serene, mirror-calm surfaces reflecting endless skies. Gentle waves lapping at wooded shores, the perfect escape for fishing, swimming, or quiet reflection. But beneath that glassy facade lies darkness that doesn't need oceans to drown you. Some lakes remember every scream, every splash, every body they've claimed, and they hunger for more. This is the terrifying voyage of Nolan Reed, a marine biologist and amateur diver from Seattle, Washington, USA, who in the summer of 2025 launched a personal project to study remote lakes worldwide for a documentary on freshwater ecosystems. What he documented instead was a submerged chain of true horror. Disturbing lake horror stories linked across continents by whispers from the deep, hands that pull from below, and figures that walk on water only when no one's looking. From drowned children in American reservoirs to ancient guardians in European alpine lakes. Nolan's dives became a desperate struggle against waters that refuse to give back what they take. These are the real accounts he surfaced with, gathered from locals, survivors, underwater footage, and his own waterlogged journal from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Sweden, Russia, Australia, New Zealand, and Chile. Dive in if you dare, because some lakes are always watching from below. Nolan's nightmare surfaced in July 2025 at Crater Lake, Oregon, U.S., the deepest lake in America, formed in a volcanic caldera with water so blue it hurts to look at. Renting a research boat, he dove to map submerged tree stumps from the ancient eruption. At 300 feet, visibility perfect, his underwater camera caught movement. Pale hands pressing against the lens from the other side, fingers splayed as if trapped behind glass. No marine life that large exists there. Surfacing, he found his boat drifted miles off course, anchor rope cleanly severed. Park rangers later shared stories of the trapped Native American spirits sealed in the caldera during Mount Mazama's blast, still trying to escape through divers' masks. That night, camped on the rim, Nolan heard splashing far below cliffs, though the lake has no outlet and no fish large enough to make waves. His GoPro, left recording on the boat, captured a figure climbing aboard. Soaked hiking gear from a missing persons case in 1998. Face obscured by dripping hair. From Oregon, Nolan flew to Lake Tahoe, California-Nevada border, USA, a crystal-clear alpine gem infamous for preserving bodies. Interviewing dive teams at Emerald Bay, they described the preserved corpses from 19th century shipwrecks that rise seasonally, perfectly intact, standing upright in shallows as if waiting for rescue. One rescuer showed Nolan sonar images. Dozens of upright figures clustered near Fanny Bridge, moving slowly in formation. During Nolan's night dive, his flashlight died suddenly. In the dark, something brushed his leg-cold flesh, not fish. Relighting, he saw a Victorian-dressed woman inches away, eyes open, mouth moving silently. She pointed deeper before dissolving into silt. Locals tied her to the 1890s steamboat Tahoe wreck. Passengers still board modern vessels, leaving wet footprints on decks that dry instantly. Canada's Lake Okanagan in British Columbia drew Nolan next home of the legendary Ogopogo. Chartering a sonar boat near Kelowna, scans revealed massive serpentine shapes coiling at depth. Locals spoke of the guardian and ancient creature that drags offerings below. During a solo kayak at dusk, Nolan's paddle struck something solid beneath. The water bulged. A long, humped back surfaced beside him, exhaling fetid breath. Flipping the kayak, he swam for sure, feeling coils brush his legs, not attacking but guiding him away. On beach pebbles, he found indigenous petroglyphs freshly etched, his kayak outline with a warning symbol. First Nations elders confirmed the lake accepts no intruders without tribute. Recent drownings matched divers who took artifacts. In England's Lake District, United Kingdom, Nolan explored Windermere, the largest natural lake. Boating to isolated islands, he heard bells tolling underwater, though no submerged churches exist there. Divers reported the bell ringers, drowned parishioners from flooded medieval villages ringing for salvation. At night, anchored mid-lake, Nolan's depth sounder pinged a structure rising, a steeple breaching surface silently, bells swinging without sound. Climbing aboard his dinghy, he saw stained glass windows glowing below, figures inside beckoning. Cutting anchor, he motored away. The steeple sank slowly, leaving ripples that spelled "join service" in foam. Cumbria police logs confirm boats found empty with wet prayer books inside. Sweden's Lake Storsjön, Scandinavia's Great Legends of Storsjöodjuret. Camping on Frisen Island, Nolan launched a remote submersible. Footage showed enormous eggs guarded by a plesiosaur-like creature. Locals warned of the mother protective spirit that claims children as her own. During a midnight swim to deploy sensors, something wrapped around Nolan's ankle, smooth, strong, pulling gently downward. Kicking free, he surfaced to see a massive eye watching from below, lid blinking slowly. Shore rocks bore fresh claw marks. A missing child's shoe from 1987 lay nearby, perfectly preserved. Gemlin authorities keep files on adopted children seen years later walking lake bottoms on sonar. Russia's Lake Baikal, the world's deepest and oldest, froze Nolan's blood. Diving near Olkhan Island in summer's brief window, he encountered the Baikal Watchers. At 500 meters, lights revealed human-shaped figures standing motionless on the sediment, faces pressed to visors of ancient diving suits. They turned in unison as his sub passed. Surfacing, his team found the boat encircled by floating bodies, preserved Buryat shamans from centuries past, eyes open, mouths sewn with silver thread. Indigenous guides spoke of Nirpa spirits punishing polluters. Recent researchers vanished after taking core samples. Nolan's samples later grew black algae spelling Cyrillic warnings on Petri dishes. Australia's Lake Era, vast salt pan that rarely fills, became a mirror of death during rare floods. Flying in by chopper, Nolan kayaked the ephemeral waters. Mirage-like drowned trees rose like skeletons. At night, voices carried across flats. Aboriginal songs distorted into screams. His tent flooded ankle-deep though camped high. Inside salt water pooled, forming handprints. Dreamtime elders warned of the rainbow serpent's tears, waters that claim souls during floods to replenish the land. A missing pilot's plane wreckage appeared overnight beside camp. Cockpit empty but seatbelt fastened. Nolan fled as waters receded, leaving his kayak half buried in salt shaped like a coiled serpent. New Zealand's Lake Wakatipu near Queenstown pulsed with tidal rhythms despite no ocean link. Boating to remote bays, Nolan recorded The Lady of the Lake, a Maori princess drowned in grief, now pulling unfaithful lovers below. During a storm, his anchor dragged unnaturally. Underwater cameras showed pale arms wrapped around chain, tugging rhythmically with the lake's mysterious rise and fall. Surfacing in rain, a woman in traditional cloak stood on deckwater streaming from her, eyes black as obsidian. She whispered into Rio Mare before stepping overboard, leaving wet footprints that steamed on hot engine. Locals confirmed sightings spiked during relationship breakups. Recent drownings matched couples arguing on shore. Chile's General Carrera Lake in Patagonia, marbled with turquoise glaciers, ended Nolan's journey. Diving marble caves, he found the marble prisoners, bodies encased in calcium deposits, faces visible, mouths open in eternal screams. Glacial melt revealed new figures yearly. At deepest point, his regulator failed. Bubbles formed words. "Stay with us." A current pulled him into a submerged cavern lined with petrified hands reaching out. Escaping, he surfaced to find his boat gone, reappearing miles away with glacial ice aboard spelling his name. Eonikink elders spoke of lakes formed from giants' tears, trapping souls to prevent loneliness. Nolan abandoned the documentary and returned to Seattle. But lakes followed. Reviewing dive footage, every frame contained extra bubbles forming faces of the drowned. Anonymous packages arrived, waterlogged items from each lake. A Victorian button, shaman thread, Maori pendant. The final delivery. His own dive mask, lenses fogged from inside with handprints pressing outward. Disturbing true mountain horror stories that will make you never climb again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from isolated peaks, remote trails, and alpine cabins around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to shatter your adventure dreams forever. Mountains are supposed to inspire awe-jagged peaks piercing endless skies. Crisp air filling your lungs, the thrill of standing above the world where everything feels small and conquerable. But some heights come with a price. Some summits remember every climber who never came down, every scream swallowed by wind, every soul claimed by the thin air. This is the harrowing ascent of Alex Kane, a professional mountaineer and adventure podcaster from Boulder, Colorado, USA, who in the spring and summer of 2025 embarked on a global expedition to summit the world's most iconic peaks while recording a series on extreme survival. What he encountered instead was a vertical chain of true terror. Disturbing mountain horror stories linked across altitudes by whispers in the wind, footprints that appear overnight, and guardians that punish those who trespass too high. From vanishing ropes on American rock faces to childlike voices in Himalayan snow caves, Alex's climbs became a desperate descent from heights that refused to let intruders leave. These are the real accounts he pieced together, gathered from Sherpas, rangers, survivors, satellite distress beacons, and his own frostbitten journal from the United States, Canada, Switzerland, Italy, Nepal, Peru, New Zealand, and Japan. Reach for the summit if you dare, because some mountains reach back. Alex's nightmare began in May 2025 on Long's Peak in Rocky Mountain National Park, Colorado, USA. A treacherous 14-hour with the infamous keyhole route. Solo climbing the diamond face at dawn, he reached a ledge at 13,000 feet when his rope brand new, properly anchored, frayed cleanly mid-reach, as if sliced by invisible blades. Falling 20 feet into a chute, he survived with broken ribs but heard laughter echoing from above, high-pitched, mocking. Rangers airlifted him out. Reviewing helmet cam footage, a shadowy figure in outdated wool climbing gear stood on the ledge he'd just left, waving slowly. The figure matched a 1930s climber who fell to his death on the same route. Body never recovered. Park records show ropes mysteriously severed every decade on that face, always sparing the climber just enough to spread the warning. From Colorado, Alex recovered enough to tackle Mount Rainier in Washington, USA, a glaciated volcano notorious for crevasse falls. Guiding a small group up Disappointment Cleaver, they camped at Camp Muir. At 2 a.m., avalanche beacons screamed though no slide occurred. Headlamps revealed fresh tracks circling the tents. Bare human feet, impossibly large, descending into a crevasse that hadn't existed at dusk. One client followed the tracks and vanished. Search probes found his ice axe embedded 100 feet down, rope cut cleanly. Audio from Alex's recorder captured guttural chanting in Salish dialect tribal guardians warning intruders. Rangers later confirmed similar disappearances tied to disrespecting sacred Nisqually ground. The lost client's body surfaced weeks later, perfectly preserved, eyes wide as if still climbing upward. Canada's bugaboos in British Columbia offered granite spires and helicopter access. Alex joined a guided alpine climb on Snowpatch Spire. Fixed ropes on the approach mysteriously untied overnight, re-knotted into nooses dangling from pitons. During the ascent, rockfall rained precisely where climbers placed handstones whistling past helmets. One Sherpa swore he saw a translucent figure pushing boulders from above, face weathered like a long-dead prospector. Descent turned deadly when the rappel anchor pulled. Alex's backup Prusic saved him, but footage showed the bolts unscrewing themselves. Local guides spoke of the Gold Fever Ghost, a 1890s miner who perished in a slide, still defending his claim against anyone touching the granite. Switzerland's Matterhorn iconic horn towering over Zermatt drew Alex for its historic north face. Climbing the Hernley Ridge, he bivouacked at the Salve hut at 4,000 meters. Midnight brought scratching at the emergency shelter door frantic, like frozen nails. Opening it revealed nothing but fresh blood smeared across the threshold, spelling Whymper in jagged letters. Edward Whymper's 1865 first ascent ended in tragedy, 4 teammates falling to their deaths on descent, rope controversially cut. Since then, solo climbers report the fallen 4 appearing on ledges, ropes fraying exactly at the historic breakpoint. Alex's rope bore fresh cuts at dawn. He aborted the summit, hearing triumphant cheers from below as if the 1865 party celebrated another accident. Italy's Dolomites provided via Farina routes through pale limestone towers. Alex tackled the Brenna group, clipping into iron cables on exposed traverses. Cables vibrated unnaturally, as if plucked by unseen hands. On Cima Brenta, his carabiners unclipped themselves mid-move. Catching the wire barehanded, he looked up to see a WS soldier in tattered Austro-Hungarian uniform standing on the pinnacle, saluting mockingly. The Dolomites were a brutal front in the White War thousands frozen or avalanched in high-altitude trenches. Soldiers' bodies still emerge from glaciers. Climbers report gear stolen overnight, replaced with rusted Great War equipment. Alex found his modern harness swapped for leather straps dated 1916, smelling of cordite. Nepal's Everest region Sagarmatha to locals became Alex's high-altitude crucible. Trekking to Everest Base Camp, he side-climbed La Bouche East. At 20,000 feet, oxygen-thin, he experienced the third man, a presence guiding climbers in distress, but this one whispered sabotage. Cut here, fall there. Sherpas warned of Yeti guardians punishing overcrowding. Recent seasons saw mysterious Surak collapses bearing tents. During Alex's summit push, fixed lines vanished overnight. Retracing, he found them coiled neatly at a chorten with prayer flags torn into nooses. A porter vanished. His frozen body appeared days later at base camp, posed sitting upright, eyes fixed on the summit as if still waiting for permission to climb. Peru's Cordillera Blanca held Huascaran, South America's highest tropical peak. Alex attempted the normal route through gargoyles of ice. At high camp, tents flattened by katabatic winds that came from still air. Ice screws backed out of blue ice. One teammate plunged into a crevasse, rope severed cleanly. Rescuers found ancestral mummies, Inca child sacrifices, exposed by melting glaciers nearby, eyes sewn open with gold thread. Locals believe the Apis mountain gods demand periodic offerings. Modern climbers' gear fails when the mountains collect. Alex's crampons shattered mid-pitch. Surviving, he found child-sized bloody footprints leading upward into cloud, vanishing at the summit plateau. New Zealand's Aoraki Mount Cook sacred to Maori offered knife-edge ridges. Alex climbed the Linda Glacier route. At night, Kea parrots screamed unnaturally, mimicking human cries for help. Ice axes rearranged into Maori mere weapons overnight. During the summit ridge traverse, a fog figure in traditional cloak appeared, blocking the path face tattooed, eyes glowing green like Paunamu. Maori legend speaks of Aoraki's sons turned to stone. Trespassers are frozen in place. One client turned back, claiming the figure whispered his full name and sins. Alex pressed on. His GPS died, rerouting him onto avalanche-prone slopes that released precisely as he crossed. Surviving the slide, he found his buried pack with a greenstone pendant inside warm to touch. Japan's Mount Fuji perfect cone and cultural icon closed Alex's journey during off-season. Climbing the Yoshida Trail alone, he reached the 8th station hut. Torii gates rattled without wind. Ofuda talismans fluttered as if breathing. At the crater rim, sulfuric fumes formed kanji. Do not defile. Fuji's eruptions buried villages. Suicides peak yearly at Aokigahara below. Climbers report the Fire Woman, a Heian-era princess who threw herself into the crater, now pulling impure souls. Alex felt hands on his back at the true summit pushing gently toward the void. Resisting, he descended. Station huts bore fresh scorch marks inside, smelling of burning hair. His photos developed with an extra figure in red kimono standing behind him at every frame. Alex abandoned climbing and returned to Colorado. But mountains followed. Reviewing GoPro footage, every summit shot contained extra climbers and outdated gear. Faces turned away. Anonymous packages arrived, ice screws bent into hooks, ropes with historic knots, greenstone warm and mailers. The final delivery. His own summit flag, torn and bloodied, planted in a pot of frozen soil with a note in multiple languages. You reached too high. Now descend forever. Disturbing true park horror stories that will make you never visit a park. Again, terrifying real-life scary tales from urban greens, national forests, and isolated trails around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to destroy your sense of safety outdoors forever. Parks are sold as sanctuaries, rolling green lawns under open skies. Winding paths through ancient trees, playground laughter mixing with birdsong, places where cities breathe and nature feels safe. But some parks breathe back. Some paths lead nowhere good. Some benches are occupied by things that were never alive in the way we understand it. This is the unrelenting nightmare of Cameron Ellis, a landscape architect and urban planner from Austin, Texas, USA, who in the summer and fall of 2025 accepted a prestigious international fellowship to study innovative park design across the globe. What began as site visits and stakeholder interviews spiraled into a worldwide pursuit of true terror. Disturbing park horror stories woven together by recurring patterns of watchers in the foliage, voices from empty groves and disappearances that rangers refused to log officially. From shadowed figures in American urban oases to childlike whispers in European deer parks, Cameron's research became a frantic attempt to warn that certain green spaces are claimed permanently. These are the real accounts he documented, compiled from ranger reports, survivor testimonies, trail cam footage, and his own shaken recordings from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and Scotland. Walk the path if you dare, because something is always walking behind you. Cameron's descent began in June 2025 at Central Park in New York City, USA, the lungs of Manhattan, 843 acres of engineered wilderness. Surveying the ramble for a redesign proposal, he noticed joggers avoiding a particular wooded section near the boathouse. Locals whispered of the Ramble Watcher, a tall figure in a gray hoodie who appeared only in peripheral vision, standing motionless among trees. During Cameron's dusk walkthrough, Trail cams he'd set for foot traffic captured something else. Every frame from 7:12 p.m. to 7:18 p.m. showed the same silhouette directly behind him, closer each minute, though he'd been alone. Reviewing footage in his hotel, the figure's face resolved just barely into a composite of missing persons from the park over decades. NYPD cold cases confirmed over 40 unsolved disappearances in the Ramble since the 1970s. Always solitary walkers at twilight. Always no traces except occasional phones found with photos of trees taken from impossible heights. From New York, Cameron flew west to Griffith Park in Los Angeles, California, USA, to 5,000 acres of rugged hills overlooking Hollywood. Hiking the trails near the abandoned zoo, he interviewed rangers about the zoo echoes. Visitors reported hearing animal roars from empty cages long after the zoo closed in 1966. At night, during Cameron's solo survey of the old enclosures, roars morphed into human screams, names of missing hikers called clearly. His recorder picked up a child's voice saying, "Daddy, the lions are loose again," though no children were present. Rangers later showed him graffiti inside cages dated impossibly recent, listing names matching recent missing persons reports. One cage door welded shut for decades stood ajar when Cameron returned at dawn, with fresh claw marks on the inside, too high for any escaped animal. Canada's Stanley Park in Vancouver, British Columbia, a 1,000-acre peninsula of old-growth forest surrounded by seawall, offered stunning views but chilling stories. Cycling the perimeter for accessibility notes, Cameron heard from locals about the Hollow Tree people. A massive centuries-old cedar stump, hollowed and large enough for dozens, was avoided after dark. Visitors claimed to see pale faces peering from inside. Setting motion lights for a nighttime study, Cameron's cameras captured dozens of handprints pressing outward from within the bark, prints too small and too many. First Nations elders confirmed the tree was a burial site disturbed during park construction. Spirits of the displaced still gather inside, pulling solitary visitors through the narrow entrance. A missing tourist's backpack was found weeks later inside the stump, contents arranged in a perfect circle. In London's Richmond Park, United Kingdom, a 2,500-acre royal deer park with ancient oaks, Cameron studied herd management. Rangers warned of the Antler Man, a figure with branching antlers seen during rutting season, chasing lone walkers. During Cameron's dawn survey, mist rolled thick. Hoofbeats circled him, though no deer were near. Thermal binoculars revealed a humanoid heat signature with massive antler spreads standing upright among the bracken. Fleeing the area, he found his survey stakes uprooted and rearranged into antler shapes. Historic records mention a poacher cursed in the 1700s, doomed to take deer form. Modern sightings coincide with attacks, walkers gored by invisible force. Germany's Englischer Garten in Munich, one of Europe's largest urban parks, featured river surfing and beer gardens by day, but the river pool by night. Surfers spoke of hands grasping ankles under the icebox wave, dragging even experts under. Cameron waded shallows for erosion measurements. Something locked around his calf-cold, bony fingers. Pulling free, he found bruises in perfect hand shape. Lifeguards showed him recovered bodies over years, all with identical grip marks, lungs dry despite drowning. Legend traces it to 19th-century monks drowned executing witches in the river. Their order still claims souls for judgment. Australia's Royal National Park, south of Sydney's second oldest national park, globally held dense rainforest trails. Bushwalkers warned Cameron of the call of the bellbird, a bird call that lures hikers off marked paths. During a multi-day transect, the distinctive chime rang incessantly from deeper bush. Following to map sound carry, Cameron emerged hours later, miles off trail, compass spinning wildly. His GPS track showed perfect circles, walked blindly. Indigenous rangers spoke of mimicked bird spirits guiding intruders to sacred sites never to return. Recent disappearances matched bellbird season peaks. New Zealand's Fiordland National Park, vast wilderness of fjords and peaks, included Milford track sections. Trampers described the Kea Whisperer, intelligent parrots that spoke human phrases, leading parties astray. During Cameron's route survey, Kea flocks surrounded his tent, repeating his recorded field notes verbatim, then whispering coordinates deeper into trackless valleys. Following one bird, he found an abandoned 1950s survey camp intact, journals open to his exact birth date. Maori guides confirmed Kea is messengers of mountain gods. Speaking parties are marked for redirection to places humans shouldn't map. Japan's Shinjuku-gyo National Garden in Tokyo serene amid skyscrapers closed at dusk for good reason. Visitors lingering after hours reported the cherry blossom children, pale kids in outdated school uniforms playing under trees out of season. Cameron stayed late for light pollution study. Blossoms fell upward against wind, forming child shapes. Motion sensors triggered on empty paths. Footage showed small figures holding hands in perfect circles, faces turning toward camera in unison. Historic records reveal the garden built over a World War II evacuation site. Children separated from families still gather under the trees they were told to wait beneath. Scotland's final park was Holyrood Park in Edinburgh, dominated by Arthur's Seat volcano. Hillwalkers spoke of the seat's shadow, a darker patch that moves against sunlight, engulfing solitary climbers. Ascending the Radical Road at twilight, Cameron's own shadow detached, stretching taller, walking independently ahead. Reaching the summit trig point, the shadow stood waiting, featureless. Descending, he found ancient Pictish carvings freshly etched into basalt, his silhouette with arms outstretched. Rangers confirmed disappearances on the seat always involve lost shadows in photos. Bodies found weeks later, pale as if sun-drained. Cameron returned to Texas convinced parks were neutral ground. Until reviewing trail cam data, every park worldwide showed the same extra silhouette in frames, always directly behind him. Closer each location, face now resolving into his own, but eyeless. Anonymous envelopes arrived, pressed leaves from each park forming his initials, soil samples smelling of fresh graves. The final package, a park map of his childhood neighborhood in Austin. A red X on the empty lot he played in, now marked permanent resident. Disturbing true beach horror stories that will make you never touch sand again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from remote shores, haunted coastlines, and midnight tides. Around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to ruin your beach days forever. Beaches. Promise paradise, golden sand warm underfoot. Waves whispering secrets as they kiss the shore. Sunsets painting the horizon in fire. The vast ocean stretching like an invitation to forget everything. But some shores remember every footprint that never walked back. Some tides keep what they take. Some sands shift to cover things that should stay buried. This is the sun-bleached nightmare of Serena Voss, a marine conservation photographer from San Diego, California, USA, who in the summer and fall of 2025 launched a global project to document threatened coastal ecosystems for a major environmental NGO. What began as drone shots and tide pool surveys eroded into a worldwide spiral of true terror. Disturbing beach horror stories connected by recurring motifs of hands emerging from surf, voices carried on salt wind, and figures that stand at the waterline long after everyone else has gone home. From pale swimmers in American coves to childlike laughter in Australian dunes, Serena's fieldwork became a frantic retreat from coastlines that claim permanent visitors. These are the real accounts she salvaged, drawn from lifeguard logs, survivor interviews, underwater footage, and her own salt-crusted journal from the United States, Australia, United Kingdom, Thailand, Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, and Greece. Wade in if you dare, because some beaches never let you dry off. Serena's nightmare broke the surface in July 2025 at La Jolla Cove, California, USAA picturesque seal rookery with clear waters and sandstone cliffs. Diving to photograph kelp restoration, she surfaced to find her research kayak dragged high onto rocks, paddle snapped cleanly. Lifeguards reported the cove pole swimmers feeling invisible hands gripping ankles, dragging them past break lines even in calm conditions. That night, reviewing GoPro footage from a depth of 30 feet, Serena saw pale figures floating upright among kelp fronds, faces pressed to her lens, mouths open as if breathing water. No bodies matched recent missing persons, but archival photos revealed the same figures in 1950s group shots, vacationers who vanished during a riptide sweep. Seals barked incessantly at one patch of water. Sonar later showed upright anomalies on the seafloor, arms outstretched toward surface boats. From California, Serena flew south to Padre Island National Seashore, Texas, USA, over 70 miles of undeveloped barrier island. Camping on remote Malaquite Beach for turtle nesting surveys, she heard digging at midnight, rhythmic, deliberate shoveling from dunes behind her tent. Flashlight revealed nothing, but morning showed perfect sandcastles circling her site. Elaborate, multi-tiered, topped with human teeth arranged in smiles. Park rangers confirmed the castle builder, a tradition among missing persons cases dating to the 1930s Karankawa tribe massacres on the island. Castles appear overnight near lone campers, always incorporating found objects from previous victims. Serena's drone footage captured a child-sized silhouette adding shells to one castle visible only in infrared, body temperature matching wet sand. Australia's Bondi Beach in Sydney offered urban contrast, but lifeguards warned Serena of the iceberg pool. Swimmers in the famous Iceberg's ocean pool reported freezing water localized around their bodies, breath fogging in summer heat. During her open water swim training session, Serena felt the chill encircle her torso, then hands pressing ice-cold palms against her ribs. Surfacing gasping, she saw frost forming on the pool edge in perfect handprints. Brawny Cemetery overlooks the beach. Records show drowning victims from the 1800s buried there still returned to the water they loved. Recent body cam from a rescue showed a Victorian-dressed woman standing waist-deep, beckoning a struggling teen before vanishing when help arrived. In England's Jurassic Coast, United Kingdom, Dorset's fossil-rich cliffs and pebbled beaches, Serena hunted ammonites at Charmouth. Fossil hunters spoke of the Lime Woman, a Regency-era figure seen digging at low tide, dress soaked and clinging. During Serena's night survey for bioluminescent plankton, the woman appeared 50 yards out, shovel in hand, digging furiously. Waves revealed her hole filling with skeletal hands reaching upward. Lyme Regis Museum archives confirm a 1820s lady drowned searching for her lost child as body after a landslide. Her ghost still excavates the same grid of beach. Serena's metal detector pinged over fresh bones, modern sneakers attached, matching a missing walker from the previous week. Thailand's Railay Beach in crabby limestone karsts and turquoise lagoons accessible only by boat hid, the Longtail Watcher. Climbers and beachgoers reported longtail boats arriving empty at night. Drivers vanished mid-trip. Serena chartered one for lagoon access. Halfway through Freynan Cave, the engine died. Flashlights revealed handprints sliding down the boat hull from underwater dozens, climbing. Local legends speak of sea gypsies executed by pirates, bodies weighted and dropped. Their spirits commandeer boats seeking living captains. Serena restarted the engine just as water inside the boat rose ankle-deep from nowhere, saltwater smelling of decay. Brazil's Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro pulsed with life. But favela overlooked stories told of the orca pod. Swimmers far offshore reported being surrounded by black and white shapes that surfaced as human torsos wearing orca patterns in skin. During Serena's kite surfing session, the pod encircled her bored pale faces with black eye patches staring silently. One brushed her leg skin slick, cold, tattooed with fresh gang symbols matching recent beach murders. Carioca lifeguards keep files on Macamba offerings, gone wrong rituals to sea entities that demand living tribute. Bodies wash up wearing painted marine patterns. Mexico's Playa del Amor and Meridas Island's hidden beach inside a cave required swimming through a tunnel. Tour guides warned Serena of the tunnel echo, voices calling names from the dark water passage. Entering alone for underwater photos, her own voice echoed back distorted. Stay. Stay. Lights revealed silhouettes lining the tunnel walls upright, arms outstretched like the famous beach postcard pose. The islands were World War II bombing targets. Unexploded ordnance still surfaces, along with skeletal remains of test subjects rumored in conspiracy files. Serena's regulator hissed extra bubbles forming faces. Exiting, she found the beach empty of tourists, yet covered in perfect postcard poses, pressed into wet sand dozens, all facing the tunnel mouth. Indonesia's Bali offered pink sand beach on Komodo Island remote, dragon-patrolled. Rangers spoke of the dragon's tide, pink sand turning red at certain moons. During Serena's full moon survey, the sand darkened beneath her feet, warm, sticky. Digging revealed it wasn't mineral. It was blood seeping from below. Komodo legends tell of princesses sacrificed to dragons, buried alive under pink sands. Their blood rises when the island hungers. A tourist vanished that night. Drag marks led to a dragon lair containing fresh pink-stained clothing. Greece's Navajo Beach on Zakynthos' famous shipwreck cove, accessible only by boat, closed Serena's journey. Smugglers' tailies warned of the Panagia's children, drowned refugees from Ottoman era appearing as modern swimmers in life vests. Climbing the cliffs for aerial shots, Serena saw dozens below in the crystal water floating face down in orange vests, then flipping upright to stare upward. The 1980 shipwreck MV Panaguria carried migrants. Many drowned when it ran aground. Recent refugee boats avoid the cove. Survivors claim the original children pull new arrivals down to play forever. Serena's drone crashed into water. Retrieved footage showed tiny hands guiding it downward. Serena abandoned the project and returned to California. But beaches followed. Reviewing underwater footage, every dive contained extra swimmers in the background, always closer. Always wearing her distinctive wetsuit pattern but faces pale and eyeless. Anonymous packages arrived, sand samples from each beach forming her initials when poured, shells strung into necklaces with modern dental fillings. The final delivery, her own lost GoPro. Memory card containing one new video Serena standing alone on a composite beach made of every shore visited. Waves lapping higher each frame, hundreds of hands reaching from surf toward her frozen figure. Disturbing true bar horror stories that will make you never drink alone again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from dark pubs, creepy dive bars, and midnight taverns around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to ruin your nights out forever. Bars are meant to be warm havens, dim lights casting amber glows over polished wood. Laughter echoing off brick walls, clinking glasses and familiar strangers sharing stories that vanish with the dawn. But some bars never close the tab. Some stools stay occupied by patrons who paid in more than cash. Some drinks are poured by hands that haven't held a bottle in decades. This is the intoxicating descent of Dylan Shaw, a craft cocktail mixologist and bar consultant from New Orleans, Louisiana, USA, who in the fall and winter of 2025 accepted a dream contract to train staff and redesign menus at legendary drinking establishments worldwide. What started as tasting flights and late-night shifts dissolved into a global hangover of true terror. Disturbing bar horror stories linked by recurring themes of empty glasses, refilling themselves, voices ordering rounds that no one requested, and regulars who never seemed to leave even after last call. From whispering jukeboxes in American dives to ghostly last orders in European pubs, Dylan's circuit became a desperate attempt to sober up from places that serve something stronger than spirits. These are the real accounts he bottled up, gathered from bartenders, regulars, security footage, and his own shaking bar rag from the United States, Ireland, United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, Japan, Mexico, and Scotland. Pull up a stool if you dare, because some drinks come with a permanent tab. Dylan's Nightmare poured its first shot in September 2025 at Lafitte's Blacksmith Shop Bar in New Orleans, Louisiana, one of the oldest buildings in America, candlelit and steeped in pirate lore. Training the night staff, he noticed one corner table always remained occupied by a single empty chair pushed out invitingly, no matter how busy. Regulars called it Jean's seat. Jean Lafitte himself supposedly favored it. During last call, Dylan watched a full hurricane glass appear on the table, condensation fresh, cherry floating perfectly, though no one had ordered it. Security cams showed a shadowy figure in tricorn hat sitting there moments earlier, raising the glass in toast before vanishing. The next morning, the glass was empty. Lipstick print on the rim matching a 19th century courtesan murdered in the building. Staff swear the seat warms only when someone new sits. Those who do report dreams of buried treasure and wake with dirt under their fingernails from graves in nearby St. Louis Cemetery. From Louisiana, Dylan flew to Chicago, Illinois, USA, consulting at the Green Mill Cocktail Lounge in 1920s speakeasy once owned by Al Capone's crew. Bartenders warned of the booth in back, reserved eternally for a woman in red who appears during jazz sets. During Dylan's late shift, the house band played After You've Gone unrequested. The booth filled with a scarlet-dressed figure, face veiled, gloved hand tapping rhythm. Patrons near her complained of sudden chills and the smell of gardenias. When Dylan approached to serve her usual, a sidecar, always, she whispered his full name details only his mother knew before dissolving into smoke. Mob historians confirmed a singer betrayed to Capone vanished after performing that song. Her body never found, but gardenia perfume lingers in the booth. Recent staff report the jukebox skipping to her track when closing alone. Ireland's Dublin called Dylan to the Brazen Head, Ireland's oldest pub, dating to 1198. Locals spoke of the Monk's Round, pints that slide across the bar unbidden during storms. During a gale force night, Dylan watched foam-topped Guinnesses glide to empty spots, stopping precisely. One pint tipped toward him. Tasting it, against better judgment. He saw visions of plague victims buried beneath the floorboards in 1650. The monk, a friar, executed for sheltering rebels, still serves the forgotten. A tourist who drank the offered pint vanished. His untouched wallet found weeks later under floorboards, with 17th century coins inside. London, United Kingdom, brought Dylan to the Viaduct Tavern, a Victorian gin palace built over Newgate prison cells. Cellar tours revealed bricked-up doors. Staff avoided them after dark due to Fred's poltergeist. Fred, a former manager murdered in 1890, supposedly haunts the basement. During Dylan's inventory, kegs rolled uphill toward him. Lights flickered Morse code spelling his hotel address. Upstairs, a regular in Edwardian dress ordered absinthe paid with pre-decimal coins, then asked Dylan to tell Polly I'm sorry. Research revealed Fred's wife was named Polly. He'd killed her in jealousy. Recent CCTV shows Fred's reflection in the mirror behind the bar, polishing glasses that are already clean. Australia's Sydney placed Dylan at the Hero of Waterloo, a 1840s sandstone pub with rumored smugglers' tunnels. Bartenders described the Rock's ghost, a convict in chains who appears in the cellar, dragging invisible weights. During the lock-in tasting, chains rattled from below. The temperature plummeted. Dylan descended to find iron shackles swinging freely, blood dripping upward onto the ceiling. A female voice begged, "Free me." Convict records show a woman wrongly transported, died chained in the tunnels beneath. Her bones discovered during renovations, but disturbances continued. Staff report female patrons feeling hands on their throats in the ladies. Room-matching strangulation marks on the skeleton. Germany's Munich consulted Dylan for Hofbrauhaus, the iconic beer hall. Servers warned of Der Flusterer, the whisperer, who orders in Old Bavarian dialect, then vanishes. During Oktoberfest prep, Dylan heard whispers behind him. Recipes for beers brewed with forbidden ingredients during plague years. A stein filled itself with black lager. Drinking it induced visions of monks brewing in secret catacombs to survive. One monk betrayed the recipe for freedom bricked alive in the cellar. Modern brewers find extra steins on shelves, filled overnight, tasting of ash and herbs no longer used. Japan's golden guy in Tokyo narrow alleys of tiny bars assigned Dylan to a 6-seat izakaya. Bartenders spoke of the salaryman who never leaves, a suit in the corner, nursing whiskey since the 1980s bubble burst. During Dylan's shift, the man appeared tie-loosened, eyes hollow, ordering the same Yamazaki 12. Paying with outdated yen, he whispered stock tips that crashed markets the next day. He supposedly jumped from a Shinjuku building after ruin. His seat warms only during economic downturns. Recent patrons who took his advice lost fortunes. One left a suicide note matching the ghost's handwriting. Mexico's Mexico City Cantina Pulqueria Los Insurgentes, traditional poke bar, revealed La Llorona's thirst. A weeping woman in white appears at closing, begging for agua ardiente to soothe her children. During Dylan's training, she materialized at the bar face streaked, hands dripping river water. Offering pulque, she drank deeply, then screamed, shattering glasses. Aztec and colonial records mention mothers drowning children in nearby canals. Their spirits seek strong drink to forget. Staff find infant handprints in spilled pulque that dry into perfect outlines. Scotland's Edinburgh closed Dylan's tour at the Last Drop Tavern in the Grassmarket, where public hangings once drew crowds. Regulars described the condemned's final pint, a rope-necked figure appearing before closing, raising a dram and toast. During Dylan's last shift worldwide, the figure sat beside him, neck bruised purple, eyes bulging. He clinked Dylan's glass, whispering to absent friends, then vanished, leaving rope burns on Dylan's wrist. Execution records show a wrongfully hanged man in 1864 who asked for one last whiskey. Denied, he cursed the pub to serve him forever. Recent patrons report new sensations when drinking alone at the bar. Dylan returned to New Orleans sober, vowing never to pour again. But bars followed. Reviewing security footage from every venue, the same extra patron appeared in corners, always in the seat Dylan favored, raising a glass toward camera. Anonymous deliveries arrived, bottles from each bar, labels handwritten with his name, corks sealed in wax-matching blood. The final package, a bar tab from Lafitte's. Dated tomorrow, amount listed as one soul paid in full. Disturbing true vacation horror stories that will make you never travel again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from haunted resorts, remote islands, and dream getaways gone wrong around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to ruin your next trip forever. Vacations are supposed to be escapes, pristine beaches, luxurious resorts, exotic cities where worries dissolve in sunsets and cocktails. Memories made in places far from the ordinary grind. But some destinations don't let you leave the same way you arrived. Some resorts keep guests long after checkout. Some islands remember every visitor who vanished into the jungle or sea. This is the sun-scorched nightmare of Layla Harper, a luxury travel influencer from Miami, Florida, USA, who in the spring and summer of 2025 secured sponsorships for the ultimate Dream Destinations series, staying at the world's most exclusive resorts and hidden gems to film viral content for her millions of followers. What began as infinity pools and private villas unraveled into a global descent of true terror. Disturbing vacation horror stories, connected by patterns of missing luggage that reappears packed differently, room keys that work indoors they shouldn't, and staff who know your name before you tell them. From vanishing guests in Hawaiian paradises to whispering mirrors in Italian villas, Layla's itinerary became a desperate cancellation of every future booking. These are the real accounts she live-streamed and panic-pieced together from guest registries, security footage, staff confessions, and her own tear-streaked vlogs from the United States, Hawaii, USA, Mexico, Thailand, Greece, Italy, Australia, French Polynesia, and the Maldives. Book your ticket if you dare. Because some vacations charge more than money. Layla's nightmare checked in during April 2025 at the iconic Royal Hawaiian in Waikiki, Honolulu, Hawaii, a pink palace on the beach since 1927. Filming sunset luau's for her channel, she noticed one suite on the historic wing always listed as maintenance closed, despite perfect condition. Staff whispered of the Pink Lady, a honeymooner murdered in 1953, still wandering corridors in her pink dress. During Layla's third night, her oceanfront room's balcony door slid open unlatched. A woman in vintage pink gown stood outside, back turned, hair dripping seawater though no rain fell. Layla's Ring camera captured her entering the room, standing over the bed for hours, face obscured before walking through the closed door at dawn. Housekeeping found wet footprints leading to the bathroom mirror, fogged with lipstick writing, "He never came back." Hotel archives confirmed the bride's groom vanished on their honeymoon swim. Her body washed up days later. Recent guests in that wing report luggage unpacked by unseen hand, swimsuits laid out as if for a beach date that never happens. From Hawaii, Layla jetted to Cancun, Mexico, checking into a 5-star all-inclusive on the hotel zone. The resort boasted private cenotes and Mayan ruins tours, but staff avoided mentioning the cenote bride. Newlyweds reported seeing a woman in blood-stained white dress floating face down in the sacred sinkholes. During Layla's private cenote dive for underwater content, bubbles formed around her, dozens of hands grasping gently, pulling toward the underwater cave system. Surfacing hyperventilating, she found her wedding ring-shaped tan line bruised purple. Resort divers later recovered a modern engagement ring from the depths, matching one reported stolen from a honeymooner who drowned suspiciously the previous season. Mayan elders consulted by management confirmed colonial-era sacrifices of brides to water gods. The cenote demands won every generation of tourists. Thailand's Phuket called with a private villa resort on a secluded bay. Layla's overwater bungalow featured glass floors revealing coral below. Housekeepers warned of the glass floor children, small faces appearing under the panels at night. During a midnight livestream, viewers spotted pale child hands pressing upward against the glass directly beneath her bed. Knocking echoed from below, rhythmic, playful. Diving the next day revealed nothing, but her GoPro housing filled with seawater overnight. Playback showed tiny fingerprints inside the lens. Local lore traces it to tsunami orphans swept inland in 2004, trapped under new resort foundations. Their spirits play in the shallows, inviting living children to join. A family vacationing nearby lost their toddler overnight, found days later floating peacefully under a neighboring bungalow's glass floor, lungs full of fresh water despite ocean surroundings. Greece's Santorini drew Layla for cliffside caldera views at a luxury cave hotel in Oya. Infinity pools overlooked the volcano. Sunsets were legendary. Concierge mentioned the whitewashed widow, a woman in black shawl seen on rooftops mourning a lost lover. During Layla's golden hour shoot, the widow appeared on her private terrace, shawl fluttering without wind, face veiled. She pointed to the sea, whispering in Greek. He jumped for her. That night, Layla's room safe opened itself, containing a faded photo of a 1950s couple on the same terrace, the man missing from recent frames. Hotel history revealed a jealous wife pushed her husband from the cliffs. Her ghost relives the moment, choosing modern couples to balance the betrayal. A influencer couple staying nearby separated abruptly after the wife sleepwalked to the edge, saved by security who found old rope burns on her wrists. Italy's Amalfi Coast villa rental perched lemon terraces and private boat access seemed perfect. The 18th century property came with the mirror guest, reflected figures that weren't in the room. Layla's bedroom mirror showed an extra woman in period dress brushing hair endlessly. Touching the glass felt ice cold. The reflection smiled when Layla didn't. Villa Records uncovered a noble woman walled alive in the bedroom for infidelity. Her mirror the only window to the world. Modern renters report cosmetics rearranged into 1700 styles. One bride found her wedding makeup applied overnight in historical fashion lipstick, smeared as if kissed by cold lips. Layla woke with rouge on cheeks not her shade. Mirror fogged with a perfect lip print matching antique portraits. Australia's Great Barrier Reef private island resort tents on stilts over turquoise lagoons offered helicopter transfers and reef dives. Rangers warned Layla of the reef singer, melodic humming drawing swimmers too far out. During a night snorkel for bioluminescent content, the song began female voice harmonizing with waves. Following it, Layla surfaced miles offshore. Her tender boat found her dehydrated, claiming she showed me the city under the water. Aboriginal custodians link it to a dreaming ancestor drowned by colonizers. She lures fair-skinned visitors to her coral palace. Recent missing divers' gear washes up arranged in perfect circles on the beach masks, facing seaward as if still watching. French Polynesia's Bora Bora overwater bungalows, Mount Otemanu. Backdrop shark-feeding excursions hid the lagoon mother. Guests reported infants crying from empty bungalows at 3 a.m. Layla, childless, heard cooing under her floorboards. Glass panels revealed a woman cradling shadowy bundles among fish. Polynesian staff performed blessings after each incident. Legends speak of a chief's wife who drowned her children to follow a lover to sea, now collecting new ones from visitors. A family's baby monitor captured the woman climbing the bungalow ladder, visible only in black and white feed, face pressed to camera, whispering in Tahitian. The Maldives private island resort, atoll villas with private plunge pools, ended Layla's journey. Staff spoke of the atoll walker, a figure crossing lagoons on foot during low tide, appearing on secluded beaches. During Layla's sunrise yoga on a sandbank, the walker approached tall, robed, face wrapped in coral-bleached cloth, leaving wet footprints that filled with blood. Maldivian folklore warns of jinn inhabiting atolls, claiming souls who overstay paradise. Recent overwater villa guests report doors unlocking from outside. One honeymooner found his new wife sleepwalking into the lagoon, saved, but repeating, "The island wants its due." Layla canceled all future sponsorships and returned to Miami. But vacations followed. Reviewing vlog footage, every destination showed the same extra guest in backgrounds, always in the frame's edge. Closer each video, wearing outfits from the next location before she arrived. Anonymous resort confirmations arrived, bookings in her name for dates years ahead. Rooms already prepared for your return. The final email, a lifetime membership card to an unnamed resort. Photo showing Layla standing on a composite beach of every shore visited, surrounded by pale figures reaching welcoming hands. Disturbing true subway horror stories that will make you never ride underground again. Terrifying real-life scary tales from empty trains, haunted stations, and dark tunnels around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to haunt your commute forever. Subways are engineered miracles, steel veins pulsing beneath cities, carrying millions through darkness to light, a rhythm of brakes and doors that feels eternal and safe. But some tunnels remember every scream swallowed by speed. Some platforms host passengers who never bought tickets. Some trains run on schedules that ended decades ago. This is the claustrophobic nightmare of Marcus Halle, a transit infrastructure engineer from New York City, USA. Who in the summer and fall of 2025 secured a prestigious international contract to assess aging subway systems for modernization across major global networks. What began as track inspections and platform surveys derailed into a worldwide plunge of true terror. Disturbing subway horror stories linked by recurring echoes of footsteps on empty cars, reflections that don't match riders, and announcements calling names of the long missing. From third-rail figures in American depths to whispering shadows in Asian underbellies, Marcus's inspections became a desperate plea to surface forever. These are the real accounts he logged, compiled from maintenance reports. Security footage, worker testimonies, and his own frantic voice memos from the United States, United Kingdom, France, Russia, Japan, China, Mexico, and Germany. Swipe your card if you dare, because some fares are collected in flesh. Marcus's nightmare sparked in July 2025 deep beneath Manhattan, New York City subway, USA assessing the abandoned City Hall station. A curved architectural gem closed since 1945. Guiding a private tour for officials, his headlamp caught graffiti that wasn't there yesterday. Fresh chalk names matching missing persons from the 1990s. During a silent moment on the platform, the unmistakable sound of an arriving 6 train echoed brakes screeching, doors opening, though no service runs the loop anymore. Stepping back, Marcus watched ghostly passengers in outdated clothing board, an invisible train, faces pressed to non-existent windows. His thermal camera captured dozens of cold spots boarding in perfect synchronization. MTA archives confirm a 1904 opening day crush killed several. Their spirits still commute the loop daily. Recent track workers report tools vanishing, reappearing arranged in 1900s, work gang shovels forming the old station name in rust. From New York, Marcus crossed to the Chicago L in Illinois. Use elevated and subterranean lines weaving through the city. Inspecting the abandoned freight tunnels beneath the loop, he heard freight cars rumbling on tracks removed in the 1950s. Flashlights revealed wheel marks in dust fresh, heavy. One tunnel section flooded ankle-deep overnight. Water reflected a 1915 postal train that derailed, drowning workers in underground mail cars. Security cams later showed Marcus's reflection lagging half a second, as if someone else occupied his body on tape. Chicago Transit Authority cold files list dozens of workers vanishing in the tunnels post-closure. Bodies never recovered, but mailbags still appear on platforms addressed to the dead. London Underground. United Kingdom, the world's oldest metro called Marcus to the disused British Museum station on the Central Line. Platform tiles pristine despite 1990. Closure, but air thick with dust that swirled into human shapes. During his solo survey, PA announcements crackled in 1930s BBC accent. Mind the gap? Forever. Lights flickered. A train rushed through without stopping, windows filled with blackout-era passengers in gas masks. One reached toward the platform as if pleading. Tube lore ties it to World War II Egyptian artifacts stored there. A cursed mummy allegedly caused suicides on passing trains. Recent cleaners report finding 1940s newspapers on benches. Headlines predicting modern disasters dated tomorrow. Paris Metro, France Art Nouveau entrances and tiled elegance hid. The Phantom of Line 12. Marcus inspected abandoned Porte de Lille cinema station, used only for films. Projectors long removed, yet flickering light projected black and white footage on walls. 1940s commuters fleeing Nazi occupation. A woman in beret turned to camera face matching a resistance fighter executed in the tunnels. During Marcus's overnight structural check, footsteps echoed in perfect military march. Shadows on walls saluted as he passed. Paris Transport Authority suppresses reports of trains stopping at ghost stations, doors opening to empty platforms where wet footprints lead nowhere. Recent footage shows a woman boarding modern trains, vanishing between stations, always wearing the same blood-stained beret. Moscow Metro. Russia palace-like stations with chandeliers and marble revealed. The deep station shadow. Marcus assessed secret Metro 2 lines rumored for government use. In a restricted maintenance tunnel, temperature plummeted. Breath fogged into Cyrillic warnings. Stalin-era loudspeakers crackled. Comrade, report to duty. A uniformed figure in greatcoat appeared, face obscured by cap shadow. Clipboard listing modern passenger names, including Marcus's. Soviet archives whisper of gulag laborers buried alive during construction. Their overseers still take roll call. Recent workers report tools freezing solid mid-use. One engineer vanished. Badge found clipped to a rusted hearted dated 1937. Tokyo Metro. Japan punctual and crowded held, the last train woman. Marcus rode the final Hibiya line service for capacity tests. At 12:07 a.m., every passenger vanished between stations. Car empty except for a woman in white office attire standing at the end. Back turned. Announcements switched to her soft voice. Next stop, eternity. Doors refused to open at terminal. Lights died. Emergency lights revealed salaryman nooses dangling from handrails, though none present. Japanese urban legend ties her to a 1980s jumper during economic despair. She collects overworked souls on the last train. Recent salarymen report, waking at terminal with extra commute time, unaccounted for ties knotted into nooses they don. Tier number tying. Beijing subway, China vast and modern concealed, the cultural shadow. Marcus inspected line 1 beneath Tiananmen. Tiles vibrated with chanting. Walls echoed Red Guard slogans from 1966. A young figure in faded armband appeared, pointing accusingly before fading into propaganda posters that weren't there before. Construction records admit worker deaths rushed for political deadlines. Spirits still denounce capitalist rotors. Recent passengers report phones filling with historic photo selfies replaced by struggle sessions featuring their own faces. Mexico City Metro colorful and chaotic unveiled, the tunnel mother. Marcus assessed collapse-prone. Line 12. In a flooded service tunnel, crying echoed infant wails drawing him deeper. Water rose ankle-deep. Reflections showed a woman cradling shadowy babies among rats. Aztec and colonial records mention mothers sacrificing children in underground lakes. Modern collapses feed her. Recent survivors of the 2021 collapse report being pulled from rubble by cold female hands waking with lullabies stuck in heads. Berlin U-Bahn, Germany post-war rebuilt ended Marcus's contract at Gesundbrunnen Ghost Station. Nazi-era bunkers connected. Air raid sirens wailed faintly. A family in 1940s clothing huddled on platform, beckoning him into a bricked alcove. Opening revealed skeletal remains still clutching gas masks. Berlin transport hides World War II civilian deaths in flooded stations. Spirits seek shelter during phantom bombings. Recent night workers report trains stopping for invisible crowd stores opening to empty platforms where 1945 newspapers scatter in non-existent wind. Marcus resigned and surfaced in New York, vowing never to descend again. But subways followed. Reviewing inspection footage, every tunnel showed the same extra figure in reflections, always one car behind, closer each station, wearing Marcus's high-vis vest, but face hollow. Anonymous MetroCards arrived preloaded with unlimited rides, photo ID showing Marcus aged decades, eyes vacant. The final card, tapped at every ghost station worldwide, balance reading, one soul transfer complete. Very scary true someone as in the house horror stories that will make you check every closet tonight. Terrifying real-life scary tales from hidden intruders, home invaders, and unseen presences around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to make you afraid of your own home. Forever homes are supposed to be fortresses, locked doors, alarm systems, the comforting weight of familiarity in every room, where you can finally let your guard down and just exist. But sometimes the threat isn't outside knocking. Sometimes it's already inside, waiting for the lights to go out. Sometimes the creak on the stairs isn't the house settling. This is the paralyzing odyssey of Nathan Cole, a home security systems installer and consultant from Seattle, Washington, USA, who in the fall and winter of 2025 took on an international contract with a major security firm to audit and upgrade residential smart home systems in high-value properties worldwide. What started as wiring cameras and testing motion sensors unraveled into a global invasion of true terror. Very scary. Someone as in the house. Horror stories linked by patterns of doors unlocking from the inside. Footsteps that match your own rhythm, and presences that know the layout better than you do. From attic dwellers in American suburbs to basement lurkers in European manors. Nathan's installations became a desperate attempt to secure homes that were already occupied permanently. These are the real accounts he recorded drawn from client panic calls, Nest and Ring footage, police reports, and his own trembling installer logs from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. Lock your doors, because the spare key might already be in use. Nathan's nightmare moved in during September 2025 in a quiet suburb of Portland, Oregon, USA, upgrading a smart home system for a family in a craftsman bungalow. The mother, Elena, reported her toddler's baby monitor showing a shadowy adult figure standing over the crib at 3 a.m., though both parents were asleep downstairs. Installing new 4K cameras, Nathan reviewed old footage. The figure appeared nightly, leaning closer each time, face always obscured by angle. During his overnight test, the attic access panel in the hallway creaked open slowly. Thermal imaging showed a human-shaped heat signature crawling down the pull-down ladder. Confronting it with a flashlight revealed nothing but fresh scuff marks on the steps and a sleeping bag unrolled in the insulation, complete with food wrappers dated weeks old. Police found evidence of a squatter living undetected for months, entering through a loose crawlspace vent. Elena's family moved out after discovering children's drawings in the attic stick figures of the family sleeping, signed with the toddler's name, though he couldn't write yet. From Oregon, Nathan drove north to Vancouver, Canada, installing in a modern glass-walled home overlooking English Bay. The owner, Marcus, a tech executive, complained of smart lights turning on in sequence at night, guiding an invisible path from basement to master bedroom. Nathan's new sensors triggered constantly on the basement stairs. Footage showed doors opening inches, then closing softly. During calibration, he heard breathing heavy, patient from the wine cellar. Opening the door revealed a hidden room behind shelves, mattress, portable stove, walls papered with printed photos of the family taken from inside the house over years. The intruder had lived there undetected for 18 months, using the home's blind spots. Our CMP identified him as a former tenant who kept a Coppet key. He confessed to visiting nightly, watching the new family sleep to feel part of something again. London. United Kingdom brought Nathan to a Georgian townhouse in Kensington. The elderly owner, Beatrice, reported hearing tea being prepared in the kitchen at dawn, cups clinking, kettle whistling, though she lived alone. Upgrading her system, Nathan's motion detectors fired in the unused servant quarters upstairs. Night vision cams captured a figure in Victorian-made uniform polishing silver that wasn't there, humming lullabies. Descending to investigate, he found the attic nursery restored. Crib rocking gently, mobile spinning without wind. Beatrice revealed her nanny died in that room in 1892, bricked in during renovations. Bones found decades later. Recent footage showed the maid standing behind Beatrice in mirrors, straightening her hair while she slept. Staff from the renovation firm admitted hearing the humming during late shifts, always stopping when approached. In Paris, France, Nathan consulted for a houseman apartment in the Marais. The young couple reported their toddler waking screaming of the man in the wall. Installing hidden cams in the child's room, Nathan captured paneling bulging inward as if pressed from behind. Audio picked up scratching, then whispers in 19th century. French. Play with me. Removing wainscoting revealed a false wall leading to a sealed servant corridor mattress inside, children's toys from the 1800s, and fresh candy wrappers. The building was once a wealthy family's home. A servant boy punished by confinement starved behind the wall. Modern families report toys moving to the corridor entrance. One child vanished for hours, found asleep inside the space, claiming the quiet boy shared his sweets. Berlin, Germany, placed Nathan in a renovated Altbau in Kreuzberg. The single occupant, Lucas, an artist, heard canvas stretching and brush strokes from his locked studio at night. Nathan's new locks and sensors showed the studio door unlocking via an old skeleton key from inside. Overnight footage revealed Lucas's easel painting itself strokes forming portraits of the building's previous tenants, faces distorted in agony. Descending, Nathan found the basement coal cellar converted to an art space decades ago. Dried blood on the floor, chains bolted to walls. Nazi-era records show dissident artists tortured there. One escaped into the walls, dying slowly. Recent tenants report paintbrushes moving independently, always completing unfinished works with signatures not their own. Australia's Melbourne suburb brought Nathan to a Victorian terrace. The family reported pantry items rearranged nightly into perfect pyramids. Installing kitchen cams, he captured cabinets opening silently. A figure in 1950s housewife dressed stocking shelves with food not theirs. Confronting the space revealed a hidden cold room behind the pantry preserved 1950s groceries. Women's clothing folded neatly. The house was site of a 1954 murder-suicide. The wife locked in the cold room by her husband. Modern families find groceries replaced with expired 1950s brands. One mother woke to find dinner cooked in vintage-style ingredients sourced from nowhere. New Zealand's Christchurch Homa post-earthquake rebuild had the aftershock visitor. Owners reported furniture shifting during still nights, as if adjusting to quake damage that wasn't there. Nathan's seismic sensors for structural monitoring triggered human weight impacts upstairs. Footage showed floorboards lifting. A figure in high-vis safety gear emerging from under the house, inspecting beams with a torch. The property was built over a liquefaction zone from the 2011 quake. A surveyor trapped in sinking soil beneath the previous home. Recent owners find tools left on workbenches, rusted 2011 models, always pointing to weak foundation points that later fail inspections. Japan's quiet suburb outside Osaka ended Nathan's contract in a traditional Machiya townhouse. The elderly owner heard tatami mats being lifted at night, footsteps pacing the hidden Ninomaru secret room. Nathan's pressure mats triggered in the crawlspace. Infrared cams showed a ronin in tattered armor kneeling in meditation, katana across lap. Removing floorboards revealed the space intact armor rusting, bones seated Seiza style. Edo period records confirm a disgraced samurai committed seppuku in the hidden room rather than face capture. Modern residents report doors sliding open for airing. One family found blood-stained tatami replaced overnight stains forming the samurai's family crest. Nathan returned to Seattle convinced he could secure any home. Until reviewing client footage remotely. Every house showed the same extra heat signature in blind spots, always mirroring his installation positions, closer to bedrooms each night. Anonymous service calls arrived his company, scheduling him for addresses he'd never visited. Notes reading client already inside waiting. The final alert. His own home system tripped front door unlocking from the inside. Cameras showing every room occupied by a figure wearing his installer uniform, face turned away, waiting patiently in the dark. Very scary true someone as outside horror. Stories that will make you never open your door. Again, terrifying real-life scary tales from window watchers, backyard stalkers, and nighttime knockers around the world. Chilling true horror compilation to keep you checking the locks forever. Windows are meant to let light in framed views of the world outside. Curtains fluttering in breezes. A sense of connection without ever stepping out. But sometimes the gaze goes the wrong way. Sometimes the glass reflects something that shouldn't be there. Sometimes the knock comes from a hand you can't see. This is the suffocating ordeal of Riley Vaughn, a home invasion survivor turned private investigator from Denver, Colorado, USA, who in the winter of 2025 began a global pro bono project, helping families terrorized by unknown stalkers, who never quite crossed the threshold but always threatened to. What started as consultations and security audits snowballed into a worldwide web of true terror. Very scary. Someone as outside horror stories linked by patterns of footprints that stop at doors, breaths fogging glass from the wrong side, and knocks that know your name before you speak it. From backyard lurkers in American suburbs to window watchers in European villages, Riley's cases became a desperate warning that the outside sometimes gets too close without ever coming in. These are the real accounts she documented, gathered from victim statements, ring and nest footage, police reports, and her own sleepless stackouts from the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Sweden, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, and Scotland. Draw the curtains, because something might already be looking in. Riley's nightmare began in January 2025 in a quiet subdivision outside Salt Lake City, Utah, USA, consulting for a young couple, Sarah and Mike, whose backyard motion lights triggered nightly at 2:47 a.m. Installing upgraded floodlights and 4K cameras, Riley reviewed weeks of footage. A tall figure in dark hoodie standing motionless at the tree line, face obscured, staring directly at the master bedroom window for exactly 7 minutes before vanishing. No footprints in snow despite fresh powder. Only melted patches where he stood, as if body heat burned through. Sarah reported waking to tapping on glass, 3 slow knocks, pause, 3 more. During Riley's overnight stackout from the guest room, the tapping began. Peering through blinds revealed the figure inches from the pane, breath fogging in perfect heart shapes. Police found no trace, but neighborhood reports matched a 2018 unsolved case. A prowler who watched families for months before escalating. One home burned after the family ignored the knocks. Sarah's ring captured the figure mouthing, "Let me in," the night they fled temporarily. From Utah, Riley drove to rural Alberta, Canada, visiting a farmhouse near Calgary where widow Margaret heard scratching along exterior walls nightly, as if claws testing siding. Upgrading perimeter cams. Riley captured audio of low whispering in Cree. "We waited for you." Footprints circled the house, bare feet. Impossibly long toes stopping at every window where Margaret had stood inside. During blizzard conditions, the power cut. Backup generator failed. Outside lights revealed dozens of figures standing just beyond the snow glare, faces pressed to glass in unison. Margaret's late husband was First Nations. Family lore spoke of skinwalker curses on settlers who built over burial sites. RCMP dismissed it, but thermal drone scans showed heat signatures forming perfect circles around the house vanishing when approached. In rural Norfolk, United Kingdom, Riley consulted for a family in a thatched cottage. Parents reported their daughter describing the tall man who waves from the garden. Installing garden floodlights. Footage showed a Victorian-dressed gentleman in top hat standing at the hedge line nightly, tipping his hat politely toward the child's upstairs window. No footprints on dew-wet grass. Only flattened patches in perfect silhouette. The daughter began sleepwalking to the back door, hand on knob whispering, "He says it's time to play." Historical records revealed a 1890s child murderer hanged nearby, buried unconsecrated. His spirit allegedly lures children outside for games. Recent families in the village reported similar figures, always polite, always patient, always escalating to unlocked doors found ajar at dawn. Sweden's countryside outside Stockholm brought Riley to a red wooden summer house on a lake. The owners, a Stockholm family escaping city life, heard rowing sounds at night, oars dipping, though no boat was missing. Lakeside cams captured a figure in old-fashioned bathing suit standing waist-deep in water, staring at the house for hours. When approached by drone light, he sank slowly without ripple. Children reported seeing him wave from underwater through bedroom windows overlooking the lake. Local folklore speaks of a 1920s drowning victim who disliked newcomers on his lake. Bodies occasionally wash up post-waving. The family found their rowboat filled with lake water, overnight seats arranged as if occupied by invisible passengers. Australia's rural Queensland property, a sprawling cattle station, had the stockman at the fence. The family reported a figure in a Cooper hat and oilskin coat leaning on the boundary fence nightly, watching the homestead lights. Motion cams showed him approaching closer each week, first 200 meters, then 100, then 50. No footprints in red dirt despite drought. Only boot prints appearing backward, as if walking away from the house. Children heard whistling old bush ballads circling the veranda. Station history revealed a stockman murdered by rivals in 1930s, buried on the boundary. His spirit allegedly guards the land from city interlopers. Recent musters found cattle herded into perfect circles, overnight brand marks altered to the dead stockman's initials. New Zealand's South Island High Country Station near Queenstown featured the shepherd on the hill. The farming family saw a lone figure with crooked dogs silhouetted on the ridge above the house every dusk, watching until lights out. Thermal binoculars revealed dogs' heat signatures running circles, though no barking heard. Children reported the shepherd waving them to come help with lambing. Historical diaries confirmed a 1880s shepherd lost in blizzard with his dogs. Bodies found posed sitting upright watching the valley. Recent lambing seasons saw newborn lambs arranged in perfect lines pointing toward the ridge wool clipped into the shepherd's old brand. Germany's Black Forest village home, a half-timbered house deep in woods, had the Farster at the window. The family heard measured footsteps on the forest path nightly, stopping outside each window in sequence. Cams captured a gamekeeper in 1940s uniform with rifle slung, peering in briefly before moving on. No footprints in moss. Only pressed leaves forming boot shapes. Children drew pictures of the man who checks if we're safe. World War II records show a forester executed for desertion, buried in the woods. His route allegedly the same patrol path. Recent families report doors found unlocked after his rounds, keys inside turned as if from outside. Scotland's Highlands Croft near Inverness closed Riley's cases with the crofter at the gate. The remote family reported a figure in tweed and tam-o shanter standing at the garden gate every fog, knocking softly on wood though meters away. Flood cams showed him mouthing Gaelic phrases, subtitles from lip-reading app translating, "Come out, the mist is kind tonight." No footprints on peat. Only compressed grass leading to the gate, then vanishing. Children heard bagpipe drones from the hills, tunes their grandfather played before dying. Jacobite records mention a crofter betrayed and shot at his gate in 1746. Spirit allegedly invites descendants to join the clan march. Recent visitors found the gate unlatched at dawn, leading to mist that disorients walkers for hours. Riley returned to Denver, believing she'd helped secure boundaries. Until reviewing synced footage from all cases, every property showed the same extra silhouette at the edge of frame, always just outside windows, closer to glass each night, wearing clothing blending elements from every culture visited. Anonymous texts arrived coordinates to properties she'd secured. Messages reading, "They let me watch closer now." the final alert. Her own home security system pinged every exterior cam showing figures at property lines worldwide, synchronized, tipping hats, waving, knocking softly in perfect unison. Disturbing true winter horror stories. The Eternal Blizzard. A chilling true novel of global terror and survival. In the heart of a relentless winter that gripped the world like an icy claw, my journey began. My name is Alex Harlan, an investigative journalist from Seattle, Washington, USA, specializing in true horror stories that defy explanation. I'd spent years chasing shadows in the dark, but nothing prepared me for the string of disturbing true winter horror stories that unfolded across continents. These weren't just isolated, scary, true tales. They were connected by something ancient, something that thrived in the snow, whispering death through blizzards and frozen nights. This is my account, based on real events I've pieced together from survivors, police reports, and my own nightmarish experiences. If you're searching for very scary true winter horror stories, shocking true blizzard encounters, or truly terrifying true snowstorm survival tales, buckle up. What follows is a long, harrowing odyssey through the world's most disturbing winter nightmares, from the snowy peaks of North America to the unforgiving tundras of Europe and beyond. It started in the winter of 2024, during one of the worst blizzards to hit the Pacific Northwest in decades. Seattle was buried under 2 feet of snow, the kind that turns bustling streets into ghost towns. I'd been researching disturbing true winter horror stories for a book, scouring online forums and old news clippings about people vanishing in snowstorms. One story caught my eye. A paperboy in a quiet Minnesota suburb who heard pops in the night that turned out to be gunshots from a family tragedy. But as I dug deeper, I found patterns, unexplained sounds, figures in the snow, and survivors who spoke of a cold presence that mimicked voices. Little did I know, this presence would soon hunt me. My first lead took me to a small town in rural Minnesota, USA, where that paperboy, now a grown man named Tom, lived. We met in his modest home on a frigid December evening, the wind howling outside like a beast. Tom recounted his disturbing true winter horror story with a tremor in his voice. I was 13, delivering papers before dawn. The snow was fresh, crunching under my boots. Everything was silent until those 3 pops echoed like fireworks. But wrong. I told my folks, but they brushed it off. Hours later, cop cars swarmed the neighbor's house. The old man had shot his son, the son's partner, then himself. But here's the part no one believes. As I biked away that morning, I saw shadows in the snow, moving against the wind like they were drawn to the violence. Tom's eyes darted to the window, where snowflakes tapped like fingers. That wasn't the end. Winters after, I'd hear those pops again, faint, in blizzards. And footsteps behind me, but no prints. I thanked him, but as I left, a blizzard rolled in, blanketing the roads. My rental car skidded on black ice, spinning toward a ditch. Heart pounding, I regained control. But in the rearview mirror, I swore I saw a shadowy figure standing in the snow, watching. That was my first brush with the entity I'd later called the Eternal Blizzard, a force that fed on winter despair, manifesting in true scary stories across the globe. Shaken, I flew to Canada, chasing a lead from Algonquin Park in Ontario. Survivors there whispered of very disturbing true winter horror stories involving shadowy figures in the woods. I rented a cottage near the park, the same area where a father and son had encountered intruders years ago. The air was crisp, the evergreens heavy with snow. That night, as I pored over notes by the fire, a knock echoed at the door. No one was there, but footprints circled the porch human-like, but too deep, as if something heavy had pressed them. I ventured out, flashlight piercing the dark, and spotted 2 figures at the tree line, their eyes reflecting like ice. They didn't move, but the temperature plummeted, my breath freezing in my lungs. I ran back inside, barricading the door, but whispers seeped through the walls. Lost. So cold. Echoing the hitchhiker tales I'd read from Maine. The next day, I interviewed a local ranger, Emil, who shared his own shocking true winter horror story. 15 years back, my son and I drove up here in a storm, saw a white van with figures inside parked oddly. Later, at the cottage, we felt watched. Through the window, 2 shapes on the porch. We hid, hearts racing. Morning light showed prints, but no theft. Police said break-ins, but I know better. It's the Wendigo, or something like it, luring folks into the cold. Emil's tale mirrored others. Isolation and snow amplifying terror. As I left Canada, a ferocious blizzard hit the highway. My car fishtailed, nearly colliding with a semi-truck. In the chaos, I heard voices on the wind. Join us. I survived, but the eternal blizzard was following me. From Canada, my quest led to Russia, home of the infamous Dyatlov Pass incident, one of the scariest true winter horror stories ever documented. In the Ural Mountains, where 9 hikers perished in 1959 under mysterious circumstances, I met a descendants of the search party in a remote village near Yekaterinburg. The winter was brutal, temperatures dropping to -40 degrees Fahrenheit, snowdrifts swallowing roads. Over vodka in a dimly lit izba, an elderly man named Victor recounted the true horror. They found the tent slashed from inside, bodies scattered, some crushed, tongues missing, radiation on clothes. No footprints but theirs. But locals know. It's the Yeti, or worse, the spirit of the mountain, angered by intruders. My grandfather was on the rescue. He saw shadows moving in the blizzard, heard screams that weren't human. Victor took me to a nearby pass for authenticity. We hiked in, wind whipping snow into our faces. That's when it happened. A low rumble, like an avalanche, but no snow moved. Instead, figures emerged from the whiteout. Tall, emaciated, with eyes like black voids. They circled us, whispering in Russian. Cold, eternal. Victor froze, murmuring prayers. I grabbed him, fleeing back to the village as the figures pursued, their steps silent on the snow. We made it, but Victor collapsed, frostbitten despite gear. It's the same as Dyatlov, he gasped. The blizzard claims its own. That night, in my hotel, snow piled unnaturally against the window, forming shapes like faces. Russia had confirmed it. This entity spanned countries, thriving in winter's grip. Next, I headed to Norway, drawn by the Isdal woman case, a disturbing true winter horror story from 1970. In Bergen, amid fjords blanketed in snow, I met a retired detective, Lars, who had worked similar cold cases. The woman was found burned in Isdalen Valley, labels cut from clothes, fingerprints sanded off, fake IDs, coded notes, spy stuff. But the winter angle, she was seen hiking in storms, like she was drawn to the cold. Witnesses reported a phantom woman in blizzards ever since. Lars shared files showing unexplained deaths in Norwegian winters, hikers vanishing, bodies found frozen with odd burns. We drove to Isdalen in a snowstorm, the road treacherous. Halfway, our car stalled. As we waited for help, a woman appeared in the rearview, pale, burned skin, eyes pleading. She vanished when I turned, but the car interior frosted over, temperature plunging. Lars panicked. It's her! The Isdal ghost! We hiked out, wind howling accusations. Footsteps followed, invisible in the snow. At a shelter, we waited out the night, hearing scratches at the door. Morning brought rescue, but Lars swore off winter trips. Norway's horror reinforced the pattern. The eternal blizzard mimicked victims, luring new ones into isolation. Finland called next, with the Lake Badam murders, a truly terrifying true winter horror story from 1960. Near Espoo, I visited the lake, now frozen solid under a gray sky. A local historian, Eva, met me at a cafe sharing details. 4 teens camping by the lake in early summer, but winters here echo it, attacks intense. One survivor with amnesia. The killer never caught. Some say it's a curse. Bodies found slashed, like Dyatlov. But in winter, phantoms appear on the ice, reliving the night. We skated onto the lake at dusk, snow falling softly. Midway, cracks spiderwebbed the ice. Eva slipped, plunging into frigid water. I pulled her out, but as we gasped on the surface, figures rose from the depths, ghostly teens, wounds gaping, reaching for us. The ice refroze around them, trapping shadows beneath. We crawled to shore, hypothermic, hearing laughter on the wind. Eva survived, but whispered, "They're stuck in eternal winter." Finland's tale linked back. The entity fed on violent deaths, perpetuating cycles in snow. My odyssey continued to Alaska, USA, for the ghost of the snow legends. In a remote town near Anchorage, elders spoke of voices in blizzards luring people to death. One survivor, Inuit elder Nuna, shared her disturbing true winter horror story. I heard my dead husband's voice calling from the storm. Followed it, found tracks human, but clawed. It's the Kalupalik or something darker, dragging souls under ice. We ventured into a blizzard for a ritual. Voices swirled. "Alex, come." A monstrous shape lunged from the snow. icy claws grazing my coat. We fled to her cabin where symbols warded it off. Alaska's isolation amplified the terror. The entity was global, adapting to local myths. Back in the USA, I chased the Yuba County 5 case in California. In the Sierra Nevada mountains, snow still capped peaks. A ranger recounted, 5 men vanished after a game, found starved in a trailer with food. Winter madness or something pulled them. Hiking the trail, a blizzard hit. Shadows mimicked the men's forms, starving and pleading. I barely escaped, realizing the eternal blizzard connected all. Dyatlov's radiation, Eisdel's burns, Bodum's slashes, all manifestations of one force. The climax came in Vermont, USA, at Mount Glastonbury, the Bennington Triangle. Tracks vanishing in snow, like the missing skiers. Alone in a cabin during a nor'easter, the entity attacked full force. Windows frosted with faces from every story. The Dyatlov hikers, Isdal woman, Badam teens. Voices chanted, "Join the eternal." I fought back with fire, melting the ice, screaming truths I'd uncovered. The storm broke at dawn, shadows retreating. I survived, but winters haunt me. This novel of disturbing true winter horror stories isn't fiction, it's a warning. From USA's suburbs to Russia's passes, Canada's woods to Norway's valleys, Finland's lakes to Alaska's tundras, the eternal blizzard waits. If you hear whispers in the snow, run. These very scary true horror stories could be yours next. Years later, I thought I had escaped it. The eternal blizzard had gone silent after that night in Vermont. No more whispers in the wind, no more shadowy figures at the edge of blizzards. I moved south to warmer climates, told myself it was over. But on December 31st, 2025, as the world prepared to ring in the new year, the coldest winter in recorded history began to tighten its grip across the northern hemisphere. Temperatures plummeted overnight, airports shut down, power grids failed, and the messages started coming in from survivors, from strangers, from places I never thought the entity would reach. My phone buzzed incessantly in my apartment in Portland, Oregon. Emails, DMIS, voicemails, all sharing new disturbing true winter horror stories that had unfolded in the past 48 hours. The eternal blizzard wasn't finished. It had grown stronger, feeding on the chaos of a world frozen in fear. I knew I had to go back out there, one final time, to document the end. Or to stop it. The first call came from Sweden, a small coastal town called Luleå, up near the Arctic Circle. A woman named Astrid contacted me through my old blog. Her voice was shaking as she described what happened on Christmas Eve. My husband and I were driving home from his parents' house. The roads were clear at first, but then the snow started thick, heavy, unnatural. Visibility dropped to nothing. We pulled over near the frozen bay to wait it out. That's when we saw them. Astrid paused, breathing heavily. Figures on the ice. Dozens of them. Walking in circles, like they were trapped in a ritual. Their skin was blue-white, frost covering their clothes. Some wore old-fashioned coats, others modern parkas. They didn't leave footprints. My husband rolled down the window to call out, thinking they needed help. One turned toward us. Its face. It was my grandmother, who died 20 years ago. But her eyes were empty black pits. She whispered his name, not mine, his. And then they all started walking toward the car. They fled, tires spinning on ice, but the figures kept pace alongside the road, silent and relentless. When they finally reached town, the figures vanished. But Astrid's husband hasn't spoken since. He just stares out windows during snowfalls, waiting. Swedish news called it mass hysteria from carbon monoxide. Astrid knew better. It was the same entity I'd encountered now, claiming entire groups at once. From Sweden, I flew to Japan. Yes, even Japan was hit. Mount Zhao in Yamagata Prefecture, famous for its snow monsters trees encased in rime ice, had become the site of something far worse. A group of skiers shared their terrifying true winter horror story on a local forum, and it went viral before authorities scrubbed it. They were night skiing on closed trails, chasing fresh powder after a massive dump. The resort was empty due to the extreme cold warning. At the top of the mountain, they noticed the snow monsters looked different, taller, more humanoid. One skier, Kenji, laughed it off and skied closer for photos. That's when the trees moved, arms unfolded from branches. Faces emerged from the ice hikers who had gone missing on Zhao over decades, their bodies perfectly preserved, animated by the blizzard. The group scattered down the mountain. but the snow monsters pursued, sliding silently on the slopes. Kenji was last seen being pulled into a cluster of them, his screams echoing as the ice closed around him. The survivors reached the lodge, barricaded inside. Through the windows, they watched hundreds of frozen figures gather outside, pressing against the glass, leaving no breath marks. By morning, the storm cleared and the mountain looked normal again. But Kenji's gear was found buried under a new snow monster shaped exactly like him. Japan's story terrified me most because it showed evolution. The entity was no longer just mimicking voices or shadows. It was building an army of the frozen dead. Next up, Scotland. The Cairngorms National Park. A lone hill walker named Fiona reached out after finding my contact in a missing persons group. She had been wild camping on Ben Macdui, site of the legendary Fear Liath the Grey Man, a Bigfoot-like figure said to induce panic. Fiona set up her tent during a brief clear spell. As night fell, the wind picked up, carrying an overwhelming sense of dread. Then the footsteps began heavy, deliberate, circling her tent. She peeked out, a towering figure, over 10 feet tall, covered in hoarfrost, with elongated limbs. It didn't approach, just paced, driving terror into her mind. She experienced the classic Fear Liath symptoms: panic attacks, auditory hallucinations of laughter, and gibbering voices. But then it got worse. The figure spoke in her dead father's voice, telling her to come outside, that the cold wasn't so bad once you accepted it. Fiona resisted until dawn, when the footsteps stopped. Her tent was surrounded by massive prints, but something new, smaller ones. Children's prints, leading away into the mountains. Search teams later found evidence of recent missing child cases from nearby towns, cases that had been closed as runaways. Scotland's ancient guardian had been corrupted by the eternal blizzard, now harvesting the young. The pattern was clear. The entity was escalating, spreading south, growing bolder. I received reports from Iceland. Tourists trapped in ice caves hearing entire conversations from lost expeditions. From Switzerland, avalanche victims rescued by figures who led rescuers deeper into danger. Even New Zealand's South Island saw unnatural snow on peaks, with climbers reporting frozen apparitions from historical disasters. But the worst was yet to come. Antarctica. A research team at McMurdo Station sent a frantic satellite message that somehow reached public channels before being suppressed. They had been monitoring unusual seismic activity under the ice when a blizzard hit Impossible, as it was summer there. Temperatures dropped 50 degrees in hours. Power failed. Backup generators wouldn't start. Fuel lines frozen solid despite heaters. Then the knocking began at every exterior door. The team suited up and went out to check. Nothing. But handprints appeared on the inside of windows from outside. Frost spread inward like veins. One scientist, Dr. Elena Vasquez, recorded audio. Whispers in multiple languages, all saying the same thing. "We're still here. So cold. Join us." Security cameras captured it. Figures emerging from the snow, dozens, then hundreds. Explorers from Scott's doomed expedition. Shackleton's men, modern researchers lost in crevasse falls. All perfectly preserved, moving with purpose toward the station. The last transmission was Elena screaming as the doors buckled inward, ice flooding the corridors. Contact with McMurdo was lost for 72 hours. When it resumed, the surviving team claimed it was a freak weather event, an equipment malfunction. But leaked photos showed something else. The station surrounded by a perfect circle of human-shaped ice sculptures, facing inward. I was in Iceland, chasing leads, when the final confrontation came. On New Year's Eve 2025, the mother of all blizzards struck simultaneously across the world. The eternal blizzard's endgame. I had driven to a remote farm near Reykjavik following reports of a frozen gathering. The farmer had found dozens of figures standing motionless in his fields, people from nearby towns, alive but unresponsive, covered in a thin layer of clear ice, eyes open, breathing shallow. As midnight approached, I stood among them. The wind died completely. Silence absolute. Then they all turned their heads toward me at once. I heard every voice I'd encountered on my journey. Tom from Minnesota, Emil from Canada, Victor from Russia, Astrid's husband, Kenji, Fiona, Alina, and thousands more I'd never met. They spoke as one. "You documented us." Now complete the story. The temperature plummeted further. Ice began forming on my skin. I felt the pull, the seductive promise of eternal preservation, no more pain, no more loss. But I had prepared. In my pocket, a flare gun loaded with thermite rounds. A final gift from a survivalist friend in Alaska. I fired into the sky. The thermite burned white-hot, melting snow in a massive radius. Steam exploded upward. The figures screamed, a sound like cracking glaciers, as the ice binding them shattered. One by one they collapsed. Not dead freed. The living ones gasped, falling to their knees. The preserved dead crumbled to snow. The blizzard stopped as suddenly as it began. Worldwide reports flooded in. The unnatural cold lifting. Missing persons found wandering home with no memory. Frozen figures vanishing. I don't know if I destroyed the eternal blizzard or just wounded it. Maybe it's waiting for the next record winner. But as I write this on January 1st, 2026, the snow outside my window is falling gently. Normally. For now. If you're watching this on YouTube, searching for disturbing true winter horror stories, very scary true blizzard encounters, shocking true global winter terror tales, or truly terrifying true snow survival nightmares, heed this warning. When the wind howls and the world goes white, listen carefully, because it might be calling your name, and whatever you do, don't answer. The thing that learned my voice, true scary story from British Columbia wilderness. Real horror experience that still haunts me. It was the summer of 2017, late July, when the days are long and the nights never really get dark enough to hide everything. I was 32, single, working a dead-end job in Vancouver as a graphic designer. I needed to get away, really away. The city noise, the endless emails, the feeling that life was slipping through my fingers like water. I booked 2 weeks off, bought a new tent, a satellite phone, which barely worked up there, and drove north to the backcountry of British Columbia. Past Whistler, past Pemberton, into the real wild where the roads turn to gravel and then disappear altogether. I chose a spot near the headwaters of the Lillooet River, deep in the coast mountains. No trails, no campsites, just a pull-off where the logging road ended in a wall of old-growth cedar and fir. The plan was simple. Hike in 5 miles, set up base camp by a small alpine lake, fish, read, think. Be alone. I told only my sister where I was going and promised to check in every 3 days via the sat phone. She joked that if I didn't call, she'd assume a bear ate me. We laughed. I didn't know then how close that joke would come to being true, but not in the way anyone expects. Day 1 was perfect. The hike in was strenuous but beautiful, sunlight filtering through the canopy like golden shafts, birds calling, the smell of pine and damp earth. I found the lake exactly where the topo map said it would be, a perfect mirror of jagged peaks, surrounded by boulders and stunted hemlock. I set up my tent on a flat spot 20 feet from the water, built a small fire ring, hung my food bag high in a tree. That night I slept like a baby, the only sound the occasional splash of trout or the wind high in the branches. Day 2, I explored. Hiked around the lake, found an old prospector's claim marker half buried in moss, took photos, caught a couple of small rainbows for dinner. Felt good. Alive. That evening, as the sun dipped behind the ridge and the temperature dropped fast, I heard the first odd thing. A loon call. But loons don't live this high up in the mountains. The sound came from across the lake. Perfect mimicry, 3 rising notes, the haunting wail. I smiled, thinking it was cool, nature's little surprise. I answered back with my own poor imitation. Silence. Then it answered again. Closer this time. I laughed out loud. All right, buddy, you win. I went to bed early. That night I woke at 3:14 a.m. I remember the time because my watch glowed in the dark. The loon called again. Same spot, same pitch. But now it was calling my name. Not a bird sound. My full name, the way my mother used to say it when she was angry, drawn out, with emphasis on the second syllable. Jackson. I sat bolt upright, heart hammering. The lake was dead calm, no ripples. I unzipped the tent fly slowly, shone my headlamp across the water. Nothing. Just black mirror reflecting stars. I told myself it was a dream echo, adrenaline from the hike. But I didn't sleep again. Day 3, I decided to stay put, fish more, maybe move camp tomorrow. But the feeling wouldn't leave, like eyes on the back of my neck. Mid-afternoon, while casting from the shore, I heard branches snap behind me. Heavy. Not deer. More like a person walking carelessly. I turned. Nothing. Called out, "Hello?" Echoes bounced off the cliffs. No answer. I laughed nervously. Told myself it was paranoia. But when I returned to camp, my food bag rope had been cut. Not chewed, sliced clean with something sharp. The bag was on the ground, empty except for a few wrappers. Bears don't cut ropes. I spent the next hour rehanging everything higher, double knotting, cursing. That night the calls started in earnest. Not just my name. Snippets of conversations. My voice. My sister's voice. Hey, you okay up there? Exactly how she'd asked on the phone before I left. Then my old boss from 2 jobs ago. Jackson, where's that file? Then my ex-girlfriend from college, laughing the way she used to when we were happy. All coming from different directions around the lake, circling. I sat by the fire with my knife out, flashlight in hand, yelling back, "Who's there? This isn't funny." The voices stopped. Then one last one, my own voice again, but slower, deeper, like it was learning. "Who's there? This isn't funny." I barely slept. At dawn I packed to leave. But as I broke camp I found footprints. Human footprints. Barefoot. Size larger than mine. Circling my tent. No shoes in the wilderness. No tracks leading in or out. They just appeared in a perfect ring. Then stopped. I took pictures. Hands shaking. Packed faster. The hike out should have taken 4 hours. It took 7. Every time I stopped to drink or catch my breath, I heard it. Footsteps matching mine exactly. When I sped up, they sped up. When I slowed, they slowed. Never closer than 30 yards, always just out of sight behind trees. I started talking to myself out loud, nonsense, to see if it would mimic. It did. Perfect echo, a half-second delay. "I'm going home. I'm going home." It repeated back, mocking. Near the end, where the trail widened, I heard something crash through underbrush. Fast, coming straight at me. I ran, tripped over a root, skinned my knees, scrambled up. Whatever it was stopped. I kept running. Reached the truck, threw everything in, locked the doors, drove like hell. The sat phone wouldn't connect until I hit pavement. I called my sister. She answered, crying. "Jackson, thank God, you were supposed to call 2 days ago." I was about to call search and rescue. I told her everything. She didn't laugh. She said, "Get home, now." I drove straight through 18 hours, barely stopping. Got to my apartment at 4 a.m. Collapsed. Slept for 16 hours. When I woke, I checked the photos on my camera. The footprints were there. But in one shot, the ring around the tent, there was something else. In the background, blurred, a shape. Tall. Thin. Head tilted wrong. Skin the color of birch bark. No face I could make out. Just a hole where the mouth should be. I deleted the photos that day. Told myself they were tricks of light. But the calls didn't stop. Not really. Sometimes at 3:14 a.m., my phone rings. No number. When I answer, silence. Then my own voice whispers, "Let me in." It's cold out here. I sold most of my gear. I don't camp anymore. I don't hike alone. I live in the city now. Lights on at night, doors double locked. But every so often, when it's quiet, I hear it. Faint. From the hallway outside my apartment. My voice. Asking the same thing. This is my true scary story. A real horror experience from the Canadian wilderness. A skinwalker sighting, or Wendigo, or something older. Something that learned me, piece by piece. I still don't know what it wanted. I just know it wasn't done with me. If you're watching this right now, alone in the dark, check your doors. And if you ever hear your own voice calling from the woods, run. Don't answer back. Because once it learns you, it never forgets. The voice that became me, true scary story from British Columbia wilderness. Longest real horror experience that still haunts me to this day. My name is Jackson Howell. This happened in the summer of 2017, though sometimes it feels like it never really ended. I was 32 then, stuck in a soul-crushing graphic design job in Vancouver, staring at screens 12 hours a day until my eyes burned and my dreams turned gray. I needed escape. Not a weekend getaway, the real kind. The kind where civilization drops away completely and you left with nothing but yourself and whatever as waiting in the silence. I'd planned it for months. Poured over topo maps, bought high-end gear I couldn't really afford, a lightweight 4-season tent, bear spray, a satellite phone that promised coverage where cell signals died, freeze-dried meals, water filter, the works. I chose a remote spot near the headwaters of the Lillooet River, high in the coast mountains of British Columbia. No marked trails, no campgrounds. Just an abandoned logging spur that petered out into thick old-growth forest. The hike-in was listed as 5 miles on paper, but the elevation gain and deadfall made it brutal. Perfect isolation. I told only my younger sister, Emily, where I was headed. If I don't check in every 3 days, I said, send the cavalry. She rolled her eyes. Don't get eaten by a bear, idiot. The drive north took 8 hours, pavement giving way to gravel, gravel to dirt, dirt to nothing. I parked the truck at the end of the spur on July 22nd, shouldered my 60-pound pack and started walking. The first mile was steep switchbacks through cedar and hemlock, so dense sunlight came in thin spears. Mosquitoes swarmed in clouds. I coated myself in DEET until my skin felt plastic. By mile 3, the forest opened slightly, and I caught glimpses of snow-streaked peaks. The air smelled clean, sharp, alive. I felt the city peeling off me like old paint. I reached the lake at dusk on the first day. It was smaller than the map suggested, maybe 200 yards across, but stunning. Mirror-flat water reflecting the jagged ridgeline, ringed by giant boulders and twisted pines. I found a flat shelf of ground 25 feet from shore, cleared a fire ring, pitched the tent, hung my food bag 30 feet up between 2 trees, using a PCT method I'd practiced in my backyard. That night I cooked ramen over a tiny fire, watched stars punch through the sky, and slept better than I had in years. The only sounds were water lapping stone and the occasional distant owl. Day 2 started bright. I fished the lake with a collapsible rod, pulled 2 decent rainbow trout by noon. Hiked the perimeter, discovered an ancient prospector's claim marker, half-sunk in moss, rusted tin cans, scattered like relics. I took dozens of photos, golden light on water, mist rising at sunrise. Felt invincible. That evening, as the temperature plunged and I sat feeding sticks into the fire, I heard it for the first time. A loon call. Clear, haunting, 3 rising notes followed by the long wavering wail. Beautiful, except loons don't live this high. Their territory is lower lakes. I chuckled, maybe a lost one, or my imagination playing tricks. I tried mimicking it back, my attempt thin and silly. Silence for a long moment. Then it answered. Same notes, same wail, but closer. From the far shore. I grinned. Okay, nature, you win. I doused the fire, crawled into the tent, zipped the mesh, and drifted off listening to the wind. I woke at exactly 3:14 a.m. My watch glowed green in the dark. The loon called again. Identical spot, identical pitch. But this time the wail twisted at the end into something else. My name. Jackson, slow, stretched. The way my late mother used to call me when I was in trouble as a kid. Emphasis on the second syllable, half scold, half plea. My blood turned to ice water. I lay perfectly still, breathing shallow. The lake was dead calm, no wind, no ripples. I unzipped the fly inch by inch, swept my headlamp across the water. Black glass reflecting stars. Nothing moved. I told myself it was exhaustion, altitude, a dream fragment. But my pulse wouldn't slow. I didn't sleep again that night. Day 3. I tried to shake it off. Fished again, read my paperback, hiked a ridge for better views. But the feeling followed. Eyes on my back, constant, patient. Around 3 p.m., while casting from a boulder, I heard branches snap behind me. Heavy steps, not daylight. More like a large person moving without care. I spun. Nothing but trees. Hello? My voice echoed off the cliffs. No reply. I laughed. Too loud. Too forced. When I returned to camp an hour later, the food bag rope had been cut clean. Not torn, not chewed, sliced with something razor sharp. The bag lay on the ground, contents gone except shredded wrappers. Bears don't use knives. Coyotes don't climb 30 feet. I spent 2 hours re-rigging the hang higher triple knotting paracord, cursing under my breath. That night I kept the fire roaring. Knife beside my sleeping bag, bear spray, and easy reach. The voices started just after midnight. First my sister. Hey, you okay up there? Exact inflection from our last phone call. Then my old boss, the one who fired me 3 years earlier. Jackson, where's that file? Deadline was yesterday. Then my college ex, Sarah, laughing that soft, throaty laugh she saved for when we were alone. The voices came from every direction, north shore, south shore, behind a tent, across the lake, circling, never overlapping. I shouted into the darkness, "Who's there? This isn't funny." They stopped instantly. Then, from directly across the water, my own voice. Slower, deeper, as though testing the shape of the words. "Who's there? This isn't funny. I didn't sleep. I sat against the tent wall, headlamp on, knife gripped until my knuckles ached. Dawn came gray and cold. I decided to leave. Packed in record time. Shaking hands, dropping gear, cursing. As I collapsed the tent poles, I saw them. Footprints. Human. Barefoot. Larger than mine, long toes. They formed a perfect circle around my campsite, maybe 15 feet out. No trail in. No trail out. Just the ring, then nothing. As though whatever made them had appeared from thin air and vanished the same way. I photographed them with trembling hands. Packed faster. Started the hike out at 7:45 a.m. The return trip should have taken 4 hours. It took almost 8. Every time I paused, to drink, to breathe, to check my map, footsteps answered. Matching mine perfectly. When I walked faster, they hurried. When I slowed, they dawdled. Always 30 to 40 yards back, always hidden by trunks and underbrush. I started talking out loud nonsense, mostly, to test it. I'm going home. I'm going home now. Half-second delay. Then my voice echoing back, slightly off-key. I'm going home now. Near the halfway mark, where the path widened into a clearing, something exploded through the brush on my right. Fast, heavy, coming straight at me. I ran, blind panic, pack slamming my spine, lungs burning. Tripped on a root, fell hard, skinned both palms and my knee. Scrambled up. Whatever was stopped. Dead silence. I kept running, tears streaming, tasting blood from biting my lip. I reached the truck at 3:30 p.m. Threw gear in the bed, locked myself inside, started the engine with shaking fingers. The sat phone finally got signal on the main gravel road. I called Emily. She picked up sobbing. Jackson, thank God. You were supposed to call 2 days ago. I was packing to drive up. I thought you were dead. I told her everything in a rush. The calls, the footprints, the chase. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said quietly, Get home. Right now. Don't stop. I drove 18 straight hours, arriving at my apartment at 4 a.m. Collapsed on the couch, slept like the dead for 16 hours. When I woke, I transferred the photos to my laptop. The footprints were there, clear as day. But in the background of one shot, the circle around the tent, something else appeared. Tall, thin, head canted at an unnatural angle. Skin pale as birch bark, stretched tight. No visible face, just a dark gaping hole where a mouth should be. I stared at it for minutes, then deleted every photo. Told myself it was pareidolia, light tricks, fear playing games. I threw away the clothes I'd worn, sold the tent and pack on Craigslist. Moved to a high-rise downtown, lights always on, doors triple locked. But it didn't end. Sometimes, usually around 3:14 a.m., my phone rings. No caller ID, I answer. Silence. Then my own voice, soft, patient. Let me in. It's cold out here. I don't answer anymore. I let it ring. I don't hike. I don't camp. I avoid forests, even city parks at dusk. But every quiet moment, walking home late, standing on my balcony, lying in bed, I listen. And sometimes very faintly, from the hallway outside my door, I hear it. My voice, asking the same question. Waiting. This is my true scary story. A real horror experience from the Canadian wilderness. A skinwalker sighting, Wendigo encounter, or something older. Something that watched, listened, learned. It took pieces of me. And it's still collecting. If you're watching this alone at night, do me a favor. Check your windows. Check your doors. And if you ever hear your own voice calling from the trees, don't answer. Don't look back, because once it learns you, it never lets go.